Is there anything we should know up there?
I don't know. There's a nice big clock telling us how long we have. So
Okay, great.
that's good.
Yeah, it's good. You did the paper together with Kurt.
Yeah.
Funny big.
See a friend?
I'm on the Smithsonian board.
Oh, okay.
And so I've gotten to know him quite well.
Well, you can imagine one of the reasons he's not here right now is he's shut down.
Well, I was on the Zoom call with him the other day, and he said that Dad was actually finding it quite relaxing. He sort of described as a 10-year-old kid where he just gets so excited.
I'm doing the intro today. I'm the kickoff. Okay. Make sure that goes. There we go. Oh, all right. There we go. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Future of Fieldwork. I have met many of you already, but just in case you haven't met me, my name is Michelle McDonald, and I'm the director of the library and museum here at the American Philosophical Society. How many of you were here yesterday? Almost all of you. Okay, so yesterday you met Patrick Spiro when he was doing the introduction, our chief executive officer. I'm just like Pat, except I'm 10 years older, I'm female, and I have gray hair. Other than that, just like Patrick, not really. So my job is to welcome you to the APS this morning. I'm going to give an abbreviated version of the APS history for just, who wasn't here yesterday? Okay, for you, sir. I'm going to give an abbreviated version of the APS history. For the others, it's a bit of a refresher. But first, I'm going to start with our land acknowledgement, which we use at our public programs to acknowledge where we are and what came before us. So the American Philosophical Society resides in Lenape-Hoking, the past, present, and ongoing homeland of the Lenape people. The APS acknowledges with respect their continued presence and perseverance and expresses its sincere thanks for the past and ongoing generosity of numerous indigenous communities and individuals who have offered their guidance, their expertise, and opportunities for collaboration. Oh, thank you. I don't know. Thank you. But yes, actually, for the Lenape, we can give a round of applause. Well, okay, that was good too. All right, so I'm going to start just very briefly with the founding. As Patrick mentioned yesterday, the APS was founded in 1743 by Benjamin Franklin and men like him who were looking for a place to exchange ideas. And our name is a wee bit confusing because while it was ideas, it wasn't ideas in the modern day sense of philosophical. It was the ideas in their sense of making society, communities, a better place. And I always love this quote from our founding document. Now that the first drudgery of settling the colonies, which confined the attention of people to mere necessities, is pretty well over, which it wasn't in 1743, but it's good to dream. We can turn our attention to loftier things. And the range of things that they turn their mind to is enumerated in this founding document. And it does include ideas about the natural world, what we would now call chemistry and biology, but it also includes things like viticulture, agriculture, transportation, roadways, all sorts of ways of applying science to make the community a better place, which is why I think Benjamin Franklin would be particularly excited about a conference on fieldwork. He was very much a hands-on scientist, and I can feel his spirit yesterday, and I'm sure that we will feel it again today. APS today. We have, as Patrick mentioned, 1,000 members, most of them located here within the United States. They gather twice a year in April and in November, so we are gearing up for the November meeting now, as well as hosting usually 2 to 3 conferences a year, and dozens of, like this one, and dozens of special events and lectures. I do want to give a shout out, as was done yesterday, to the APS Press in the back. Wave, APS Press. APS Press is looking always for publishing possibilities, so if this is something you're interested in learning more about, please do let us know. Our books are published in partnership with the University of Pennsylvania Press, and so are carried in their catalog website and other distribution mechanisms. And then, of course, the APS is known for its research. Over 300 grants are given annually, including to many of you who are here in this room. Because Patrick's not here and I am, I get to spend a tiny bit more time on the library. So there are 14 million pages of manuscripts, over 325,000 books, the papers of 7 Nobel laureates, and an 8th one promised. And then an increasing number of digital and born digital objects, which is one of the future trends of archiving. And it's something that we are dealing with on a regular basis. Some portions of those archives are to my right and to my left, and so I encourage you during the breaks and during lunch to take a look. Among these are, on my right, your left, examples from our Center for Native American and Indigenous Research, including the work of linguist Mary Haas with the Tunica indigenous population, bat research, so appropriate for October, by Ivan Sanderson, and to my right, your left, is Baruch Blumberg, who of course helped to found the Lewis and Clark Fund and is best known for his work on hepatitis B, field notes from Luna Leopold on streams and rivers in Hawaii, and Barbara McClintock, Nobel Prize-winning geneticist. So I hope that you will have an opportunity to look at these documents at some point throughout the day. And if you yourself long to be in a vitrine, donate your papers to the American Philosophical Society, and you yourself might find your work, not you, these are small vitrines, you will not fit in these vitrines, but pieces of your work will fit in these vitrines, and you can be immortalized in plexiglass and in our research collections. Something to aspire to, something to aspire to. We do also have 4 centers, scholarly centers, that help to shape our work here at the APS. Those are our 3 major collecting areas: Native American and Indigenous research, early American history, and the history of science, which, since she's in the room, I will go ahead and say is the largest portion of our collection and the most heavily used. And it is, of course, the basis for the APS's founding. We also have the Center for Digital Scholarship, which supports all of our centers and creates an incredible array of online digital tools, including, for example, Mary Haas's work with the Tunica, which is now available in a fully online capacity, and a wonderful digital exhibit about Baruch Blumberg. So the 3 more things, and then I will turn the microphone over. The first is, we very much want, it has nothing to do with the slide. The first is, we very much want the work in this conference, like all of our conferences, to live on. And so in addition to being the director of the Library and Museum, I'm also the general editor of one of our 2 peer-reviewed scholarly journals that we publish at the APS. The journal is called Transactions. So within a week or 2 of this conference, you will receive an email from me, Michelle McDonald, not spam, asking if you would be interested in contributing your work to a special issue, or 2, if there's enough demand, issue of Transactions. We publish quarterly. This issue would be targeted for probably mid to late 2027. So please do keep your eye on your email. We very much like to see iterations of this kind of work, which is wonderful in this 1.5 days, reach a broader audience whenever we can. We are also trying very much to get your thoughts and your ideas about your research in what we are calling lightning talks. How many of you have seen the lightning talk display? Look, your hands are like this because you don't want to admit it. How many of you have done a lightning talk? Raise your hands high. Look around at your peers. Exert peer pressure. Okay. We're doing this partly because this will be an activity that we're featuring next month at our semi-annual meeting, and so we're trying to get the hang of it. So we would very much appreciate your participation if you're willing to do so. Let me lay it out for you. There's a wheel, and you spin the wheel. It's kind of like APS's version of, what is that game? The Wheel of Fortune, except there's no cars and $1,000 prizes involved. Don't get your hopes up. Instead, you get to answer questions like, what does your research mean to you? And what do you think is the future of useful knowledge? And if you have no idea about either of those things, what is the best book you've read this year? Or you can make up a question of your own. We're really just practicing. So don't feel any pressure. This is all for fun, but your appreciation would be appreciated. And then finally, and related to this slide, the other activity that I would very much encourage you to take a look at is our museum. So our museum is located in Philosophical Hall. For those of you who joined us last night for dinner, it was immediately below your feet. It is free, it is open all day, so see the vitrines, see the museum, and learn more about what we are doing here at the APS. And then finally, Linda Musumeci asked if I would give you directions to the restrooms, because we didn't do that yesterday. Now, I apologize if you've been waiting since then. But given that you're fieldwork scientists, I'm assuming you're intrepid people and you may have already located them, but just in case, the men's restroom is located in the dungeon in the basement here of Franklin Hall. And the women's restroom is conveniently located just right outside this door. And the Wi-Fi is available on the back of the door and in your program. So with all of those logistical arrangements, welcome to day 2. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to Linda Musumeci to introduce some of our grant recipients.
Thank you, Michelle. And I feel so much better that everyone knows where the restroom is, because all of us forgot to tell you yesterday. I won't repeat what I said yesterday about the program, but as you know, we're celebrating the 20th anniversary. Well, you may not know, but this one gentleman may not know, but we're celebrating the 20th anniversary, and it's very exciting to move from the 4% funding ability we had initially to now we're up to about 23%. So it's quite a move forward, and it's been sort of slow and steady progress, and I just want to repeat or assert that we'll continue raising money for this program and adding to it as best we can, and I'll get to that in a second. And I want to reaffirm our commitment to the program, to all our programs, but to this one in particular. As academia changes, as the world changes, I think there's a particular need even going forward, and we're committed to it. So I want to thank everyone for coming. Also want to say that now that everyone is here stuck in a confined space, I can really go around and meet the people that I've been corresponding with for so many years, because you can't escape. So anyone I'd like to continue to, please come and talk to me. I really want to continue to meet all of you. She's not here, but I want to give credit to Joyce Marcus, who is a longtime chair of the Lewis and Clark Fund Committee. She brought us a lot of our reviewers, and she's very well connected to a lot of people in this room. So I just want to recognize the work she's done on this committee. I would invite everyone to provide, if you can, some feedback on the program, some suggestions for what you'd like to see going forward. I have ideas, but you're there, you know, you're in universities, you're in the field, so I'd like to have your feedback if you would share. There will be a survey after this conference. You could do it there. You could tell me if you have something on your mind. If you think of something on the plane, just everyone knows my email address. You can send me an email. Michelle brought out the invitation to meet with Allison in the back, and just wing it, you know, if you don't want to answer any of those particular questions. Really do we encourage you to just share your thoughts. I love reading the reports that everyone sends in, but just hearing in your words and seeing, you know, the enthusiasm as you present the information, it's an altogether different experience. And that actually lets me transition to inviting 2 more of our grantees to come up and speak on what these grants have meant to them and what their field research has meant. And so our first grantee is Cristina Torres, and she specializes in Spanish and linguistics at the University of Houston downtown, and she's in the Department of History, Humanities, and Languages, and she received a grant just this year. Here's Cristina.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to stand before you today. I want to express my gratitude to the American Philosophical Society for this opportunity. Your support has not only made my field study possible, but it has allowed me to grow both personally and professionally. Your commitment to advancing knowledge and supporting scholars is what keeps the spirit of discovery alive. Through this grant, I had the opportunity to conduct a sociolinguistic study in Cancun, Mexico, highlighting on the interaction between the Maya language and Spanish. My project explored how the 2 languages influence one another in daily communication, both oral and written. This experience allowed me to work directly with the speakers, document linguistic patterns, and better understand how language preserves identity and history. I visited the 3 states that make up the Yucatan Peninsula, that is Quintana Roo, Campeche, and Yucatan. I also had the opportunity to visit several archaeological sites along the Mayan Trail on the peninsula, taking pictures, videos, and conducting interviews and questionnaires. I came back to the United States so happy and grateful with the collected data that I will use I'm planning to write a book and to produce a documentary on the Mayan language and culture. Beyond the academic outcomes, journey deeply impacted me in a personal level. Why? Because it made me feel more empathy, respect, gratitude, and the desire to support other people as I have been supported. Once again, I want to thank the American Philosophical Society and its donors for believing in us. Your support helps advance research to build bridges between languages, cultures, and community. I'm very grateful. Thank you so much.
And our next grantee is Devani Jolman, and she's a PhD candidate in ecological sciences at Old Dominion, and she's studying plant evolution, and she's a 2023 Lewis and Clark recipient.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say it's been wonderful hearing from all of you and interacting with all of you in this multidisciplinary space. When I started as an undergrad, I entered as a pre-med student. But one of my professors recruited me to join his long-term project conducting floristic surveys of Southwest Michigan. And I remember standing one day in the mud of a bog that was newly discovered, and I had never felt so at peace with myself and connected to the system around me. And that experience with fieldwork was transformative for me. And now I find myself a 5th-year ecological sciences PhD candidate many years later. My research seeks to understand the ecological consequences of natural plant hybridization, and I do that by investigating wild hybridizing populations of blueberries across the eastern coast of Virginia. And if you've ever worked with hybrids, you know that finding and establishing a study system in the wild is very difficult and requires a lot of time in the field trying to locate them. And so I received the Lewis and Clark grant in my first few years, and it allowed me to spend 2 months searching, driving across Virginia, trying to find these plants with a few context clues. And it was integral to my entire dissertation. With the Lewis and Clark grant, I was able to find 9 sites, over 402 individuals, from which I collected 29 plant traits, leaf material for genetic work, and established a pollinator monitoring project. Every single chapter of my dissertation was relied on this grant. And I also, so it was foundational for my research, but through this grant, I was able to recruit over 10 undergraduate students to work with me. And so while the Lewis and Clark grant is foundational for great novel research, it is also foundational for the progression of science through the recruitment of students. Fieldwork was transformative for me, and I was able to extend that to many students who are now continuing on into plant science. And so I want to thank the American Philosophical Society and the Lewis and Clark grant for the opportunity not only for me to conduct research, but also to open the doors for many students to be able to experience the same level of excitement and connection with the natural world that I received when I was at that age. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina and Devani. And with that, we're going to start our first panel. And so I'm going to turn proceedings over to wonderful APS member and former Wenner Gren head, Leslie Aiello.
Thank you very much, Linda. And I want to start off by extending more thanks to Linda and APS for organizing this meeting, and also wish happy birthday to the Lewis and Clark Foundation, because as we've heard, it's been so important to so many people's academic career and development, and long may it last. Okay, the topic for this morning is models for collection and preservation. And when I first saw the program, I was wondering, well, why, when we're emphasizing the practicalities of field work and all of this, are we going to talk about collections and preservation? And then the light bulb went on, because we're all collecting data. And as we talked about a little bit yesterday afternoon, it's our responsibility to safely and ethically collect these data, preserve the data, and also make those data available for future research and for public engagement. And it's actually up to us to do it, recognize what the problems are, and move forward with some solutions to some of these problems. Now, when I was thinking about this, I realized that I did my first field work 60 years ago. It's actually scary. I was an undergraduate student in 1963. And from that time, I've seen quite a development and evolution of the approach of the field to field work and data collection. And when I was a graduate student, nobody talked about it. Nobody talked about the ethics. Nobody talked about the difficulties of doing field work. We were all more or less dumped into the field. And I think the first realization that I had was when I was a PhD student in London. And I was working at the Natural History Museum there. And the human skeletons I was working with, some of them had cut marks on them, meaning that they were bodies that had been defleshed for collection. And this sort of began to light the bulb of ethics in my mind. But again, no one was talking about it. And it was before a lot of the interest and move for repatriation was considered. Now, as my career went on, there were a few other milestones that really, for my own development, were sort of the guidance as we move forward to where we are today with handling our data and preserving the data. And I think the first thing also is when I became head of the anthropology department in London in the 1990s. And it was at a time where some primatologists had been kidnapped in Uganda. And there was an issue, particularly in our own department, where one of our social anthropologists sent a female student into a war zone without any consideration of what the safety concerns were. At that point, there was no review of projects. It was a personal development of research between an individual and their student. And as head of a department, this really scared me. And I set up a system of review for our PhD students that would involve a broader group than just the single PhD supervisor, and also instituted risk assessment. There was a lot of pushback against this because there was a feeling I was interfering between the special relationship between the advisor and the student and all. But it was a safety issue. And as my career moved on, I became head of the graduate school in London. And at that point, there was no IRB system for any social science research. And this, all the red lights and bells, went on. The only way that you could get IRB in the UK at that time was through the National Health Service, and it was all clinical research. Now, we set up a IRB for social sciences. There was tremendous pushback from the 72 departments at the university. Again, we were meddling in research. But what saved the day on that was some very high-profile problems with social science research at the time. And the research councils, the equivalent of the National Science Foundation and the National Institutes of Health, slapped a ethics question on their grant application. And I suddenly became everyone's best friend. And what I'm happy to say is that system became a model for IRB boards for the social science in the UK, and it's going strong now. But the reason I'm mentioning these things is all of this has happened in a relatively short amount of time in my career as seeing things develop. And so some of us as researchers think it's meddling and it's too much work and all. But if you think of the advantage of this, not only to ourselves as researchers, but also to our research participants and the field in general, it's tremendously important to give thought to these things. And when I took over Wenner Gran, and for those of you that don't know, Wenner Gran is one of the main funders for anthropological research. And I would give out about $6 to $7 million a year to the field. So I saw a lot of applications. And what was interesting during my over decade in running Wenner Gran was seeing the transition to engaged research and the necessity of providing funds for involving collaborative research, involving the research participants, and also engaging with them for the to bring back the results of the research. And we had a engaged anthropology grant that actually gave funds for our grantees to go back into the field to share the results of their research. And this now is morphed into a big program that supports collaborative research that is developed and carried out in conjunction with the local communities. Now, my last step in all of this is a current involvement I have with the National Museum of Natural History. And it's really been a golden opportunity to see the problems of running museums, maintaining collections, making them available, and just keeping everything afloat. Now, what we're going to do is cover all these areas in the next 3 talks. And we're going to start with museums. And our first speaker is David Scully, who's the Frank Osler Professor of Ecology at Yale, and also director of the Peabody Museum. And in real life, he researches amphibians and the relationship to climate change. But David's going to talk about the future of natural history collections. And he's done the paper in conjunction with Kurt Johnson, who's the Sant director of the National Museum of Natural History, the Smithsonian Museum. And David's going to be followed by Alex Baker, who's an anthropological archaeologist and past president of the American Anthropological Association and director of the Arkansas Archaeological Survey. And he's going to talk about useful knowledge and its perils, open data, sovereignty, and the problem of cui bono. Now, he's going to focus a lot on the relationship with Native Americans and I think it's basically who has control and who has the sovereignty over the data. And our last presenter is going to be Ted Schur, who's professor in the Department of Anthropology and head of the Laboratory of Molecular Anthropology at Penn. And he's going to talk from a personal point of view on the challenges of managing samples, data obtained through field work, perspectives from biological anthropology, and particularly from anthropological genetics. So we'll turn it over to David.
Thank you, Leslie, for that great introduction and setup. And thank you to Linda and everyone at APS for setting up what has been a wonderful meeting, and looking forward to what goes on today. One of the parts of Leslie's setup was mentioning my co-author for this talk. So that's Kirk Johnson getting some accolades there for an award he got. I think he deserves some accolades right now for overseeing a Smithsonian museum where the last 9 months have been pretty special. And now, having to deal with a shutdown, although Leslie, who sits on the board, says that he's enjoying the quiet, evidently, at a museum that...
It's all relative.
It is relative. I mean, they get 6 million visitors a year, so it doesn't take much to be quieter than that. But this talk that I'll give is the distillation of many conversations that Kirk and I have had over the last decade or so while I've been the director of Yale's Peabody Museum. Kirk actually sits in this circle of board membership. He's on the Peabody's board. He's a Yale alum. What I'm going to do is talk about the future of natural history collections at a moment where, as another person I have to say thanks to is Scott for setting up some of the challenges that museums and collections have been facing. And does this work? So should I just say next slide? Great. So I'm going to do this in 3 parts. I'm going to talk very quickly, because I'm ticking down here, why do we have natural history collections? And I'm going to give you the view from where I sit. What do collections in decline, what does that mean? And the sharp-eyed among you will recognize that one of the slides that I'm going to show is exactly the same as one of the ones Scott showed yesterday. And I'm going to talk about one take on some ways that collections can have a vibrant future. And on the screen here is one of my doctoral students, Julia Portman. You know, the word that I'm using today is collections, but collections happen because of collecting, and collecting is fieldwork. And to have vibrant museums, to have vibrant collections, you just heard here at APS a pitch for building collections. Collections that don't build die. Their vibrancy, their integrity comes from active curation, active use. They were created by people who wanted something out of them. They will be maintained by people who are getting something out of them. Okay, so I did all of this thinking about the talk that I'm going to give today in the aftermath of having spent about 10 years thinking about the future of one particular museum, Yale's Peabody Museum, and planning and then carrying out a renovation and expansion of a natural history museum in an era when that is not necessarily the norm. So what you see on the left is from a BIM. Some of you will know a BIM is a building information model. That's how architects work these days with big complicated projects. And that's a rendering. You know, you could put on one of those headsets and march around inside this virtual building. And then the picture on the right is actually from a couple of years ago when we were in the middle of building this museum. And in between there and before even that image was created, we did a lot of thinking about what should a museum look like in the future? What does that mean? What are we trying to accomplish? So back to the question of why do we have natural history museums? I'm going to give you the answer from my institution at Yale University, and we can go back to a very specific moment in our institution's history. So the fellow in the painting on the left is James Dwight Dana. Among other things, he was called America's Darwin. He was the naturalist on the U.S. exploring expedition that was inspired by the Beagle voyage. And he was also the second scientist on the faculty of Yale University. The first was Benjamin Silliman, and Dana was his protege. He has something that, as a scientist, I would say all of us, or at least I would love, and that is that one of his publications, you know, whatever, 130 years after he died, is still in print. His system of mineral taxonomy is used all over the world. He was a brilliant scholar, worked on all kinds of things, and in the 1850s, when natural philosophers were starting to call themselves scientists, he gave a talk at graduation in 1856 on the future of Yale, what was then Yale College, describing a future where Yale would become a university. And to do that, Yale was going to have to embrace the sciences. And to do that, it was going to have to create a museum. That was integral. A museum is a Victorian startup. It was a way to embed science and technology into what was a pretty fusty institution. I have Yale's catalog is, even though it's digital now, is called the Blue Book. And I have a Blue Book from even before they were blue, from 1844. And if you take a look at that, what was said about Yale of that time in the middle 1800s is that you could have dropped a Roman centurion into the classroom, and not only would they have understood the material, they would have understood the language it was being spoken in. And it wasn't for, except for efforts from Silliman and Dana, that the modernization of the curriculum started. And they started almost immediately after this talk awarding North America's first PhD degrees, establishing a graduate school, and eventually becoming a university, and very quickly after this, establishing a museum. So I've heard this word discovery a couple times, even this morning and yesterday, and I use it advisedly. I know this is a word that carries a lot of weight and freight, but what collections are substrate for learning. and this other word, discovery. In other words, the way that I'm using it here is we learn things about the world that we didn't know because collections exist. We've heard people talk about this already. Scott did a great job last night of giving some examples. And so on the upper left here, we have some osprey eggs. These eggs from the species that were collected over a long period of time. These, I think, are from 1913. Were used to document the changes in eggshell thickness that led us to conclude that DDT was having these terrible effects on birds. The quagga up on the right is an example of a species that was used to develop the technologies around ancient DNA. And those specimens, of course, came out of museums. And the middle and the bottom here is Yasmina Viman. Yasmina got her PhD at Yale in 2021, working with the collections. She was responsible for research that helped us understand that dinosaurs had colored eggs. In general, she is developing, and I think she would hate me using this word, but sort of paleobiochemistry. She's figuring out how ancient organisms worked and developing the technology and the means to interpret the results from different technologies that allow us to say, for instance, in some of her more recent work, that many lineages of dinosaurs were warm-blooded. And that was one of the biggest open questions in paleontology. So brilliant stuff that all was based on collections and museums like the Peabodys. This is the figure that you've seen before, so you should all have this memorized by now. So great stuff, right? So what's up? Why am I saying museums and collections are in decline? And it's because they are. You know, Kirk, more than probably anybody in the country, and I think we have a curator here from the American Museum, they get phone calls, emails, texts all the time saying, we're going to get rid of our collection, you know, we need your help. The number of museums is going down. In general, the number of curators is going down. The amount of collecting activity is going down. Some of that is because the fields that developed these Victorian startups, like taxonomy, are not what they once were. There are fewer people pursuing that, there's less training, and there's a lot of hand-wringing about that. But what hasn't happened, and what I'll say more about, is we haven't picked up new fields that may be quite interested in using collections at a rate that I think we need to. The other thing that's gone on that we've heard about is, you know, collecting has a really fraught history. And part of the legacy of that is that people aren't as interested in necessarily having people come and collect. One of the people that showed up on the list of researchers for the Fieldwork Symposium that's got listed is Michael Donahue. I had dinner with Michael last week, and after working in the highlands around Oaxaca for 50 years, he got cut off. Not because of anything he did, but because some ag researchers went in there and grabbed some tissue from some corn plants, and they're trying to develop technology to improve corn cultivation, and they didn't do what they were supposed to, and so that kind of activity has a blanket effect. And this article and many others are being written not by Americans doing what we heard called helicopter science, but by people who in country are not able to do biodiversity-related research in their own countries. And that's because when the Nagoya Protocol was set up, each country could develop their own procedures for permitting, and it hasn't gone beautifully. And there's less biodiversity research going on. There's also not a lot of access and benefit sharing going on. So we're stuck in a weird place, and it varies greatly by countries. I'm not saying there aren't good examples, but this is something that needs attention. In the middle of all this, we had Duke do what I call a sidewalk announcement, and that's when somebody says, we're getting rid of our collection. They haven't talked to anybody, and then our phones start ringing off the hook. Dave, what are you going to do about what Duke just announced? It's not my fault. What are the people at Duke thinking? The year before they announced they were getting rid of their herbarium, they declared themselves the climate university. They're sitting on one of the greatest resources to understand climate change, and they're putting it on the sidewalk. It's been a mess. Sorry if there's any Duke alums. So what does the future look like? The future needs to be different, and that thing is flashing. I got to stop. But we have ways of moving forward that are going to involve reaching out to folks who maybe don't see themselves traditionally in a museum sense. There's a couple of examples here. One of them is from the Peabody. We have a 15 or 20-year effort to document Shifaka in southwest Madagascar that Allison Richards started. That's a virtual collection. It's all digital. Lower right, the Australian Museum came up with an app called Frog ID. And they've had over 1 million submissions in a country that has a tenth the population of the United States. It's changing what we know about frogs. I'm a frog guy. And it's also changing how much people care about frogs because they're hearing about it more. So we need more of that. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, our next speaker is Alex Baker on useful knowledge.
Good morning. I'd like to begin with a general premise. Fieldwork always generates collections. Sometimes those collections are objects, artifacts, or specimens. Sometimes they're vouchers. Sometimes they're data or measurements. But all are collections whose use life continues long after fieldwork ends. Who owns those collections, and more importantly, the data those collections represent or that may be abstracted from them, is an increasingly complicated issue. Permission to collect or title to objects doesn't necessarily convey rights to future use or to the economic benefits gained from their study. Who benefits, cui bono, is a growing issue where useful knowledge is concerned, especially in the context of indigenous or descendant community rights. See if I can make this work. There we go. In an ideal world, all would benefit, and the rising tide of knowledge would float all boats. The FAIR principles arising from a 2014 conference in Leiden are constructed on this logic. They call for all data to be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Taken at face value, such principles seem inherently, well, fair. The results of scholarly inquiry should be findable and accessible, and in a digital world increasingly dependent on linked open data, accessibility absent interoperability is neither efficient nor adequate. And the reason for all three of the prior principles is to make data reusable, or phrased differently, to perpetuate its usefulness. The simplicity of these kinds of deontological principles is alluring. But in some instances, findable and accessible data are problematic. The CARE principles were developed to address the tension between benefits of such fair sharing of knowledge, on the one hand, and on the other hand, concerns within indigenous communities for both protecting indigenous rights and traditional knowledge and limited opportunities for benefit sharing. The CARE principles call for collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics, and are designed to temper the FAIR principles with respect for indigenous rights and self-determination. Several initiatives seek to combine FAIR and CARE concerns to ensure that sovereignty is respected and indigenous communities benefit from work involving them or informed by traditional knowledge and practice. But that's easier said than done. One challenge is overcoming what we might call the surjective fallacy, namely that there's a one-to-one relationship between data sets and communities with rights to or over those data. Sometimes a single group does have dispositive rights over a data set, but the closer one looks, the rarer that proves. That surjective fallacy has a subjective correlate. Because that assumption is fallacious, researchers understandably end up making subjective decisions about how best to proceed. In the best case, they make a good faith decision regarding whose sovereignty should be given priority and most weight in this particular instance. In the worst case, they use that difficulty in assessing the relative merits of such claims as an excuse for respecting none. This was the concern Native groups expressed about the original NAGPRA regulations. Second, and perhaps third, are presentist fallacies of at least two kinds. One is that the present is an adequate representation of the past, ignoring histories of dispossession, displacement, and past population dynamics. The trickier presentist fallacy is that the present is an adequate representation of the future. Collections and even more of their associated data perdure, and their significance changes and ideally grows over time. Permissions given or rights granted are subject to change, and because intellectual property rights are tied to data about collections rather than the objects alone, having the right to collect samples doesn't confer rights to their use or benefit, or the future benefit extracted from samples or collections. Such rules are well established, albeit not always followed, in biomedical research, which is less subject to this surjective fallacy, but they're less frequently discussed for the field sciences, excuse me, where reuse of collections is expected and generally desirable. Consider an example. This bag was recovered in 1932 from an Arkansas rock shelter and is roughly 2,000 years old. It contains chenopod seeds representing fully domesticated cultivars combining naturally selected adaptations to the American mid-continent and human-selected traits increasing economic value, such as an increased volume of the endosperm. And as a result, such seeds have enormous commercial and agroeconomic potential. But who owns the rights? And who should benefit in the event of commercialization? Based on geography, we'd likely affiliate the bag with the Osage Nation, and I have no doubt that communities ancestral to the Osage participated in the domestication of Eastern agricultural complex crops. But Osage tradition and archaeological evidence alike place Osage arrival 1,000 or more years after this bag was deposited. Matters become still more complex if we consider the extent of sites with similar evidence for the same domesticates. Domestication took place over thousands of years and across much of the American mid-continent and was not necessarily associated with any one group. So who should benefit? None of the three commonly employed responses seem to meaningfully accord with care and fair principles while also offering meaningful respect for indigenous data sovereignty. Given the complexity of identifying a single group, one might decide all such groups should have equal rights of consent. Essentially, any one group could then veto the decision of the remainder. Alternatively, on the basis of high aseity, one could affiliate each individual example with a given community and assert that they should solely benefit and should have dispositive rights. Beyond the practical effect of allowing one group to solely benefit from collective knowledge, this logic would allow a commercial applicant to set up a variant of the prisoner's dilemma, where whichever group offered the most advantageous deal could disenfranchise the remainder unless all refused to break ranks. Or one might throw up one's hands, deciding absent a simple method for recognizing rights, none should be assigned. I phrased this problem in terms of archaeology, but these are questions of growing concern across all field sciences. Last year, the World Intellectual Property Organization adopted a treaty on intellectual property, genetic resources, and associated traditional knowledge, which affirms that anyone seeking to patent genetic information reflecting traditional indigenous knowledge must acknowledge its source. On its face, a win for indigenous communities. But if the applicant doesn't know or can't establish the source, they can simply make a declaration to that effect. It isn't meaningful to assert that an indigenous community should hold all rights to all data, not only on grounds of practicality, but because that necessarily impinges on the rights of other indigenous communities. Multiple groups can simultaneously hold dispositive rights over the same data. But attempts to allocate those rights in advance require categories and definitions that privilege one set of constructs over another and assign greater functional sovereignty to some groups at the expense of others. It's not simply a matter of multiple claimants, but of disparate frameworks for assessing those claims, and of multiple understandings or constructs regarding what kinds of data are subject to claim or control. We also need to think of rights and collections in more dynamic terms, as having not just a past, but a future. Issues of rights and permissions are often and necessarily negotiated at the outset of a project, but once recovered, collections and data persist and are ideally reused. This is where principles derived from biomedical ethics serve us poorly, both because of the surjective fallacy, which again is less of a fallacy in biomedical contexts, and the presumption that the reuse of samples and data is the exception rather than the rule. How does community-engaged fieldwork maintain engagement once fieldwork ends? Here I'd like to explore one mechanism for addressing those challenges without inadvertently or perhaps intentionally placing the researcher in the position of arbiter. Local contexts, notices, and labels, a set of conventions developed for indigenous data sovereignty. Notices are standardized icons stating an individual or institution's willingness to engage with indigenous communities. Their core semantic content is set and standardized, and they can be applied by any institution or researcher subscribing to local contexts user agreement, here by my home institution. These are the notices. And that's the text for one of them. Labels, by contrast, are developed by and for indigenous communities. How much or how little to disclose is up to the community, and they can also use labels to identify handling or other protocols to be observed. Traditional knowledge labels relate to attribution and provenance, cultural protocols, and permissions. Biocultural labels extend the same assertion of rights and intellectual property claims to biological and genomic data. Labels may be customized to meet the needs and constructs of a given community instead of assuming that one framework works for all indigenous groups. They have three other important advantages. One is that they offer a more nuanced and granular set of protocols for access. They also allow indigenous groups to clearly articulate their claims to data or intellectual property in a highly visible and recognizable manner. In circumstances like those envisioned in the WIPO Treaty, applicants would know immediately which communities asserted what kinds of rights. Of equal importance, the notice and label arrangement resolves or at least obviates the surjective fallacy. If more than one group can make claims or has associated knowledge, more than one label may be associated, and those labels can be updated over time. Labels are hardly a panacea, and three shortcomings must be acknowledged. First, they're not intended to apply or to be used for non-indigenous groups. From an institutional standpoint, and to simplify fair application, it might be preferable to have common indicators denoting traditional knowledge and data rights associated with descendant communities of all kinds, instead of limiting the scope of the notice to indigenous claims exclusively. Second, in a time when many indigenous communities are overstretched and facing myriad demands on their time and resources, development and application of label content may be potentially beneficial, but practically burdensome, particularly in the short term. And finally, labels don't intrinsically enforce or enact whatever controls or restrictions an indigenous community may apply, although they may have significant evidentiary value should enforcement be needed. Use of notices and labels does not directly solve the challenges of competing claims or contested control, but adopting conventions that allow indigenous groups to tag data with their claims and access protocols, especially in a manner that acknowledges multiple claims or constructs without choosing among them, offers greater potential for equity. It also prevents field scientists from playing the role of arbiter of competing claims and choosing among sovereignties, or worse, playing the learned fool, and thereby allowing useful knowledge to become abuseful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. And our last speaker, Ted Shore.
I'm delighted to be here to be able to contribute to this conversation on field work. It's been very stimulating for me to think about it from a multidisciplinary point of view. I'm going to offer some perspectives on this from the standpoint of biological anthropology, emphasizing genetics, anthropological genetics, but trying to draw other areas of biological anthropology into the conversation as well. So my talk is going to follow this outline you see here. I'm going to give you some images from field work we've conducted in the past and the work that's ongoing. That provides the context for doing the sampling, for doing genetic research or biological anthropology research. And so I'll talk about the types of samples and the data we get from them and the various constraints and issues that arise from that. I'll then mention at least something in passing about the new field-friendly methods, which are allowing us to do more of the work in the lab in the field, and then turn to one example of work we're doing with community-engaged work with communities in Charleston for the Ancestry to African Burial Ground project, and then I'll offer some concluding thoughts. So with regard to fieldwork, I first want to acknowledge all the communities that have been involved in our research over a number of decades. Without their involvement in this work, their support, their interest, none of the work that we've done and published would be possible. And what I'd like to do in the following slides is in various ways talk about places we've worked, people we've worked with, and some of the issues that have arisen in the process of doing the work, which have informed how we talk about the genetic information that we gather, the context, the interpretive framework that we use. So the first photograph here are a mother and daughter. Ka'u is the mother in the red dress, and the daughter, Nina Nilva, was a nurse who worked with us when we were doing research in Kamchatka on the history of Koryak and Itilman populations. And very supportive community, and I also, in this case, I want to also mention the fact that that Ka'u is actually a Nimilan Koryak speaker, which is a growing indigenous language. And part of the reason why it's diminishing is partly because of Russification and the way in which the communities have been treated since the 17th century colonization, and these legacy effects you see in all sorts of ways in modern day communities. We've also worked with elders in the Seekonk Wampanoag tribe in Massachusetts. This is Three Bears, a very friendly man who gave us lots of insights into the tribal history. And they were interested in actually in exploring this using genetics as a means of reconstructing their tribal history. We also have done a fair amount of work in other parts of Siberia, including the Altai-Sion region. My colleague is Ludmila Osipa is on the far left. We work with Kumadan groups who are part of a number of Turkic groups that are connected deeper time to ancestors of Native Americans, which is why we and they were interested in working together. Sadly, both the matriarch of this community and also in red dress and Ludmila Osipa have passed away, as have other colleagues in Russia that we've worked with over the years, and also the other elders you've seen in the past. So this is just a reminder of the loss of knowledge that comes with people with this knowledge dying, and including people doing field work for a number of decades. Part of the way we're trying to deal with this is to collect field information on the histories of communities where we work, as we are here in Mongolia, Georgia, with my colleague David Chadanava. At the same time, we're also gathering genealogical information from the communities we work with, individuals, both to help interpret the genetic information, but also to learn about their own histories. In the case here with Sharina Lasvili is talking to two Armenian women who live in the community and whose families actually moved into Georgia after the Armenian genocide in Turkey. We've worked in a variety of places in the Caribbean as well, in this case in St. Vincent Island, and here with Garifuna communities who are very deeply interested in their indigenous past. This work is done collaboratively with Jada Bentor, as you see pictured on the left. A major issue for these communities is actually getting recognition as being indigenous communities or descendant communities, and seeking reparations for the British government for their dissolution of the Garifuna communities and dispersal of many across the Caribbean area once the defeated Garifuna forces in the 18th century. We also have done a lot of work in Turkey and then this area of West Asia. Here, Timur Gulikin is taking consent from these Turkish men at the tea house. And I wanted to point out here that one of the things that was about this project, which had some constraints or had us to refigure our projects, was that all samples had to remain in the country, all work had to be done in the country, nothing could be removed because of the permissions restrictions that were in place. Also, I want to mention that all these projects took 2 or 3 years in terms of consultation to actually get going and be able to undertake. We're also fortunate in doing this field work to be able to see various expressions of cultural celebration and a reclaiming of identities for various communities. Here we have a Nuvialu dancers at the Circumpolar Games of 2010 up in Nunavik in Northwest Territories. Fantastic dancing. We've also were working with, through the Baikal Archaeological Project, working in Hokkaido, Japan, doing comparative work for Neolithic communities. Here at this site in Funadamari, being blessed by priests from the Ainu communities who are reclaiming this territory as their traditional lands and trying to exert this vis-a-vis the Japanese government to have more control over this territory. And then finally, for an example from field work, we worked with Bermudians on the St. David's Islands. The islands weren't settled until the early 17th century, but these communities traced their roots in part to the remnants of Wampanoag tribes who were defeated in the St. David's War, or King Philip's War, thank you, and then sent to Bermuda. And so on a biennial basis, they have a celebration with tribes from the Northeast to come down and celebrate their heritage together. So again, all this forms the background for the genetic research that we want to do. And we use a variety of samples for this, especially for genetics, including blood samples, buccal swabs, spit samples, and then of course other work that may involve biological anthropology includes breast milk, urine, feces, hair, and also blood spots. And so each of these types of samples require certain kind of handling and considerations. I'm sure many of you know this already. But, you know, what is the extent of invasiveness? And in this case, there is a decreasing use of venipuncture for field-based studies. What kind of materials and methods do you need to use? Well, each of these samples requires different kinds of acquisition materials. Different cryogenic needs. How do they have to? Do you have to keep them cold? And how do you do this, taking things into the field? How long will things preserve at room temperature in other places, especially in more remote areas where you may not be able to get a helicopter for 2 weeks? Their downstream analyses are multitudinous. You know, you can sequence, you can do immunoassays, microbiome work from the feces samples, and then different kinds of data that are generated in the process that then require you to handle them in different ways and analyze the data in different places. And especially if you want to do multi-method kinds of analysis, then integrating all this work can be pretty complicated. On top of this, it's now possible to get data from ancient DNA sources of various kinds, especially tooth and bones from humans, but also from coprolites and residues of various kinds from some other materials that give you insights into the history of the diet of various persons. And a constraint here, of course, is you have to work in an ancient DNA lab to carry all this work out. All the process of doing the prep work to be able to do any kind of sequencing has to take place in specialized places, which aren't that numerous in some respects. Also, some of our work indicates, there's a lot of emphasis on using similar clean suit type of approaches in the field to remove materials for analysis. In a way you see here, my colleague Raquel Flescus is working on some of our research samples from the Chesapeake. What makes all this work possible is the fact that new technology allow you to generate huge amounts of data, which has already been referred to here in talks before. This is a challenge. I mean, it's great that you can have it, but then there's a matter of analyzing all of this information. Which gets to the point of data management, and where you are doing all the analysis of the samples you've taken in the field, you have all the bioinformatics work to make sense of all this, and then there are various ways you can actually begin interpreting this in different kinds of ways for different questions you're answering or trying to address. This references biomedical research, but it applies equally to biological anthropology research. Moreover, from the same communities or based on the different projects you might do, you can potentially analyze aspects of genomic variation. You can look at transcriptomics, which tell you something about how genes are expressed. You can look at epigenomics, which actually may reflect lived experiences and social cultural impacts on the biology of people you're working with. And if you're collecting fecal samples for microbiome work, you're trying to get insights into aspects of health and disease vis-a-vis the bacteria in our guts. Or in the case, actually, of the next slide, simple dental calculus, I'm going the wrong direction. Simple dental calculus from teeth allow you to get all sorts of details about diet and health and oral periodontal characteristics of populations that come from food particles that are trapped, the bacteria, proteins that are there, all new ways of thinking about what people did in their lives. One thing that may help some of this going forward is the fact there are newer kinds of field-friendly tools that allow us to do work in real time in the field, like these handheld sequencers. We generate thousands, millions of base pairs in a matter of a day or two, and actually be able to share that with the communities you're working with. The final thing I'd like to talk about is actually our work in Charleston with the Ancestry African Burial Ground Project. It was initiated by Ade Afunian, who you see on the left, and when the discovery of 18th century enslaved African remains were disinterred when the cultural center was expanding a wing in the middle of downtown Charleston. Through engagement with the community here, we built a project to be able to begin to analyze the remains of these individuals with community guidance and approval so that we can then carry out a project, this multifaceted project that you see outlined here. Central to all this work were the questions they were asking us and asking us to try to answer through this kind of scientific research. We shared all this research with them at each step of the way and continued to come back and get feedback and ask for permission to go forward with work beyond the initial analyses. This also led to a significant reburial of these individuals at the site where they were found, including, this is Ade Afunyan here, and then the mayor of Charleston, who was also important in helping make this work go forward. In parallel to this, we actually did DNA testing of the descendant community members who wanted to actually try to trace their connections to the ancestors and learn more about their own ancestry and connections back to Africa, many of whom have never had an opportunity to do this. So we carried out this work in a couple of phases. It's still ongoing, and each time that we get results, we report back to them all the results we have and talk to them, and all the conversations we have about the project, both from the ancient DNA side and the modern DNA side, will inform the publications that we create and we publish. So let me now conclude with a few thoughts based on all these ideas here, and in part inspired. I changed the slides a little bit after hearing everyone yesterday just to add a couple little points. But in any case, one of the things I wanted to mention here that's really crucial for preserving all the data we get from the field, photographs, videos, and so forth, even in current projects, and they accumulate extremely rapidly. And so, of course, places like this are areas where you can archive it. But we find ourselves challenged to actually handle all the materials we're getting from our field work across the world. We also now have new ways of expanded possibilities for sampling, especially with non-invasive methods. And the ancient DNA opens up a far number of vistas to actually understanding human history in a variety of different kinds of ways. These new analytical methods, of course, generate huge amounts of data, which then become challenging to actually assimilate and aggregate and make sense of what we have using newer computational tools. This integration is very important because it's this complex picture that emerges when you use this multidisciplinary approach, which really supersedes anything you can do with one method versus the other. And so we try to do this kind of work going forward, although of course it's time consuming and it requires a lot of coordination with various stakeholders who are part of the projects. And finally, I want to mention, though, that it's been alluded to in various places, the ways that the work we're doing now requires new kinds of thinking about consent and approval. Often it's long-term and requires a lot of investment and time in building relationships with communities. But community engagement is central to these projects. And I also want to emphasize that consent in this context is ongoing. It's not a singular moment. And furthermore, what happens, and there's not time to talk about this, but it is, what do we do with reconsent for samples going forward? This is yet another stage of work, especially with human samples, which is really crucial, but it requires yet another step of the consent process of time and energy to make that happen, although in the end, the work that is created from this is really quite extraordinary. So let me conclude simply by thanking you for your attention with a picture here of the Caucasian Plains in Georgia, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, we have plenty of time for questions, and what I'd like to ask you to do is when you ask a question, if you could identify yourself and where you're from. So, Scott.
Thanks very much, Scott Edwards from Harvard University. I'm curious, just from the last talk with sort of modern anthropological, biological samples, what's the typical practice today in terms of archiving them, or are they sort of destroyed once the project is done?
The microphone is on? Yes. So the process we follow in the consent process, informed consent we do with individuals is outline the use of the samples, the duration of the sample use, and what will happen to them after the fact. Ordinarily, the endpoint for all of these samples is to be destroyed, and then identifying information removed from our data sources and things of that sort. We also give ourselves the ability to go back to ask for extended consent to do other kinds of analyses which emerge out of the work we did initially, and then inform them about this and to make sure that there's approval to go forward, so there's a longer legacy of that work, of the initial analysis. And of course, they're stored in refrigerators and freezers and in secure places so that everyone knows where the work is being done. They can actually come to the lab and see the samples and things of this kind. So ultimately, though, the disposition of most samples, these biological samples, will be that they'll be destroyed and no longer available for use or sharing of any kind, which actually we also explicitly indicate that's not part of what we do. Everything we do is controlled by us, done in-house, or work in coordination with participating testing labs, which give us the information that we share with them. That's part of our arrangement to share knowledge about the work.
Thanks to the panel for a great series of talks. My question's for you, David, and I'm Jordan Karoubian from Tulane University. As a curator of a museum, I'm just curious about how you view the transition and the increasing inclusion of digital material as opposed to real specimens. That's something that you highlighted as a future direction, and it certainly seems to be going that way, but there's obviously costs and benefits and complexities involved with that, and I'm just curious if you would talk a little bit more about your thoughts on that.
Am I live? Yeah. So great question. Part of the answer is that we stole someone from Tulane. Nelson Rios is our head of informatics in the museum, and he's really helped us move much faster than we used to, having a unit that he oversees that is pushing forward on all kinds of initiatives related to access, creating new forms of digital data, purely digital collections. So, when as an ecologist, that was not a big leap for me. I'm not coming, I've been told, well, you're not really a museum person so many times by people who come from these more traditionally associated fields with natural history museums. And I guess one of the ways that I'm not is I never had any discomfort with that at all. We, even before Nelson joined us, we had a tradition like that Lemur database of embracing digital forms of data. That was really, that project with the Shifaka was where we kind of cut our teeth and figured out, what does that even mean for us to have a purely digital collection? How do we present that? We're doing lots of work with some of our anthro colleagues who work in contexts where they cannot bring material back to the United States, and so they're curators in a museum. They are never going to contribute to the material collections of the museum, and that's going to happen more and more. We have to be comfortable with that. So Jessica Thompson is an example. She works in Malawi. Malawi does not have a national museum. There's kind of a thatched roof hut where all the samples in Malawi live, and her husband happens to be a pretty handy guy, and he's built the cabinetry where her specimens are kept there. And we're working with folks in Malawi to provide the digital support for collections that will never come to the United States. That's the new normal. I mean, that's what I mean. We have to be leaning into being useful to people who are interested in collections in whatever way we can, and not be totally hidebound to older models. That is a way to end up on the sidewalk, right?
As a follow-up, what about the consideration and the advancement of digital twins for artifacts, specimens, and other things that have a lot of complexity? And the data principles have a lot to do with this as far as interoperability, reusability, exchangeability.
So digital representations of objects that are available online. Yeah, and in some cases, those digital twins are better than twins because they can show, depending on the technology that's used to image and otherwise analyze them, they can show aspects of them that aren't visible otherwise. So we have a couple of curators who are adding more terabytes than I care to think about using a micro CT scanner. So, fossil preparation today looks a lot different than it did even a few years ago. And in a lot of cases, we're leaving especially fragile material or material that's in context where there may be, the matrix may hold the story. We're leaving fossils jacketed, scanning them, and the digital twin is the representation of the fossil, unless there's some extraordinary other, use request. So that's also part of the future, I think.
And if I can follow up with that, the bag I showed you is 2,000 years old. We don't normally handle it, but micro CT scans have allowed us to see the internal structure of the bag, understand more about what's in it, and we no longer have the bag circulating and being used. If someone's got a question, we can normally get the data from the twin or from other kinds of analysis that have been done. Many bags like that were found. Most of them were cut apart so people could see what was inside, which isn't ideal.
I have a follow-on question for Alex. What's the opinion of the indigenous people in relation to digital twins? Because I've heard in some instances that they have the same ceremonial import as the real object might.
And Leslie, I think you already know what my answer is going to be. It depends on the group. There's a wide variation. As part of implementing NAGPRA, one of the things that many of the groups we work with have requested is that we provide digital twins so that they, without having to travel, especially so elders don't have to travel, can assess collections and get a better sense of things which the institution has not already identified as being NAGPRA related. Because unfortunately, the way the regulations were set up, the museum makes a first determination of what is covered under NAGPRA. And museums are not necessarily the best judge of that. But by circulating digital information about collections to groups very broadly, they can make that call. They also will then make a call over how broadly that digital information will be shared afterwards.
I don't know. Perfect. Thanks so much. Super interesting talks.
Yes, and please identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Devaney Jolman from Old Dominion University in Virginia. Working with herbarium specimens was integral in my undergraduate career, and it still is as a PhD. But I find that my training in taxonomy that I received in my undergrad is abnormal for many other graduate students. And there seems to be a downplay in that hard skill of using a dichotomous key and going out and spending that time doing taxonomy because of advances in technology using apps to quick ID in the field. How do we move forward? And I want to say using the apps makes field identification more accessible for the public. I 100% agree with that. However, how do we move forward with this wanting to embrace the use of this technology, but also encouraging this hard skill of taxonomy, and I believe that is in relation to the kind of reduction in field collections. How do we integrate both of those things as we move forward?
So great question. I'm going to build on a conversation I had last night. I think the best way to view this is if we position ourselves in museums and collections and doing field work, we're like, no, you got to do it the old school, uphill in the snow both ways. That's not going to broaden the tent. These tools are actually amazing. They're not perfect. And anybody who works on a group can tell you of instances where you get weird things out of an app that are not right. However, especially for people who are just starting out, it's a tremendous boost. You don't have to have, not everybody out there can have an expert on their shoulder, right? And this can be sort of that expert on your shoulder, and it can get people started to get to a level that maybe you're at in your PhD work. You have to get beyond what an app is going to be able to help you with. But I think that we should be leaning into it, and that's why I use the example of the Australian Museum's promotion of Frog ID. I did my postdoc in Australia in the 90s, and frogs were not on the top of lists of things that people thought they should be spending time on. And when some Americans showed up saying, "I work on frogs," I still get that, but people are like, "Really? You came all this way to look at what?" And Jody Rowley, who developed Frog ID has developed a following of tens of thousands of people all over this continent who are super into this, and there's now articles in the media all the time. And it's kind of changing the positionality of frogs in Australia, and there are going to be more people who are starting off with the app, but getting beyond it. So I tend to be optimistic about the rise of citizen/community science. That's one of the bright spots in this whole constellation of stuff that we're talking about, where, quite honestly, there's more people now who are into getting out and IDing things and being engaged than there were before these apps were around. So I don't know, I'm interested in what other people think, but I think we should embrace it and use it as a foundation for where you can go from there.
Hi, I'm Inbar Mayan, NSF postdoc at Harvard and Rutgers. I have a question about stewardship. And I think for all three of you, there's sort of ways in which you've probably interacted with keeping information or specimens. I thought what you described about keeping things in a hut in Malawi was a really cool thing. In terms of specimens that need special preservation conditions, what are your thoughts about the way that stewardship is done today and sort of what is the future of it? And with that, I mean sort of giving materials to collections that do have the facilities to preserve them, like cryogenic collections and the like, and sort of what the future of that might be as we move forward and think about more about where samples belong, but also how do we preserve them for the people who have sovereignty over them, and how do we preserve them for sort of the future of research in general?
I'll say a couple words and then turn it over to my colleagues here. But special conditions in all the meanings of that term have become really, really important in museum collections. The more we learn, we've been doing things wrong or inadequately for a long time for some kinds of specimens. And just the way material comes into a collection through a freezer and all these protocols we have for what happens as they come in, how we take care of them, light exposure, you name it. It's all changed. And, the art gallery at Yale installed cabinets that are filled up with nitrogen. And, there's all kinds of things that are out there that people are trying out. And we're learning more and more about how to do right by these things as material objects and just the kind of physics and chemistry of it all. At the same time, there are all these considerations that are coming from source communities. So folks who, whether they're interested in repatriation or not, are interested in care. And some of that can be spiritual care. And so, we have a flute that gets played, and we have, there are objects where the source communities or makers are interested in certain things that we try to accommodate. We have to really think about the sustainability of all this because it gets really complicated when you have 14 million things. If everyone has to be a special flower, you're in trouble. However, the objects that we've already taken on, we have a responsibility to them, and there's so much, as you're describing, negotiation that's so particular to different indigenous communities and other source communities that we have to honor that. And all of us in the museum world, like a huge fraction of my time is around repatriation, dealing with, interacting with source communities, figuring out the right disposition of objects. And, what's interesting that doesn't get as much attention is, I would say as often as not, the disposition is to have it remain in the collection. And then, but there's always a but after that. But we would like blah, 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 blah. We want to be able to visit it. We want to leave offerings. We want to do this. We want to do that. And that is a big part of the future. And all of this, and some folks said this yesterday, this takes a lot of time. And what you're doing is you're developing relationships that build trust. Whether you're doing field work, whether you're dealing with a collection, everything that you all were talking about, it's relationship building and trust.
I'll add just a brief couple responses to your question. In part, I've answered what happens to many of the samples we collect and we destroy them, and so they have no longer a lasting legacy. In some cases, like with the Ancestry Project, we were given a permission to use the samples. We work with them, we analyze them, but we kept all the remnants of the bones, the bone powder, the dental calculus, anything that we used that was part of the ancestors, as we call them, were then placed in the boxes with the other remains, and then into the crypt and reburied. And this was at the insistence of the community that all parts that were not used are actually repatriated with the individuals from which they came. So I think that actually is a very good way, at least in terms of the ancient DNA work, to go forward. And I think other communities are trying to emulate that sort of process.
For our collections, we have a range of different requirements we need to try to meet, and sometimes they're contradictory. So for some groups, it's very important that no light strike an object. For other groups, it's required that a light be left on in collections at all times. And fortunately, we've been able to negotiate ways to accomplish that. Sometimes the problems of technical conservation conflict with traditional care. More often than not, it turns out not only do they not conflict, but over the course of my career, we're kind of moving toward traditional care because the conservators are finding it works better. That instead of encapsulating things in plastic that doesn't breathe, it's actually better to have it in organic materials that do breathe, because the thermohygrometers are happier that way. You don't get hygroscopic materials having the same degradation. So many of the things that I had understood to be contradictions early on are proving to work pretty well. But it's always a negotiation. I remember when I was working in Milwaukee, we had one part of the collection where we had to mark all of the containers because the things in them had to be oriented in a particular direction. And they're in a container, you can't tell which way they're oriented. So you have to put them back the right way and then mark the container so that it's pointing in the direction that it needs to be. And that was a wonderful learning experience because it took us a long time to understand both what they wanted us to do, but why was more important. And once we understood that, we could come up with all kinds of ways of accommodating that need. And it helped us a great deal. And by the way, I'm not even sure it is something they would have wanted, this particular community, but we were able to record all that because it made that object far more meaningful and gave us far more information about its context and function. So we benefited enormously from that interaction.
Paul Barber, UCLA. I want to raise an issue that I think is growing, and that is essentially the issue of orphan collections. So there's a lot of collecting that historically was done by people working in museums. In the field that I entered as a graduate student, students and faculty were going out creating their own collections to do genetic studies with. And, like at this point, I have a collection of probably 40,000 samples that have been, preserved for genetic analyses. They've all been done legally, have permits for everything. But, at some point, sooner rather than later, I'm going to retire. And, this is a tremendously valuable collection, but it can't really go anywhere because, the museums don't want to take that on because, the landscape has changed a lot between when those samples were first collected and now, and, taking ownership of those, taking on the potential liability of having those, it's like no one wants to touch that. And so, given that we used to live in a world where most collections were done by people working in museums, and now I would suspect that most collections are not, like what's the ethics of going out and doing the kinds of collections that Scott was talking about yesterday, if at the end of the day, when the researcher retires, all of that's just going to be destroyed, and there actually is no long-term value in those collections. So how do we deal with this problem?
Well, I'll take a cut at it. We're not going to solve this in this room right now. We have a bunch of folks in the molecular biology realm in the medical school who are in exactly the situation you're talking about. Our provost just closed up his lab and had, this brigade of -80 freezers filled with his entire career's work. And, in general, what I can see happening is the students are like, well, I'll take some, you take some, and the stuff gets all fragmented. And meanwhile, at least on our campus, like right next door, you've got this institution that has professionalized doing exactly what they need. But to get to the point where you can have a smooth transition to moving that into a museum, the collecting needs to be done in concert with advising from that institution, and there needs to be some kind of an agreement. And we do have agreements with some non-curator faculty at Yale where we are planning to take their collections. So it does happen, but it's a small fraction. So it's something that we need to think about more. Not to pick on Scott's institution, but somebody sent me an article that was in the Crimson a couple days ago, and there's a human ancient DNA lab on campus, and their funding from a foundation's running out, and they're going, oh my God, what are we going to do with our samples? And you can't walk a block in Cambridge without running into a museum. They're everywhere. And so these institutions should be able to handle a database on ancient DNA, but that didn't show up in the article at all, so it doesn't even seem to occur to people. You can't just do it at the end, though. It has to be something that you're thinking about along the way, I guess I'd say.
I would add briefly that I've been involved in sample collection distribution to the protégés of previous researchers to be earlier in my career, so that the work could continue on the same kinds of population history questions. I think there's now some concern about the extended lifespan of some of the samples. The Yanomamo case, for one, is and Xiangyang and some of the issues that arose there. They still echo today. One thing we also, is that going on, there are a lot of biobanks, especially in the medical context, for extended use for patient samples in various ways, and those being made available to other kinds of researchers looking at other kinds of diseases or conditions. I'm not sure that's a model that would be acceptable for anthropological genetics because of the issue of consent and extended consent by the communities who've donated those samples, plus the move away from actually establishing immortalized cell lines so that this DNA lives on forever beyond the lifespan of the individuals who are actually donated those samples and can't actually consent beyond the point of their lifespans to further use of those samples. So these are issues I think we're all trying to grapple with, especially as these collections grow and we all become more senior in our careers, and how we manage this vis-a-vis the communities we work with, but also potentially the countries where we've worked and the ethics communities there that we might be able to engage in, and somehow the repatriating remains in that way to those spaces.
Just very briefly, I'd also note that this is a problem across all the field sciences, not just with genetic material. Faculty members do active research in the field, they generate collections, they make no arrangements or limited arrangements for what's going to happen to those collections when they retire or pass away. And then after the fact, institutions are trying to make sense of collections. In some cases, what you end up getting are boxes of material with limited documentation associated with them because nobody thought the documentation was part of the collection. That's a matter of training.
Okay, we have time for one or two more questions. Oh, yeah, yes, you were. Are you doing first?
Just Steve Beisinger, UC Berkeley. Just sort of following up on this question of how to deal with samples. Museums are a great place, but I've found that unless specimens accompany the materials in some way, there's pretty limited interest in dumping a lot of digital files, dumping a lot of long-term data necessarily into the storage there, because they suffer their own challenges to maintain their own collections. and keep those things going. So like I think the Safaka database is probably a little bit of an exception, you know, given that it was a past museum director who generated a lot of those data. And so I'm not quite sure. I'm also concerned, well, I love the idea of being able to leave samples in country of where they're coming from. There has to be some kind of financial model to keep that up, because I've seen this in Venezuela, where I've worked for over 40 years, materials that were collected there through American Museum of Natural History and stored there have wound up in disarray because there really was no financial model to maintain that. Whereas another museum there in country has an endowment and a much smaller mission related that allows those samples to be maintained. So I don't know as you said, David, I don't know that there's an answer to these questions that we're going to have in the room, but I see these as the elephant that's stalking us here.
No, go on.
Very quickly, I completely agree, Steve. I think that we are building our capacity to take on digital collections beyond former directors. So I would push back on that a little bit. I mean, this is something that we view as being really important. So I think that we'll see growth in that. The other thing that worries me a lot is a lot of our repositories that a lot of people are using, they get an NSF grant and they say, well, I'm going to dump everything into Dryad. The curation of what goes in there, you know, somebody did a study and less than half of what goes into some of these repositories is usable. And a lot of them are grant funded and there isn't a long-term vision for them. So there's going to be a reckoning on all this. And so I don't know when we'll get smarter about this, but we do have to fund institutions in perpetuity if we want them to take care of things in perpetuity. There's just no real way around that. The other thing that's quite clear is whether it's Malawi or in other parts of the world, there need to be more museums in more parts of the world. You know, the answer can't be that we just coagulate collections into the Smithsonian and the American Museum, as great as they are. They can't take all the world's orphan collections as institutions one by one, you know, say uncle and get out. That can't be the way this goes. Collections, for all the reasons you've been hearing about, are too important. And they, you know, everybody that does field work should be thinking about what happens to the data, the specimens, your collections. That should be part of your planning. And it needs to be different than it is now.
May I add one quick comment?
A quickie.
I just wanted to tack on to the end of that comment about data or collections, is at least with data repositories, there are those sorts of issues, but also what we're encountering is that communities, we ask them how they want the data to be preserved and publicly disseminated, and many are choosing different kinds of models for that. Some more restrictive, some not shared, at least to the extent possible. Others are more open to sharing it more broadly. So that too then is a basis on a population by population basis, and then makes visible different data in different forms depending on their community's preference for sharing.
Okay, the last word.
Thanks so much. My name is Julia Giblin. I'm from Quinnipiac University, and I wanted to ask you all that a lot of these talks today have talked about more ethical stewardship of collections, and at the same time, like the broader conversations we've been having still seem to be focused a little bit more on kind of primary research and that kind of Western approach to knowledge. So I'm really curious where you all see kind of the future of knowledge generation, especially as we have more community, indigenous-driven, you know, not only stewardship of collections that have been collected in the past, but like where do we go from here if we continue to generate new collections where kind of a more Western approach is not driving the questions? So I'm just curious your thoughts about that.
Well, I'll just say very quickly and then turn it over to folks who probably know more than me, is that we get requests to use our collections by all kinds of folks for all kinds of reasons. And it may be somebody who is a basket maker from New England, from an indigenous community, who views the basket collection at the Peabody as a reference set. And having a set of baskets from all over the region done by different people at different times is actually quite useful. And so it's not a traditional Western scientific use of the collections, but we have people doing all kinds of things with the collections, and our criteria are, we don't want things to get damaged or destroyed, and we have to think about bandwidth sometimes, but within that, there's lots of room for lots of different kinds of activities.
We have about 7.5, 8 million objects in our collection, and we're in the midst of re-inventorying it all. Part of the reason for going with notices and labels is we're trying to work toward an informatics model that we have an informatics model we use to organize collections for our purposes, but to have other facets to that informatics model that meet the needs of the community and are organized in very different ways. And part of that also becomes a matter as simple as naming. Naming of sites, naming of ceramic types, naming of other things, because that taxonomy automatically creates groupings. And they're not the same groupings that the native communities we work with would use. And that requires us to have models for organizing information that don't just serve our purposes, but serve other ones. And in some cases, they're ones that we have trouble understanding. It's not as simple as they give us a different model and we can immediately implement it. So there are challenges to it. But if I'm imagining what's going to happen 10 years, 20 years from now, collections are going to be designed, or collections databases will be designed so that there are multiple facets that allow you to get at information using different constructs depending on the kinds of questions being asked. I wish I knew how to do that right now, but.
I'll add briefly that many of the communities that we're working with are already engaged with museums and sometimes developing their own heritage materials within the communities themselves. They're utilizing various resources to explore history and culture and ancestry, and genetics becomes another tool to do that. So that actually facilitates conversation about the work we're doing and allows us to build or help to elaborate some of the initiatives that the tribes are already using, or various communities, some of which are also educational initiatives for the kids and the members of their communities. So I think and this is sort of a mutually agreed upon approach. So I think that many communities that we've worked with are not averse to more Western ways of sample collection and analysis. It's more they want to know how they're going to benefit from it. Why should they be involved with it? What do they gain from it beyond what they already know? What kind of enhancements will come from this kind of engagement with a very scientific or hard science type of an approach? And it's a mutually enriching process to learn from their perspective what they think the history shows and what genetics shows, and then figure out how we explain things that don't make sense together.
Okay, well, I want to thank the speakers and the audience for a very stimulating morning. And we have a break now for how long?
About 25 minutes.
25 minutes, so that brings us back at about 11:15?
Yes.
Okay. Enjoy the break.
just as well. Well, good morning, everyone, once again. We've just heard a lot about collections, about the kind of, in one sense, the end product of what all of us are here for in terms of field work. We're going to go back to the field now. That is, we're not going to dwell particularly on collections. They may come up in the course of our discussion. But this particular panel is all about the idea of inclusion. So when I got the assignment to be in charge of it, I kind of looked and said, well, duh, that's easy. You know, inclusion, we all know about that. Well, think about it a little more, and you'll find out that this is actually a much trickier concept than we like to think about. And so what I'd like to do is, this is an old undergraduate trick, you know, when you've got students and they don't know quite where to start their paper, what do? They go to the dictionary and look for the definition of the word that they want you to actually think about. So here's the definition from the Oxford, close to the OED. Maybe I should have used the American Heritage Dictionary because, after all, we're here in the heartland of the American Revolution. But as it is, the term inclusion is the action or state of being included or being included with a group or structure. Well, okay, not very helpful, is it? And I'm not really helpful at all. There's a second definition that goes like this: the practice or policy of providing equal access and resources to people whom otherwise might be excluded or marginalized, such as those who have physical or intellectual disabilities or members of other minority groups. That's a little better, but it's also slightly different than the previous definition. But what's going to be interesting about the papers that you hear in a few moments, we have both perspectives being represented in this panel. That is, we're going to be looking at the idea of inclusion, thinking about what groups are, and we're also going to be thinking, though, about the way in which we can enhance inclusion in a variety of different ways. And so I'll let our participants define what these things are, at least in their terms. But for me, I was really excited then to see the funny thing about the definition. It actually works in this case because it's really outlining and highlighting what's going to be talked about later in this session. But I'd like to talk a little bit about the idea of inclusion just for a moment, because as I said earlier, it struck me as one of these concepts that seemed to be relatively simple and straightforward, but when you really begin to dig more deeply into it, it really isn't. And so let me give you a few examples of what I mean by that, and then talk about ways in which we might begin to think about inclusion in a more, I don't know, I wouldn't say creative way necessarily, but a deeper way to consider how we begin to implement inclusion in the work that we do. We use the term community a lot in these discussions. We've heard it almost everybody at some point in their presentation or their question use the word community. But if any of you have actually done field work, you know that communities are really complex places. They're not just simply, oh, we're going to go to community X and we're going to include these people in our conversation, because these people, as you well know, have different ideas and different concepts and different ways of thinking about the world that might not be compatible with you or even compatible with their neighbors. And so the question about inclusion then as a field worker becomes one of these very difficult questions to overcome, is that, well, who is included in my research? Who am I talking to? Are there people that don't want to talk to me? We heard that yesterday from the cowboy ethnographer debunker about the way in which we should not be thinking about necessarily everyone wants to talk. And so inclusion then is this tricky, slippery slope of the way in which we want to think about how we will approach people, how will we begin to work with people, which ones we need to talk to, which ones will be the best interlocutors for the research that we're trying to do. So it's a challenging concept, and I think it's a much harder way to think about the way in which we work than you might expect. You know, some projects, it's all set up for you. You know, you go into the field, your advisor dumps you into a field setting, and there you go. You can go do your work because they've set your community up. But some of us haven't had that luxury, or do it slightly differently, where we have to go out and find our own communities in one sense. That is, we find our research areas, and then we go work in them, and then we begin to think about the whole question of inclusion, community, how community is defined, and then, of course, thinking about how we do, in fact, then provide the benefits of our research back to that community. And so I'll be honest with you, I've had ups and downs in terms of my own background and my own research problems in terms of defining the wrong community sometimes and finding people that just didn't want to get along for different reasons that I was trying to be aware of but couldn't overcome in ways. And so these are things that I think you need to think deeply about before you actually begin your field work, even though you might have a good idea of where you're going and who you're going to be working with. Thinking about inclusion in this way really becomes much more interesting and important. The reason I emphasize this so much is because what inclusion really does, and if you do it properly, and we've heard this from panelists earlier today as well as others during this conversation, is that doing inclusion properly, that is doing it right in terms of the way in which you have engaged with the community, it builds trust. And without trust, your success in the field is going to be limited. You will not do well. It doesn't matter how well you think your research comes out. Scott Edwards last night, a phrase he used in one of his talks, he said, "I hope I've left the community in a better place because I was here than before I came." And that's something that I think many of us have forgotten about or didn't even think about. Did we leave that community in a better place? And that's because we've learned about you need to think about trust and the way in which trust then is engendered, how that's created. As you, the exterior person, you are, in one sense, you are the other in that particular category. They aren't the other. You're the other in this sense. And so your way of dealing with this has to be far more sensitive in terms of thinking about how I'm going to build up that trust than not. Another way I'd like to think about this idea of inclusion is that we can talk about community of and community in. So you're the field worker, you're going to this place, wherever it happens to be, whether it's in Montana or Malawi or wherever. And you're never going to be community in. You will never be part of that community. But, I'm sorry, you'll never be part of that, you'll never be of that community because you do not have that, you're not them in that sense. But you can be in it, and you can be in it by understanding the way in which people make their decisions, the way in which they think about things, the way in which they approach the world. And so how do I do this? How do I build this inclusion? How do I build this trust? How does this work exactly? Well, I'm going to introduce a term that I haven't heard yet at this conference, and it's maybe that's good because I can say it, and everyone will go, oh yeah, he's the guy that said that, whether or not it was a good term or not. But have you ever heard the term ethnographic sensibility? No. Well, then this is an education for you that you actually need. Oh, there is one hand waving in the background. Oh, a second hand. All right. I know a few others know the term as well. What is it? Well, this is a term that basically describes how you should think about interacting with people who are not, you're not community of. Your community, you're learning about how this community works. And so ethnographic sensibility, obviously it has something to do with ethnography. I am not asking you to be ethnographers. I'm not asking you to be cultural anthropologists, but I am asking you to think about the way in which you have an open mind and the way in which you deal with people from other disciplines, other cultures, and the way in which you interact with those people. You listen. You don't judge before you listen. You don't even judge necessarily after you've listened. This all sounds like simple things that your mom probably taught you at some point in her life, and maybe you've forgotten. But it's something that you need to think about in terms of you are the other in this place, and you need to conduct yourself with a level of sensitivity about that culture that may make you uncomfortable at some level. But yet that's an essential part of the way in which we build inclusion and ultimately trust and then success of your enterprise. So let me give you a really simple example of ethnographic sensibility, and this is just all made up just by me today, thinking about how I'm going to address this question to this audience. Someone walks up to me outside here in Philadelphia or somewhere else and goes, "Hey, how come you wear your hair like that?" Okay, old guy, gray hair, hasn't cut it for 35 years plus and all that. The proper way to ask me why I wear my hair like that would be something to say, do men of your age do they often wear their hair long? Now that's ethnographic sensibility. In other words, the person wants to know why you in particular are wearing long hair, but coming out it and just asking bluntly is not the right way to go about doing this. And so sensitivity then really requires you to think twice about the way in which you begin to ask your questions, to listen to the answers, respond in an effective manner. So, do your homework in terms of understanding the people that you're working with, whether it be looking at old anthropology, whether looking at reports, looking at other documentary materials that are out there for you to work with and to study. So be sensitive to your cultures. So I'd like to end my conversation here about inclusion with, and then we'll turn to our papers with this following phrase, is that, I've been doing field work as an archaeologist for a very long time, more than 50 years, and I've worked all over the world. And the way I like to think about doing field work is I do comparative research. So I work with the high altitude adaptations, both cultural and biological adaptations. And so what I'm concerned with is that, all right, I go to places that are high on the planet. I've worked in Ethiopia, I've worked in the Andean Altiplano, I've worked in Tibet, and I've worked in the Himalayas. And my goal is then to kind of compare and contrast what I'm learning about those places in terms of how lowlanders became highlanders, which is, one of those interesting cultural, historical, as well as biologically interesting questions that have all sorts of implications for the medical field as well. High elevation is hypoxia. When you have heart problems, you get hypoxia. There's a whole range of things one can learn about understanding this history. So this is not about me, though. What I'm trying to get across now is the following, is that because I have done comparative research across so many different cultures, on the one hand, I've become very sensitive to the idea of ethnographic sensibility. Frankly, I wish I had become attuned to it much earlier in my career, because it's difficult to build bridges. It's difficult to build that trust. And so when you bounce from place to place to place, it can be very challenging and daunting to make sure that you maintain some level of that ethnographic sensibility to create that possibility of trust. So that's why I said earlier in my conversation with you that some of my projects, a few of them, really were not successful in terms of the community relationships. I may have left the communities worse off than when I got there because of my inability to read the map properly. And so I challenge you then, when you begin to think about your own work, is find ways to read that map about the way in which that culture is operating in terms of the interlocutors that you're actually working with, so you give yourself the best chance of success in getting your field work done and leaving the community better off than when you got there. So with that background in mind then, let me talk to you then about the first paper that we're going to have, if I can get this going again. Our first paper is going to be by Catherine Culbertson. She likes to go by Cat, I think, is the way she described herself to me. She's a graduate student, a PhD candidate in the UC Berkeley, one of our Berkeley Mafia here. I'm not Berkeley Mafia. We're three UC people here at one time. I'm sorry. Paul. I'm from UC Berkeley. We got it covered except for one. So in any case, Kat is a PhD candidate in the Department of Program of Environmental Science, Policy, and Management. She works on solutions for rainforest restoration in Madagascar, where she works in collaboration with the Lemur Conservation Foundation and local community members. Her paper is entitled Integrating Ecology with Traditional Botanical Knowledge to Empower Effective Conservation and a Deeper Knowledge of Tropical Ecosystems. With that, Kat, please come up and let us know what you think.
Hello. Thank you for the kind introduction and warm welcome. I'm excited to be a part of this conference today and share a little bit about my collaborators, anecdotes, and a framework for how we think about doing more inclusive, empowering research. So I wrote this paper with several of my collaborators who are based in Madagascar, where I do field work, as well as my co-advisor. And the presentation will follow the same basic structure of the paper. First, going into a little bit of an introduction to the interdependence of biodiversity and traditional ecological knowledge, introducing our case study context in Madagascar, and talking a bit more about the path forward to more effective, inclusive science and conservation based on some of our experiences in the field. And then I'll also touch on a few systematic challenges that we might not be able to face just as an individual, but as a scientific community we need to think about. And also throughout this presentation, I'll include a few photos and quotes from some of our local collaborators just to show a little bit of how conversations with folks in the field have shaped the way that we think about these things. So as you all know, I'm sure, we're currently experiencing rapid biodiversity loss across the world. And a lot of this is driven by deforestation and other kinds of habitat loss. And alongside biodiversity loss, we also see a loss of the knowledge that accompanies these species that are disappearing. Deforestation is also driven by and drives livelihood shifts and changes the way that people interact with the environment, both in terms of their changing livelihoods and where they are in the landscape, whether they're in a city and not being as in touch with nature, not going into those traditional journeys into the forest, learning about different species from elders as they're gathering materials or hunting anymore. And so alongside these biodiversity and knowledge loss crises, we have a conservation capacity crisis. Traditional ecological knowledge is essential for conservation. We can't conserve what we don't know. In many biodiverse regions of the world, we have pretty limited scientific knowledge, and even where we do have scientific data, conservation is much more powerful and durable when we combine both scientific knowledge and traditional knowledge. So when we see a loss of traditional knowledge, we see a loss of local conservation capacity, and all durable conservation has to be locally rooted. Otherwise, it just won't endure. And so this is a significant challenge. However, I'd just like, through this presentation, to show some ways that we can think as scientists about preserving and rebuilding local capacity and preserving traditional ecological knowledge. Simultaneously, I just want to note, as a few others have before in this conference, that the history of scientific work has often been very extractive, and that's something we must keep in mind as we relate with our local collaborators, especially when we're from a developed world context and interacting with collaborators and communities in lower resource areas. So I've been conducting my field work in Madagascar, which I'm sure you all are familiar with off the east coast of Africa. It's a high biodiversity hotspot. I'm sorry, I don't know why those auto-played, but anyways, Madagascar has been isolated from all other land masses for over 80 million years, which has led to really high rates of endemism in species. Over 80% of animal and plant species on the island are found nowhere else in the world. And the island's really diverse geography, rainfall gradients, topographical gradients has created a lot of diversity within the island, and centers of microendemism as well. And I work in the northeast part of the island, which is rainforest. So now the question facing all of us as scientists is, how do we aid alongside our research in preserving knowledge, building capacity, and striving towards more equitable science and conservation partnerships with our fieldwork? My collaborators and I have outlined 3 principles which are informed by our work in Madagascar, but we believe are broadly applicable to folks doing field work across the world. First, investing in long-term training of young local scientists. Second, integrating traditional and science-based ways of knowing species. And third, enhancing direct links between ecological research, conservation practice, and local needs. So I'll just provide a few examples of how we're seeking to do this with our work. Of course, we're far from perfect, and this is just scratching the surface, but hopefully this will spark some ideas and discussion. So first, in terms of training young scientists, both researchers and citizen scientists, are the conservation leaders of tomorrow. And it's really important to be able to train young folks, both those who have the opportunity to get a university degree and those who don't. They're both fundamental to the future of science and conservation. So we've been trying to integrate students from multiple universities and local youth in immersive field apprenticeships alongside our field work, where they learn both scientific methods and scientific inquiry, but we also partner them with our local elders and botanical experts so that they can get some of this immersive experience with species, learning the stories, learning the traditional ecological knowledge, that there aren't as many routes for them to have these days. And alongside that, students start to learn more about data management, leadership, team management, which is really great professionally. And this past year, we were also able to conduct a workshop on a tree identification and specimen collection, which was something requested by our local collaborators. We did this in conjunction with Missouri Botanical Garden, and everyone was really enthusiastic about it, and we hope to provide more investment in the future because this is really a long-term process. Also, to ensure science is applicable and even matters in the long run, we need to find ways to integrate ways of knowing and communicate with folks. During the course of my fieldwork, I realized that scientific information on species and local knowledge about them have not been properly linked throughout much of Madagascar, with a fundamental disconnect in just the way we're naming and referring to species. So my local collaborators and I decided to start creating a bilingual field guide with photos, which you can see sort of a template in the bottom center here of what this might begin to look like, and including in this guide not only identification characteristics like the shape of the, the shape of the canopy, the trunk, the sap, the fruits, what a seedling might look like, but also something about their role in forest regeneration. If we know how to cultivate them, how do we do that? And to incorporate some traditional use and stories as well. So finally, it's also crucial to enhance links between research and conservation, both from a top-down and bottom-up approach, so both reaching out to policymakers and decision makers on a broader scale, and also enhancing communication with local communities to inform research priorities and design, ideally striving for these principles of co-creation that folks have also mentioned already in the conference. And so here are just a few ways that we have been trying to integrate local folks in research. First, with work and training opportunities associated with fieldwork, and co-designing research processes as much as possible. You can see on the left here, Jean-Cri, he's also here teaching us how to better germinate seeds of Canarium, which is a keystone forest species in Madagascar. And we integrated some of what he taught us into our restoration experiments, which has been incredibly helpful. And he's been a great teacher for the youth involved in the teams as well. Also, kind of building off of this, we ended up doing a scientific experiment on Canarium germination, which you can see some more seedlings here. And then once we ended that experiment, there were a lot of local conservationists really interested in taking these trees and planting them on their lands. So we provided those to folks in the community, and now they're growing there as well. We also try to find other ways through conversations with folks and see what also is already going on in the region to support local conservation efforts. So Jackson, who's a guide at Marojejy National Park, where I've been doing field work, has been working with my collaborators at LCF for a while, and he's reforesting some of the land on his own property. So this secondary forest here is pretty much all trees that Jackson has planted. And he's asked for some support in trying to get seedlings, choose which species to plant, and also to monitor those and really share what he's doing, and this very successful example of local conservation as well. And then finally, I'll just go through a few overall barriers or greater barriers to some of this work that we need to address as a scientific community. Firstly, there's never enough investment in capacity building. The financial structures aren't really there alongside a lot of research funding. Oftentimes initiatives are pretty ephemeral, and afterwards communities and participants feel forgotten because the grant was only for 5 years and now everyone's gone. And that doesn't do anything to build trust. So long-term investment is really essential in terms of capacity building. Also, there's just deeply ingrained structural challenges for the way that we think about doing research, the way bureaucracies are set up and whatnot. And this really gets in the way of forming truly equitable partnerships and building capacity. Sometimes doing things the right way is just incredibly difficult, and we as a scientific community need to try and create incentives to do things better and lower structural barriers to enable greater equity in our research. And finally, there's always going to be challenges in cross-cultural communication. A few folks earlier have mentioned the importance of language and being able to communicate with communities we interact with. But even if we can speak the same language, how I see equity, inclusion, or even corruption as an American might be different than how my collaborators based in Antananarivo, the capital city of Madagascar, would view those concepts, which might be different from the communities directly surrounding our research sites at Marajejy. So if we're seeking for equitable, empowering research and conservation, this requires ongoing dialogue, active listening, and a willingness to respond and change as needed, and flexibility in structures that allows us to do that. So I just want to leave you all with a few key takeaways. Firstly, that traditional ecological knowledge is essential. We can't conserve what we don't care about. We can't care about what we don't know. It's especially important that local communities know about the ecology around them because they're ultimately the biggest players in local conservation. And we as researchers have a unique opportunity and I believe responsibility to invest in local scientific and conservation capacity. And finally, we must reframe the way we think about investing in science and conservation to ensure that our research results are actually applicable to making conservation work. And we actually have durable frameworks for this. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone who's helped me in all of my research, both through local collaborations, international collaborations, financial support. I'm very grateful for everyone I've been able to work with, and thank you for listening today.
Thank you, Kat, for doing two things. You got the dictionary definition, both of them, correct in terms of your own work, and you were showed an excellent example of the idea of ethnographic sensibility. Even though you didn't use the term, it's quite clear that your project is doing that in a very significant way. So, thank you. Our next talk is by Paul Barber. He's a professor of ecology and evolutionary biology at UCLA. His research integrates genetics, genomics, and ecology to promote more marine conservation. His research is conducted within educational programs like the Diversity Project that creates inclusive pathways into science. He has won numerous awards for this work. You should look at his short bio. It's really impressive about just what people have recognized about this work and being extremely important and very interesting. The title of his work presentation today is The Promise and Perils of Field-Based Training Programs Focused on Expanding Access to Marine Science Careers. And so with that, Paul.
Thank you. I want to point out first that I'm one person representing the work of a large team of people over the last 20 years that's contributed to this program. And at the risk of inviting a federal raid and getting arrested and drug off the stage, I'm going to say it, science lacks diversity. There is far less participation of peoples from federally recognized underrepresented groups in the STEM workforce. Marine science is even worse than STEM broadly. And a lot of marine science is done without getting wet. So people do a lot of remote sensing work. They use autonomous underwater vehicles, things like this. But For disciplines of marine science that are field-based, training as an undergraduate student in field methods is essential. And if we go back and look at this lack of diversity in marine science, I think a lot of this can be tied back to the challenges in obtaining this field-based training. So these challenges come in a variety of forms. One is simply opportunity. So what we're looking at here is a map of the US where the number of universities that offer marine science degrees is color-coded. So dark blue, 4 or more, light blue, 3 or fewer, white is none. And what you'll even see is even on the states where it's colored light blue, a lot of those states only have a single university that offers a degree program in marine science. Another key obstacle is that, universities that have these field-based training programs, most of these international courses don't include students or scientists from local communities. So we're looking here at the 2022 French Polynesia Spring Field Course offered by UC Berkeley. They're all wearing their lovely palm frond hats, traditionally made by Tahitians, but there's not a single Tahitian in that picture. And this method of colonial/parachute science, people have said helicopter science, this is a particularly unpalatable way to learn for people who come from marginalized groups. Another important obstacle is cost. If you're doing scuba-based research, the equipment can be $2,500, the training, a couple thousand. Taking a field course can be, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000. And the important thing to realize with these costs is that there are a lot of programs that expect you to come in with this training before you can even start. And so it's a massive outlay of capital even to get going. And the third category of obstacle is that a lot of training programs, whether it's intentionally or unintentionally, do not project as being very inclusive. These are a couple of images from a Google search scientific diving program. And what you see is overall very white, very heteronormative, and actually a lot more male than the field of marine sciences in general. And so to address some of these challenges, 20 years ago, we started a program called the Diversity Project. The goal of this program was to increase accessibility to marine science careers through the study of marine biodiversity. And this was always developed to be a transformative field-based program. And we start the first week at UCLA with orientation and a basic scuba training done in the pool. And from there, we then go to French Polynesia for 2 more weeks of intensive dive training as part of a scientific diving program where students learn to use scuba as a research tool, but they also learn about the local marine ecosystems. And at the end of that training, we actually have students work in groups to develop their own research projects, their own ideas with mentorship from us. And then they spend the rest of the summer out in the field actually conducting the research that they devised. And then we come back to Los Angeles, where we expose them to local marine ecosystems, and we work with them on analyzing their data, putting presentations together, both for a symposium at UCLA as well as scientific conferences. The final 2 days, we have this research and networking symposium with the current students and alumni of our program. We also bring in parents. They participate in a Discover Scuba program where their kids teach them to scuba dive. But we also teach the parents what's involved in supporting your child as they aspire to go to graduate school. So some things that we do that's unique in this program to make it more inclusive is we create opportunity by partnering with universities and recruiting students that are typically left behind. And looking at our cohort from this year, okay, we had a couple students from Berkeley and Duke, but most of our students are coming from places other than these large research-intensive universities. They're coming from Hampton, they're coming from University of Maryland, Baltimore County, Bemidji State, Santa Ana Community College. And key to getting really amazing students from these universities is we actually partner with faculty at a number of historically Black colleges and universities to identify and recommend students to our program. And that helps us recruit really amazing students that want to have careers in marine science. And these students often come from unusual programs. We use a holistic admissions process where we look at achievement through the lens of opportunity. We see Adriana on the right, Kira on the left, amazing young marine scientists. They study animal science at their universities because that's the closest thing that they can study to an organismal biology program at their schools. Students like Lex and Hunter, they were accepted to our program before they knew how to swim. And that doesn't happen in like any other program that I know of. One of the other ways that we create opportunity is we include students from local institutions. This is Ihirao, and he was the first Polynesian student that we brought into our program, and it's really been transformative, and it helps build capacity, as Kat said, in the local community, but it also really enriches the experience of the students that are coming from the US. The chalkboard there is a bunch of common words that we're using on a daily basis, and we have 6 different languages represented there as part of just linguistic exploration. So other things we do, minimize the financial obstacles by providing students all the equipment they need. We provide them with all the training they need. And then we cover all the program costs, all the travel costs, and we give them a stipend as well to cover the opportunity costs of not working during the summer. But we also minimize these financial obstacles and maximize the support for the students by funding parental participation. It's really key to get family members there to see how excited their kids are about this topic, to learn about the process of applying to graduate school, to learn that you get paid to go to graduate school, you don't pay to go to graduate school. And the other key thing that we do is we build an inclusive program based on an inclusive organizational structure. So we have a diverse team of senior leadership that includes academic scientists, people involved in science communication, dive professionals, but then we also have postdoctoral scholars, we have graduate students, and this entire team, mentors the cohort of current students, and the students can see the progression from being a student to a graduate student to a postdoc to a professional. But the other type of mentorship that we have in there is we have peer mentors that help students navigate the challenge of being in such a new environment and an intensive program. And lastly, we maximize student success by doing long-term mentoring. So once our students join our program, we tell them that we are here to support them throughout their entire career. And if you apply to graduate school this year, great. If it's 5 years from now, great. When you're ready, we're here for you. let's talk, and we'll guide you through the project. And this better model of training people in the field results in better outcomes. So a very common program where students get field experience is the research experience for undergraduates. They did a study looking at success 8 years post-REU participation. 71% enrolled in graduate programs, 22% earned doctoral degrees. In our program, if you look at 7 years post-participation, 76% are in graduate programs, 38% earn doctoral degrees, and 8 years post-participation, next year, that'll be 54%. So a better model equals better outcomes. And the bottom line with this is that there are a lot of challenges with obtaining field-based training, and that limits the access of a lot of people to these careers. But if you approach these challenges proactively, intentionally, and inclusively, it unleashes the power of that field-based learning experience, and that is something that we can all celebrate. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul, for describing a very inspirational program that I think all of us would love to emulate in some fashion in our own fields. So our final presentation today is by Thierry Verrier. I don't speak French, but I don't even know how close that was. He'll tell me. It was not so bad. Okay. He's the director of the language program for the Fort McDermott Paiute Shoshone tribe. He's a recent PhD graduate from the Indiana University and is also a research associate from the American Indian Studies Institute. His presentation today is entitled From Fieldwork to Holistic Community Engagement, Linguistic Anthropology in Native Communities in the 21st Century. I just want to say one more thing. I believe that Thierry is the only person here actually presenting about indigenous Native American communities in North America. I think I'm right about that. And that's really good, because I think we needed that representation. Even though we've all talked about other indigenous communities, this is one that is ours in one sense. And so I'm really happy that he's here and doing this for us today. So Thierry, please.
Here comes a cowboy ethnographer. So thank you, Mark, for this introduction, and thank you to Linda and Michelle and Patrick for welcoming us in this humbling city of Philadelphia. It's been kind of amazing for me to be here, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity from the APS to present today, as well as for funding my work in the past, because I'm a former Lewis and Clark scholar. So I went to Indiana University, and every summer I would travel to the field in my station wagon and sometimes sleep in the back of it because I didn't have any money. But Lewis and Clark, the Lewis and Clark Fund helped me when I needed it, and every time I would travel from Indiana to McDermott in Nevada, I pretty much followed the path of Lewis and Clark too, and so it was kind of emotional in some ways, and not only for that, but because also I'm French, and of course some members of the Lewis and Clark expedition were French, and I always have this thing in my mind about this moment, and we've talked about Lewis and Clark expedition already, but just after what Scott mentioned yesterday, when they arrived in the the springs of the Missouri, then they entered the Great Basin or the Snake River area, and they met a band of mounted Shoshones that rode towards them, and they were fearful that that was the end of the expedition. And then, when the leader of these groups of Shoshones came close to them, he identified his sister, Sacagawea, who was born Shoshone and raised Shoshone and then stolen by the Hidatsa when she was a teenager. And she learned Hidatsa, and she was raised as one, and she was married off to, of course, Charbonneau, who was the French guide, and she was also, of course, more of a guide for them and an interpret than Charbonneau was. But this whole expedition is so interesting in so many ways, and even ethnographically, because this relationship to alterity was very important in this microcosm of the expedition, but also in the encounter with native peoples. And we're talking about inclusion today, but the main reason why it worked, the Lewis and Clark expedition was able to continue their path is because they were able to trade with the Shoshones and acquire horses in exchange for goods and firearms. So it's just, I just wanted to make this connection at this time to let us to think about what reciprocity means, and that it's not something that's new. I mean, people have done it for years, but maybe we need to be more mindful of it, and also especially when we work with native communities, and especially in North America, because they have a long history of being disappointed by white people's practice of reciprocity. So I'm an anthropological linguist, and I work for Northern Paiute communities in the maintenance of their native language, especially in Northern Paiute. But in the history of anthropology, linguistic anthropology has been focused on documentation, which has served scholarly purposes pretty well and has been important in the 20th century, but not so much for the use of native communities. So Franz Boas told us that, and in the model of Edward Sapir and others, that we had to produce grammars and dictionaries and texts, and when that is done, then we've saved the language, which might be true for scholars, but it serves no purposes for native communities. I shouldn't say no purposes, but limited. Grammars are undecipherable for community members. Dictionaries oftentimes are written in an orthography that they don't read and they don't use. And text, it's the same thing. It's an orthography that communities don't use. So we have to do the remainder of the work as anthropologists. We have to take those reference resources that are important and make them usable and palatable to native communities so they can serve their purpose in language revitalization. And I think that is one of the future of fieldwork, especially in linguistic anthropology. Just a little bit about my path as a Frenchman coming to America to do anthropology. I was studying anthropology in France and was a student in the tradition of Claude Lévi-Strauss and doing transformational analysis, studying myth and trying to figure out what it tells us about how natives think. And then I read this book, Custer Died for Your Sins. And well, I'll just read you one quote of Vine Laureate Jr., just to honor him, but, quote, "The implication of the anthropologist, if not for all America, should be clear for the Indian. Compilation of useless knowledge for knowledge's sake should be utterly rejected by the Indian people. We should not be the object of observation for those who do nothing to help us." And this is just one of the very sharp, pointy criticism of Vine Laureate in this book. There's the chapter it comes from is called Anthropologists and Other Friends. So it doesn't only apply to anthropologists. I think any of us could find some lessons in that critique. But this book was very influential for me because I started wondering, do I want to be an anthropologist? And I was studying at the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales at the time, and I met Raymond Demalley from Bloomington, who was a professor of anthropology specialist of the Lakotas. And he had a strong collaboration with some Lakota schools that were using Lakota language curriculum that was developed by his center. And so I followed him to Indiana University, and I'm glad I did, because I learned another practice of anthropology, which is, I mean, I don't want to suggest that all of French anthropology is totally disconnected from communities, but it certainly is more remote. France is a colonial country, of course, and the communities that French anthropologists work with are often very remote, so there's less of a connection. And I came to the US to get closer to the community that I worked with. And then, after I completed my dissertation, I was hired as language and traditional culture manager for the Burns Paiute tribe. So I had learned the language during my dissertation research that was highly focused on oral history, and so I recorded Northern Paiute oral history accounts and translated them with elders. And when I got done, well, then I had some skills that could be useful to Native communities. So they hired me to start a language immersion school in Burns. And then later, I got a large grant from the Administration for Native Americans to develop language curriculum for Northern Paiute and teach it in the McDermott's Combined School, which this is a picture of my work. I should say that as part of this work, I worked with a team of teachers that were from the community and that oftentimes were elders. And they did not have any academic credentials, which the state of Nevada required 6 credits, academic credits, for someone to be able to teach in the school as a native language teacher. So I was the instructor of record and working with those elders that had taught me the language. And so those dynamics are very complicated. But we started with kindergarten and we created curriculum. And then every year, the next grade would be implemented because the kindergartners would go in for first graders and so on. And just in August, we were doing K through 3, and then the principal, well, last year, we were asked to start teaching high school Paiute, so we did that, and this August, the principal asked us to just do all the grades. And so McDermott Combined School is, for Northern Paiute anyway, the only school that teaches Paiute every day to every group within a public school, which is pretty rare and symbolically is powerful because a lot of those communities, like everywhere in North America, were subject to boarding school and the erasure of their native language within the school system. So that we're reversing this process here, I think here is important. So as I'm coming to my conclusion, I think there's a few things that I want to share about this idea of holistic community engagement, and that is there are questions we should be asking. We should wonder if our work produces materials that can be taken out of the community and used without their knowledge. We should wonder if our practice is known by the community and benefits to it. And very important is that idea of cultural exchange, that there is a reciprocity, and then oftentimes Native community also value grassroots participation and equality. And here I want to say something more on equality, and that is how it relates to inclusion, because in Native communities, well, Philip Descola had this idea of multi-species ontologies for the people who are in the animist system, where the idea of community is different, and that includes non-humans, that includes other species, that includes plants and so on, and that's really how Native people in North America a lot of times see themselves. So when we talk about equality, we really have to be mindful of that concept in terms of community that's beyond people, human people. So just to wrap up here, I think one thing that has been true in the 20th century is that we had, as has been said before, a rather extractive or exploitative practice of anthropology and other sciences that rely on field work. And then we need to reverse this one way, or at least make it a two-way road, where communities benefit and learn and benefit from cultural exchange with scholars that come to do study and research within their communities. And then just on one point that Mark was talking about earlier about inclusion, I feel so humbled in some sense also that I was thinking about this concept of inclusion, and I don't feel like I'm including people. I think I'm included in their community, and maybe that's how we should frame it, rather than including communities. We should really do our best to be included by communities. So, thank you.
you, Thierry. That was a good illustration of, ethnographic sensibility by an ethnographer, which is it's perfect ending for this session. So I'm not going to try to make any summary here. I will make one additional comment, though, to Thierry's paper is that Native American archaeology is archaeology in the United States especially is becoming increasingly aware of the ethical responsibilities of conducting archaeology in a proper manner. And in fact, Native anthropologists and archaeologists have been taking the lead about how and which to do that. And so that's something, it's a very powerful and somewhat challenging for archaeologists of my generation to begin to see that taking place, because it's very different than the way in which I was brought up. But yet it's important to see that this is part of the future that we're dealing with in terms of archaeology, not only in North America, but other continents as well, where we've had, as you suggested earlier, extractive processes of doing field work, parachute, helicopters, you name it. This is something that we need to get away from and move from. The kind of work that Thierry is doing is being part of in that community. I'm very impressed by that. I wish I could have been part of some of my communities as well in a more robust way, but things are different and things change. So with that, I'm just simply going to open it up for the comments from the floor and have folks go. Okay.
Thank you. Scott Edwards from Harvard. Amazing talks, everyone. My question's directed first to Catherine, but it may apply to the other speakers as well. You're getting your PhD now. How do you manage the amazing outreach you're doing in addition to your research? Or maybe the outreach is part of your research? I'm just curious. And I think the question extends to the other two speakers. Amazing time and effort. And how do you balance that with your research?
Yeah, is this working? Okay. That's a great question. And I think in part, the outreach is completely integral to the research, because how I'm thinking about these systems is really informed by my conversations with folks who have lived in these areas for decades, and I don't have a lot of that context. So how can I form a good research question without really understanding a system? Before I did my PhD, I actually started working in Madagascar with the Peace Corps, which was how I learned the Malagasy language as well. And I think that in order to do really informed, applied, useful research in a time where we really need to be doing research that helps empower conservation and restoration before species disappear, there's no option but to integrate communities into your research and make sure that there's some sort of plan for continuity, that these results come back to things. And sometimes it is a hard choice as well. I spent 3 months in the field this year that I probably didn't need to for any of my PhD dissertation data. And I maybe shot myself in the foot applying to some postdoctoral opportunities because of that. But I think that it was really, really important that at this point where I feel like I know enough and I've formed more relationships now that I can do something more, that prioritizing that is so important. And yeah, I hope that it leads to long-term investment, and we'll see where it goes. It's hard to tell, too, as a PhD student as well. It's I've formed these deep relationships with folks in the community, and I want to continue this research, but what do I do next? And I think that's something I'm struggling with, and I think that's something a lot of grad students are thinking about when they're trying to do this kind of work.
Yeah, just also to answer this question just quickly. In my case, I work for a tribe, so they don't care about what I publish. But I will say that a lot of the deliverables we create, to me, they are scholarly products, and they should be considered as such. But really, the community work is so important to as a person. It seems more fulfilling to do that work than when I taught courses at Indiana University. Now, I do miss teaching adults and doing research. I mean, I still do it, but the academic research, and so there's that. But I think It's not. It's in this day and age we've had this problem with academic productivity, but it's really a recent problem. And scholars did not have such a problem back in the 19th century, 18th century, and people like Lewis and Clark and all those early scholars, they just published because that was important to share. And I kind of would rather do that, share the things that are important with the world rather than being on the grinding stone of productivity.
One last comment on that is there does need to be a shift in how academia in general values this stuff, because in order, like, it's essential to do this, to do the work. It makes the work possible, but if it's not valued, that's when people start taking shortcuts, because that's the quickest way to get to the productivity is you do it the wrong way. And ultimately that leads to negative consequences for, everyone.
I just want to comment on what Paul said. I was an academic dean for too long, and that's exactly one of the serious problems that I faced constantly was people would bring products to their tenure decisions or their promotions, and I would have committee members just going, no, this is not research. This is just stuff. This is outreach. I remember a very senior colleague of mine who was doing incredible work in Mexico for years and years and years, was going up for a significant promotion in the UC system, and I had colleagues that denigrated the fact that he was doing what they called outreach. They made it difficult for him to actually achieve what he wanted. So you can imagine then how that affects, younger scholars as well, trying to make a living in this very competitive, very difficult environment. Sorry, I didn't mean to take you away from your question.
No, thank you. Those talks are really excellent, and I appreciate your point a lot about us needing to push back on those structures, right? We can all do that, especially as we get more senior. Anyway, I'm Siobhan Cully from Rutgers University, and one thing I'm thinking a lot about right now is inclusion of disabled people in field work. And even in fields like marine sciences, where you have access to field sites through drones and remote sensing and things like that, whether there are more creative ways that we can think about how to involve these populations. So if you all have any experience with involving people with disabilities, and I ran a workshop not that long ago in disability anthropology, but across the field, so it wasn't just people who specialized in that. And one thing that really surprised us, in addition to having this hybrid component, were how many people wanted to be in person, actually, once they had the right accommodations in place. So all of this is to say that there might be some creative solutions there, and wondering how you guys are thinking through that. Thanks.
So I'll say, like, with our program, we've definitely had people that had people who are neurodivergent. We've had people with, like, chronic health issues, and part of preparing for dive training is getting a lot of this information that you actually wouldn't get otherwise. And so I think one of the things that happens in our program is that we're accepting people before we know any of this. We're not seeing people in person until we pick them up from the airport. And I think there's other things with dive training. There's this swim test that everyone has to do, but they're like aspects of it that are timed. And it's like getting rid of those timed aspects of things, because someone with like a chronic back injury, they're not going to be able to swim as fast as someone who doesn't have that, because like they just physically can't do it. But that doesn't mean that they're not safe in the water. And so really thinking about, it's like, what is a real safety concern versus ableism, I think is an important thing to do. I think there's our field struggles a lot more with other kinds of disability. I know, like, ships in particular are very unhospitable places to individuals with physical disabilities, and that's something that I think our field has a long way to go on.
I can pick up on that for a moment. I like the question because I never have worked with students in the field with disabilities, but I have worked with community members. And one of the most successful projects we ran was in Peru over a number of years, where we had to work with the local community. So we would hire anywhere between 20 and 30 of them every day on a rotating basis, so they would come and do the work for us. And it was very successful. But there was a point at which there were people who were not included in that rotation because they had disabilities. And so one of the things that we emphasized to the community members and their leaders was, we'll help them come down. Some people couldn't walk properly. They could only sit. And then we'd have to pick them up and put them, on the truck and take them back to their house. So that there were ways that we tried to accommodate them in the field, even though, it was a sporadic approach to it all, but it was more satisfying, and it built better inclusion, and it really built trust between us and the community, because that meant things, they realized we were there not just to take away everything, but to actually give something to almost every community member who wanted it.
Christopher Stapleton, Semiosis Real World Labs. I deal with stories and language and social cohesion. My question is, besides the source community and your community of research, how do you get your story of your body of research out to beyond you in time and space, that dissemination and outreach? And who do you work with? How do you work? What technology you use to translate that story to others, to make it relevant and make people care?
Thank you for that question. I think that's a great question. I think part of in the history of field work, of course, the story was never shared until it was. But today it's different, and there's all kinds of witnesses, and of course on social media people share what's happening immediately. In my practice, I guess I never left the field, but I've had people come to me, sometimes journalists, sometimes with partners like NGOs that were funders that would feature our work. And that's really the only way that the work that the program I've been director for, has been broadcasted, because the tribe themselves don't really care to broadcast what they're doing to the outside, but the funders do. So that's, in my case, the pretty much, other than academic talks, which I don't participate to very often, but that's through featuring from journalists or NGOs that my work has been seen.
One of the things that we've been doing for the last decade is we make videos of the program every summer. That minute-and-a-half clip gives you an idea of just sort of the type of imagery that we create. And we do it for a couple reasons. One is we want to give students something at the end of the summer that sort of like encapsulates their experience and is something that they can go back to and remember like how that made them feel. And wanting to do that again. And I think it's really important for our students, but it brings their families into the conversation as well. So during the summer, we're making short videos, 3 or 4 minutes that we will send out to the families to include them in the process so that they understand the experience that their child is going through. And we can show these videos to funders as well, and they can get an idea. And one of the cool things that's happened recently is that sometime this fall, there'll be a feature-length documentary released where our program is one of 3 stories in the documentary. And one of the reasons why it ended up getting featured, in addition just to the work that we're doing, is that when they first contacted me to want to talk about this project, I could send them these videos and say, you know, it's like if you're interested in the type of imagery that might be able to go along with the storytelling that you're doing, here's something you can look at. And so I think having, particularly in the age of social media and YouTube and all that, being able to have that kind of imagery that people can access and see what people are doing and the impact that it's having, I think is really important.
I'll just add very briefly, I'm quite early in my career and I don't have as much experience yet with trying to share things, but as my results for one of the experiments I'm doing come together, I think the big takeaway is going to be we really need to change the way we think about forest restoration sometimes as well. And I'm going to try and do a bit more like targeted outreach too, to see what are people currently thinking, why are they thinking that in terms of this is the way we need to plant trees or something, and continue, I guess, developing a strategy for how to do outreach and make sure that the people who could actually make some change based on this research get that information.
Sorry, I'm not really a presenter, but I'm having fun pretending I am. Your question's really a good one because it's really about inclusion of a different kind of people altogether, the public. And, I will simply say, have any of you seen Ancient Apocalypse? Oh my God, nobody in this room? Well, I know one person would have, at least one person. Graham Hancock had a series on Netflix that was absolutely stunningly popular about how the world changed 11,000 years ago. This advanced civilization that once existed was wiped out, and that everything then has come from a variety of sources, including aliens and what have you. My point about that is he told a story that was remarkably effective. And it's incumbent on us to be able to tell stories that are counteracting to that. And so it's really incumbent on us as a form of our intellectual outreach to be able to challenge those things. And as I said earlier, things like that never got academic credit, and they still don't in many cases. That outreach just, nobody cares. I mean, it's like, okay, thanks for that. What's your next paper going to be? And so we need to be able to find ways in the academy to make outreach of that kind actually valuable, because if we don't tell these stories, people like Graham Hancock will. And if you really want to be entertained, just go look at the series, because it will really, I won't use bad words, but it'll really make you angry about the way in which the past is presented. And it's a remarkably racist approach to the way in which the world was created. So.
Hi, Lee Stobrin, University of Virginia. Thank you for these lovely models, really inspiring work. Question for Paul directly, and then for all of you. So you mentioned the NSF REU program as a funder, but you've got to have other funders. And I'm just wondering institutionally how you support this as an ongoing activity, because it's obviously, the scope is just really amazing. And then for all of you, I guess the more general question of kind of building, I don't know, like roots into institutions, right? So, schooling or field schools, stuff like that. So yeah, just how all of us, I mean, I often fantasize about, like, if I could just take over this program, the world would be so much better. So just inviting that comment.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the first part of the answer is, I talked about NSF REU as like a comparison. We've actually never had funding from the NSF REU program. I've been chastised by the program officers in the NSF REU program once for referring to our program as an REU. It's like, no, you did not get funding from us. You cannot call yourself an REU. It's always been So up until this summer, this was the first summer that we did it without NSF support though, but it was always built into normal research grants. We've never gone after the REU funding. It's actually really restrictive, and it doesn't fit with our program model very well, which is one of the reasons why we haven't done it. So we've had NSF support, but we've also had support from the University of California. They have a UC HBCU initiative focused on trying to increase enrollment of alumni from HBCUs into UC PhD programs. And we've had funding from them for the last 10 years. Recently, about 3 years ago, I was contacted by a private foundation who learned about us through our alumni and some of those videos that we've created. And we had a conversation, and they're actually one of our primary funders right now. But yeah, it's a tremendously expensive program to run. And so, relying on a single source really isn't possible.
Yeah, the question of sustainability is really important. Now, in my case, I'm just here. It's only temporary in some sense, because the goal is for the community to take over their own program, So I like to see myself as such, but it is important that the program continues, and I've had the same experience. So when I was a doctoral student, I got a lot of small grants, including an NSF dissertation grant, which was small also. But when I graduated, then I was able to go for more substantive funding, including from the Administration for Native American, and that's really how the program started in McDermott. And then through our work, we started having exposure to private foundations, especially in the state of Oregon. And that was also important for other reasons maybe I don't have them to cover. But there was really a historical trauma between the Nevada Paiutes in the state of Oregon due to some wars and genocidal practices that happened back in the 19th century. So to me, it was also important as a way to mend relationship with part of their homeland to try and secure funding that could make the program sustainable for years to come. So yeah, it's a very important question. How do we continue to make those things happen? And at some point, it has to happen without us as a person too.
Well, thank you for your questions this afternoon, or this morning and afternoon, I guess, at this point. That's the last question we'll field right now. I want to thank all of the panelists for an outstanding set of papers, and thank you for your questions. And so with that, we're finished. So, see you later.
So there will be a lunch for speakers in the back, and then we can all reconvene here in about an hour.
Oh, here it is. Oh, there's a screen here. There's a screen here, so I think you can see what's going on, you know. And so I think just pointing it there would be my guess. Yeah. And then when you're up here speaking, just want to make sure you're getting into this.
Right.
When we're sitting down there, there'll be a mic for each of you.
Okay,
Yeah.
oh great, this is nice.
Yeah.
It's cozy, I like it.
Yeah, you'll like it.
Well, good afternoon. I hope everyone is rested and full. My name is Peter Hoke. I am from the Missouri Botanical Garden in St. Louis. And I'd first like to extend my thanks to Linda and the organizers of this very stimulating meeting. And thank you for inviting me to participate. It's been a great honor and pleasure for me to serve on the Lewis and Clark selection committee for a decade or so, and to be able to read so many exciting and innovative proposals from these bright young minds that we're able to get. It's also been a source of great angst for me because inevitably we can't fund them all, and there are ones that I think, oh, I wish we could fund it, but alas, not possible. As for my own career, when I was an undergraduate, another pre-med, and that was many years before Lewis and Clark program got started. By serendipity, I was offered a research position, a summer research position, supported by NSF. The program was called Undergraduate Research Program. For some reason, they very soon changed that from ERP to REU. I don't know why. But with that support, I was able to spend that and a subsequent summer running around in the mountains in Colorado, chasing butterflies and looking at the plants that they visited and that they didn't visit. You know, what's not to like here? So I was hooked on doing field research. Medicine went by the wayside, and I ended up taking my PhD in plant biology. And throughout my career, I've always gravitated to opportunities to interact with and to facilitate the research of graduate students and undergraduate students, because it was clear to me early on that these bright young minds that are coming up are often the ones that bring new ideas in and new approaches. And, you know, you talk to them and they say, where'd you come up with that? So it's been a great trip. Now, the theme of this session is innovation, and these past 2 decades of the time of the Lewis and Clark program have brought pretty incredible changes. I mean, we take some things for granted. On the technological side, an obvious example of innovation and growth, but one that we do, I think, sometimes take for granted, is the incredible development of computer and digital work and tools. For example, I mean, it has brought about the development of GIS system, GIS, okay, which has been really a revolutionary thing for a lot of field ecology, anthropology, and many other fields, marine biology. And in addition to the big digital advance, brought about new analytical tools so that we were able to take much bigger data sets and figure out what to do with them, and then figure out what they're telling us, and be able to look at phylogenies and get a much more precise understanding of the evolutionary relationships of organisms. Another example of the growth that's happened in those 20 years has been in molecular biology and genomics. Obviously, that's an enormous one. I won't go into that very much because we get proposals in the Lewis and Clark program that certainly use molecular techniques, but that's not the primary focus of them. But again, it's another one of these things we sort of take for granted, but think about what things were like in 2005, 2000, not nearly as well developed. One of the examples, and it's only been mentioned once, I think, in the talk so far, has been that, and this comes in some of our more recent Lewis and Clark applications, and that is the term microbiome. Well, microbiome was hardly even known back in the 2000 or 2005, and yet these remarkable complex communities of microorganisms are now known and being studied in all plants and in animals. I mean, somebody had a proposal to look at the microbiome on the surface of a leaf. That's pretty breathtaking, and of course it's opened up a whole new way of thinking about how organisms operate, and of course originally from human health, but it's developed from there. So certainly there are other technological innovations, some of which occurring in the Lewis and Clark applications kind of give me a headache because I don't really understand them very well. I mean, ones in geology and marine biology sometimes really require a lot of work for me to figure out what they're talking about. But you know, they're certainly enormously important innovations. But of equal importance are the innovations in the approach that people are taking. And there have been a lot of talks here because we have a lot of people, especially in anthropology, who are you know, demonstrating the impact of how to approach your study system, the inclusion of indigenous culture and indigenous knowledge. We had some great talks in this last session, and we'll have more in the talks we're about to hear. I was struck by the graph in Alex Baxter's talk that showed the growth of the number of papers that incorporated indigenous knowledge. And starting about 2005, which is exactly when Lewis and Clark got started, it really took off. I mean, prior to that time, there were almost no papers that included that as a part of the whole approach to their research. So, and that certainly is we find a lot of that in the applications that we get. Outreach, yes, but specifically trying to include indigenous knowledge in the development of their programs. There are other kinds of technological and sociological, if you will, approaches that are new. Certainly, in terms of scanning, we had a mention of you know, the use of marine scanning, marine drones, and we'll hear today another talk that talks about the use of drones for scanning in anthropology and for things like LIDAR and thermal imaging. I mean, these are remarkable tools that are now being put to use in ways that 20 years ago we never imagined. So without further ado, let me introduce our speakers for this session. First is Andrew Abdalian, who is a linguist working with the Tunica Language Working Group in Louisiana. He'll be talking about language revitalization of the Tunica language, including the development of digital tools for learning and analysis. Our next speaker would be Lise Dobria, who is a professor of anthropology at the University of Virginia, who will discuss her long-term work in Papua New Guinea and in the face of modern communication, discuss whether or not immersion in this or other kinds of or other cultures is still possible as part of a research program. And our last speaker this afternoon will be Rosa Marie Varias, who's a doctoral student in anthropology at the University of Illinois, Chicago, and a native of Peru, who will discuss her use of drones in architectural fieldwork, archaeological fieldwork in Peru, which has allowed rapid surveys of large areas and the identification of important archaeological sites. So with that, I would ask Andrew to come up and present the first talk, which is, title of which is Technology and Community Engaged Language Revitalization, Building Accessible Solutions in Awakening the Tunica Language.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the APS, not only for having me here today, but also for the long-term fellowship that enabled my research this past year. I want to talk about the promise and peril of digital tools in endangered and reawakening languages and their projects. But I want to focus a bit at the outset on how traditional understandings of what fieldwork is and where it takes place don't fit into the work of reawakening language projects. So previous talks have discussed the history of fieldwork being extractive in nature, taking objects or knowledge from the field back to the laboratory or the academy for study or display. Linguistics has had a similar history of extractive practice, taking linguistic data and whatever cultural knowledge is contained within it. Language is just one facet of culture, and extracting it from the community separates it from its proper cultural context. Community-based research, which we've also talked about a lot the last couple of days, aims to halt this extractive process by ensuring that, in this case, a language community is both the source of and the beneficiary, a source of the data and the beneficiary of the analysis of that data. In language revitalization context, this means that the community dictates the information gathering process and co-creates scholarship, which is undertaken for community goals. But in language reawakening, the concept of the field is flipped on its head because the language is no longer spoken, because there are no native speakers and in many cases there are hardly any rememberers. The community can no longer be the primary source of linguistic information. This is not to say that the community doesn't have information to offer about their language and cultural practices, but traditional field methods like elicitation will not yield results. If we place the traditional frame of fieldwork onto language reawakening contexts, the field is where the language information resides, which ironically is in the academic institutions, archives, and museums. And the academy, the place of analysis, and in this case co-creation, is with the community itself. So I like to think of language reawakening projects and this sort of work as, and again, this is a word we've heard at least once in this past couple of days, as an act of repatriation. So here's my outline. I'm going to be straying from it a little bit just because I think I need to have different points of focus. But we're going to talk about digital technology and indigenous language revitalization. We're talking about the specific area of Tunica language revitalization and the digital products we've created. So why language revitalization? I mean, I think I'm preaching to the choir here, but there are many pressures that encourage language endangerment and language loss. But communities continue to work to retain or reclaim their heritages. But if people need more than these communities want to speak their language, there are health and educational benefits of indigenous language use by indigenous communities. But there are obviously lots of difficulties, the breaks in intergenerational transmission, no written form, there may be no or little presence in certain environments or domains, specifically online. And in reawakening languages, no documented vocabulary for certain concepts. And so it may be seen as a language of the past or a language of the old and not fit for current times. And language has been decoupled from the rest of cultural life. So digital language technology is a source of both optimism and concern. It means that you're probably going to be able to create some really interesting and innovative and engaging ways of learning. It's going to be easier to extend the reach of that language in the digital domain. And it can increase the language's prestige, which is something that is worth thinking about because the how much the language projects get bought into often depends on how the language is viewed and whether it's viewed as worth learning. So here's a quote just about the importance of digital technology in terms of, this is mostly from the side of language workers, and how they can use digital technologies to record, preserve, analyze, manipulate, and transmit. But it's also a source of concern. There's significant investment and maintenance costs of varying quality and effectiveness. There's a high learning curve, and in a lot of cases you have to go through gatekeepers, and this results in the loss of control over a community over its language. So they document, archive, and teach, but they also contribute to privacy concerns, cultural appropriation, misuse of control, manipulation of cultural knowledge. So you have to be really aware of how much these digital projects depend on gatekeepers and corporations. So Tunica is a heritage language of the Tunica Biloxi tribe, and it's a language isolate, which makes reawakening it very difficult. We can't depend on any other languages to fill in gaps and sort of determine what a word would have looked like or how a sentence would have been constructed. So we're depending entirely on 3 periods of documentation, and this is the triad was the most important. Thierry talked about the linguistic triad of texts, dictionary, and grammar. And we did get that in the 1930s as part of a project of trying to gather up data before these languages disappeared to be able to situate them in language families. So early revitalization efforts, people often think about linguists coming in and saving a language, linguists coming in and reintroducing a language. The community always wanted this. There were community efforts and attempts to revitalize this language. I want to focus on the long-term partnership between Tulane University, where I did my PhD, and the tribe itself that started in 2010. And Thierry also mentioned this very briefly, is that I see myself and we see ourselves on the academic side as interpreters of this sort of arcane, inscrutable knowledge that was written down in the 1930s. And what we try to do is take those and create out of them things that communities can use. So the Tunica grammar became the Tunica textbook, the Tunica texts became children's books, and the Tunica dictionary has been used in online dictionary and dictionary apps. And this is just some of the pictures of the children's books, the textbook, and the dictionary apps. But one of the things I'm going to skip through that, I'm running low on time. One of the things I want to talk about is the sort of difficulties in terms of the tools that we use. The products by SIL are probably some of the most used in language revitalization because they're free. But they're built for linguists, not for communities, and that's a very important thing to keep in mind and what we've tried to get away from. They've offered different ways to get things on the web, but they control the website. They control what we can, what sort of features we get added. And the dictionary apps are even harder because then you're also going through Apple and Google, and so you need to be very considerate. It does raise the prestige of the popularity of the Tunica language dictionary iPhone app was very enthusiastically received. But again, what we need to look at is, if you look on the right here, on the left, you can see that it was last updated. I did this a week ago or so. It was last updated in late September, but the app was last updated 4 months ago because of the difficulty in getting it uploaded. So we're looking for alternatives. Open source things are probably the best. Things that rely on the internet only. Things where you know the people who are making them. Living Dictionaries is a place where I know some of the people who work on it, and therefore I think it's still a gatekeeper of a sort, but one that's more aligned with the community's goals. And then how to display Tunica texts. You can use SIL and get it onto the web in a way that's very difficult to search. This is and it's also very daunting to do this sort of work, or to look at this and see the language depicted at all sorts of levels of detail for someone who is not a linguist. So we've looked at other solutions. We've looked at LingView, which allows for some customization. This is the full text, and then you can take out all these tiers and just look at the language and its translation. But one of the things we've also done is to reformat the original text. Now, why would we do this? It doesn't use modern orthography. It's not interlinear. It's not digital, but it improves the readability of the original work for both language workers and communities. One thing that I was sort of interested in was that the communities have a real thirst for interacting with the original documentation to get as close as they can to when the language was documented. And also PDFs are accessible, they're downloadable, they're readable and offline. And one of the things I really want to draw your attention to is it's not always the most advanced technologies that do the most to revitalize language. So this is the original way it was laid out in these large blocks of text, and we redid it so that each sentence is right next to each other, and you can really see the comparison. So just a couple of conclusions. Reawakening projects repatriate extracted linguistic information. Digital tools can facilitate but must operate within constraints of these very limited projects in terms of resources. Speaking of underfunded mandates, there's a real desire to have these languages back, but it's hard to get funding. And lastly, the tools that our project uses has shown that they should be user-friendly, simple, customizable, cross-platform, and tailored to community need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Our next speaker is Lise Dobrin, and she is going to speak on communication at a distance and the diminishing possibility of immersion in anthropological fieldwork. Lise?
Hi, everyone. This has been such a joy. I'm the one presenting, but this is actually a joint paper by me and my husband, Ira Bashkow, who is down there clicking through the slides. We are anthropologists who've carried out long-term fieldwork in the Pacific, in Papua New Guinea, or I'll say PNG to be brief, since the 1990s. We began with extended periods of immersion in PNG villages, first separately and then together. We met when Ira was returning from his dissertation fieldwork and I was preparing to start mine. I spent 15 months with Arapesh people on the north coast of New Guinea, becoming fluent in Tok Pisin, PNG's lingua franca, which has largely supplanted the local vernacular. Ira lived for over 2 years with Orokaiva villagers in the southeast, learning and working in their native language. We participated in daily life. We made and transcribed audio recordings. There we go. A younger, hotter, sweatier me. And we kept extensive field notes. Since then, we've returned several times for shorter visits and maintained close relations with our PNG interlocutors, many of whom have become dear friends and adoptive kin. Our dedication to ethical research has not led us to follow the model of community collaboration that emphasizes negotiating research goals with community groups in order to create products for community benefit, at least not directly. Instead, we take our lead from local models of ethics and have cultivated relationships grounded in kinship, material reciprocity, and deep personal feeling. While our work is situated in communities, our strongest commitments are to particular individuals and families with whom our lives have been bound up now for over 3 decades. This sustained engagement has let us make contributions to ethnography, anthropological theory, linguistics, history of anthropology, field methods, and more. Our knowledge has emerged from open-ended participation in our interlocutors' lives, yielding insights that would otherwise be not attainable or not even imaginable. In our early field work, communication was always face-to-face, and in New Guinea, it often remains so today. Reaching another village meant a long hike. Calling someone in the capital required an arduous walk to the road and then a truck ride to town and a wait in the lines at the post office payphones. Letters to the U.S. took weeks. But this difficulty of communication forced us to let go of our home concerns for months at a stretch as we came to rely on our hosts, not just for research, but also socializing, companionship, emotional support, entertainment. This heightened immersion deepened our relationships along with our cultural understanding. About 15 years ago, cell towers reached our field sites. Mobile phones let us text and call. Rudimentary social media followed, along with occasional internet service and email for a privileged few with access to schools and institutions. Though PNG remains among the least connected countries in the world, these technologies have transformed our research. For example, I'm currently developing an online phone-accessible document that integrates a historical and cultural text by a village leader who is also an influential public intellectual in Papua New Guinea, integrating audio commentary from elders and my own previously archived audiovisual Arapesh materials. In 2023, I returned with an ethnobotanist colleague, Ryan Hewish, to document hundreds of plant varieties using a phone app that annotates photographs with geospatial data, identifying the plants named by vernacular terms that I had collected years earlier but couldn't fully interpret. I was just sitting with elders in the village. Calling and texting has also enabled new forms of collaboration. In 2015, my village father, Jacob Sonnen, joined me in the US as a native speaker consultant for my university course in linguistic field methods. With help from relatives living in the capital, I arranged his visa and plane tickets remotely. Our research conversations now continue by messenger calls and by our remittances that help sustain his household and fund cell phone credits. In 2023, I arranged to bring Arapesh anthropologist Andrew Motu from PNG to consult on a museum exhibition I was preparing. Ira likewise uses calls and messaging to bridge between his home and field worlds. During the pandemic, he arranged for his Orokiva research consultant and adoptive brother to buy a phone so he could video message his students in a large introductory lecture class, emphasizing that Orokiva people live fully in our shared presence. More recently, he's held weekly calls to plan a large-scale traditional feast in the village, memorializing another adoptive brother who has long since passed away. In the broad conception developed by historians of science Ricky Koklik and Robert Kohler, the field contrasts with the lab in being a research setting that is uncontrolled. But for anthropologists, the field is experienced not so much in opposition to the lab, but to home, the place where everything makes sense and one knows how things are supposed to go. For anthropologists to participate effectively in the field, they have to acquire local skills, sensitivities, and languages, and come to know specific people and places. They need to develop an ethnographic sensibility. They observe, interact with, and take notes on what people do as well as what they say, allowing research questions to emerge organically from local concerns rather than being imposed from the outside. The researchers' direct immersive experience of interacting with others in this way is what gives anthropology's signature method, participant observation, its knowledge-producing power. Unlike interviewing, participant observation allows others to determine the frame and the topics. It places the anthropologist in an uncomfortable one-down position as an apprentice or novice in an unfamiliar environment, unlike the one-up role assumed by an expert. Over the years, anthropological fieldwork has evolved in response to ethical critiques and has expanded to new kinds of settings. Yet immersion, being personally drawn into a social field by participation as opposed to distanced observation and interviewing, remains central to how anthropologists understand fieldwork. But immersion is being complicated now by these kinds of communication changes. We get calls from PNG suddenly plunging us into that world as we go about our daily lives and sometimes nights in the US. The shifts affect not only us, but also our children. Because friendships are inherited in their culture, our PNG families expect our children to carry on our relations across generations. And now that possibility is fully realistic. Conversely, when we travel to PNG, it's harder now to leave home behind. Urgent news from family or work reaches us instantly, distracting from the slow, situated process of learning who people are, what they're saying and doing, and what they mean by it. Today, it's the exception rather than the rule to be without internet access. Almost everywhere our students do fieldwork, they remain digitally connected to us, their families and friends, and to social media. They submit IRB renewals online. They attend Zoom meetings and regularly talk, text, and video chat with friends back home. They even participate in fieldwork support groups, like the Society for Linguistic Anthropology's monthly online forum for graduate students that they can attend while they're in the field. These resources are valuable. Students may choose sites close to home on principle, rejecting the idea of representing others. Some study communities that are themselves online. But regardless of why, one effect is to forestall disengagement from home. Anthropology isn't alone in facing these shifts. Study abroad programs, too, are shortening as students seek cross-cultural experiences that interrupt their home lives and trajectories as little as possible. Christian missions are having difficulty recruiting first worlders for the kind of long-term, faraway placements that once were the norm. It seems that anthropologists, students, and missionaries alike are increasingly reluctant to step away and suspend participation in their home lives, even temporarily. As a discipline, anthropology continues to value immersion, participating in people's activities on their terms. But this is now shifting in practice, not because of any principled critique or disciplinary debate, but due to cultural changes in anthropologists themselves. These changes, which are fed by technology, lessen anthropologists' willingness to disengage for long periods from their home concerns, relationships, and frames of reference. The risk is that anthropologists will tacitly avoid the most difficult experiences of immersive learning. When in the field, anthropologists experience awkwardness, frustration, confusion, discomfort, and disorientation because the way things are unfolding around them challenges their own deeply ingrained cultural assumptions and expectations. Working through these feelings requires learning new skills, new ways of thinking and speaking, and also creates new social interdependencies. When researchers remain tethered to home, they may short-circuit this challenging process, falling back on familiar habits. I'm thinking especially of interviewing. As historians of science, Kuklik and Kohler observe, in the field, scientists' activities shade sometimes almost imperceptibly into whatever else people are doing there. For anthropologists, participating in those other activities is not incidental, but critical. But now that home travels with us, remaining digitally present wherever we go, and immersive participation is increasingly eclipsed by our own persistent attachments, the meaning of the field is changing for anthropology and perhaps for other disciplines. Thank you.
Okay, our final speaker in this session is Rosa Maria Varillas, who will speak on drones and the future of archaeological research fieldwork, data collection, and community engagement.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rosa Maria. Thank you for having me here. I am Rosa Maria Varillas, a PhD candidate in anthropology at the University of Chicago and a researcher at the Field Museum of Natural History. This talk is a collaboration with Corey Bowen, also from UIC and the Field Museum. We'll be discussing how drones are changing fieldwork, data collection, and community engagement in archaeology. So archaeological fieldwork has long been romanticized as the gritty, physical, strenuous catalyst for the creation of real archaeologies. I believe propagated as much by the field school rite of passage and professional self-narratives as by media representations of the discipline. Even as we begin to recognize the sexism and classism behind the idea that fieldwork must be tough, new data collection technologies, which could ease some of these problems, still face some hesitation in favor of old pen and pencil methods. Recent events have pushed archaeology further into the digital era. During COVID-19, researchers adopted new online and virtual methods to stay safe, but the pandemic still increased unemployment and workloads, especially for women and early career scholars. Soon after, federal funding cuts, including the National Science Foundation, threatened archaeology's future by limiting support for graduate research. With anthropology PhDs now average nearly 10 years, extended fieldwork is increasingly unrealistic. In response, both authors of this paper turned to drones to navigate post-COVID challenges, reducing cost risks, and time in the fields. Our projects in Peru and Bolivia, respectively, supported by the APS Lewis and Clark Fund, show how drones can reshape what fieldwork looks like and who can participate in it. So our first case study is my own work in Chile, Peru, which focuses on the site of Puerto Inca and Inca expansion in the southern shore of Peru. The Chala Valley on Peru's southern coast is a rugged landscape of quebradas, cliffs, and coasts with both Inca and pre-Inca sites. At its coastal ends lies Puerto Inca, a settlement with a plaza, altars, storage facilities, and domestic sectors, located where the Inca coastal road met the Trans-Andean route to Cusco, a strategic point linking coast and highlands. This project combined pedestrian and drone survey targeted excavations, and orthophoto-based mapping alongside ceramic and clay analysis via ICPMS, and botanical and faunal studies to examine Inca-Lonca interactions, research management, and how imperial and regional dynamics shape settlement and landscape use along the southern coast. So our first season was back in 2021. It took place during Peru's COVID-19 lockdowns, where mobility and crew assembly were severely restricted, if not absolutely impossible. There were just no vaccines at that point in Peru. To address these constraints, a drone-based survey of Puerto Inca was undertaken instead of the originally planned traditional pedestrian survey. This approach also enabled the expansion to other areas identified through satellite images, meaning Google Earth. One was the site of La Caleta, first noted in the 1970s, but never excavated or systemically studied. Additional locations, including small cliff-sized sites on Puerto Inca, were also targeted. Again, those were sites that have never, ever been recorded. The DJI Mini 2 drone was chosen as this model is light enough, being less than 240 grams, to avoid any FAA licensing, which allowed pre-flight training in Chicago. Its possibility also made it ideal for minimal staff fieldwork, as I could carry a drone by myself. Aside from better site identification and registration, drone mapping produced orthophotos and 3D models, which were used to plan future excavations and support Ministry of Culture permits. Permits now require precise geographical coordinates, so photogrammetric mapping provides an effective substitute in the absence of a total station. It also allowed me to map all sectors of Puerto Inca together for the first time. For the second season, we conducted a full drone survey of the Quebrada and adjacent coastal sites within a 10-kilometer radius of Puerto Inca. This distance was chosen as a distance a person can typically walk in and back in a day. Flights followed a polygon-based method developed by Luis Jaime Castillo from Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú, which implementation support in the field by his student, Héctor Barrera. We used a Phantom 4 drone with pre-programmed path at 30 meters above the highest point and 75% photo overlap. We use Google Earth that help us identify priority areas, while smaller or newly at the field discovered sites were documented manually with either the Phantom 4 or the DJI Mini 2. Battery life was a major constraint, with large sites requiring up to 4 batteries and only 7 available, so careful planning and charging logistics were essential. Despite these limitations, the survey successfully documented over 20 sites, many previously unknown or lacking any detailed records, and revealed a wide range of architectural patterns, from small cliff-like sites to much larger settlements over 1,000 square meters. The resulting orthophotos, 3D reconstructions, and digital topography now form the foundation for understanding settlement organization and movement for the region. The drone survey reviewed more complex architectural patterns than previously recognized. At La Caleta, multiple sectors and a perimeter wall were documented for the first time, while Puerto Inca shows a previously unrecorded upper sector. We also recorded 2 additional canchas with rectangular colcas in the Chala Quebrada, reflecting standardized Inca forms for storage and settlement. Drone mapping reduced the required time for the additional total station surveys, allowing us to cover more sites and generate higher resolution datasets. This, at the same time, freed more time for additional analysis, which included terraces and soil and colca residues, which confirmed the presence of maize and other highline crops, and mapped shell median deposits highlighting integrated coastal and highland productions and storage systems. Also, ongoing ICPMS work and radiocarbon dating will further refine local production, exchange, and occupational patterns. Finally, sharing drone images with local communities help visualize site boundaries, document conditions, and support heritage awareness, particularly in areas currently threatened by illegal mining and agricultural expansion. This strengthens local engagements and contribute to ongoing site protection efforts. Then our second case study is situated in Tiahuanaco, Bolivia, with a focus on thermography in the study of hydraulics. During the 16th century Common Era, Tiahuanaco grew in the capital of a vast political and religious center that spanned to the south-central Andes. Scholars have long studied a field system that sustained this highland city of over 20,000 people and potential effects of a climate shift on a social political organization. Since 2022, the Proyecto Hidroarqueológico del Valle Tiahuanaco, led by my co-author Corey Bowen, has sought to move beyond questions of subsistence and irrigations toward a broader understanding of water economics, political, and religious roles. The project includes extensive survey to locate canals and modify springs across the Tiahuanaco Valley, building on earlier studies on the Tiahuanaco River, paleography, and the city hydraulics architecture. Drone-based photography was used in 2 ways. visual imagery for targeted study of springs, and thermal imagery to detect larger water management systems. Because thermography relies on difference in soil moisture, it was expected to be especially effective in the highland plains, where ancient infrastructure built for wet summers might stand out clearly during the dry winters. Given the political and economical significance of water, some local authorities initially worried that ecological work could disturb community springs. So drone photography helped ease these concerns by allowing remote visual inspection without physical contacts. In fact, many communities later requested additional images to help document and protect their water sources from external encroachment. Live video transmissions also let collaborators confirm in real time that no private property was being filmed and suggest new survey areas based on their local knowledge. The aerial survey of this project took place in 2 phases during 2022 and 2023 field seasons. Experimental thermography flights were carried out within the Tiahuanaco archaeological site to develop best practices for data collection and to compare thermal imagery with existing excavations and remote sensing data. These images were captured using FLIR View Pro thermal camera mounted on a DJI Phantom 3 advanced drone. In 2025, site survey expanded to the broader valley using both visual and thermal imagery. 16 springs within the municipality of Tiahuanaco were selected based on their seasonal permanence and accessibility. Each was first documented through visual drone photography with a DJI Mini 2 CE and a ground-based pedestrian survey. Sites with sustainable flat terrains were also surveyed using aerial thermography, following the protocols established in earlier field seasons. Aerial thermography proved highly effective for identifying hydraulic architecture compared to other remote sensing methods. Known canals show much stronger contrast than in visual imagery or LiDAR models, and were easily distinguished from roads, modern irrigation, and other lineal features. Thermal images also revealed buried walls and historic adobe structures that were invisible from the ground. Drone photography greatly expanded the project's reach. Many springs were located at the base of steep canyons with flooded areas that were unsafe to access on foot. Because fieldwork was limited to time when community authorities could accompany us, efficiency was essential. Drone mapping reduced the number of required field days by nearly a third compared to the original schedule. So drone-assisted surveys in both the Chala Quebrada and Tiahuanaco significantly increased efficiency, while still allowing thorough ground truthing. They produced multidimensional datasets documenting topography, architecture, and landscape use, enhancing rather than replacing traditional methods. Both surveys were completed in under 2 weeks, much faster than traditional methods, producing high-resolution maps and 3D models that allow for immediate field decisions. The time saved enabled expanded research, including ceramic and clay sampling and soil sampling to study agricultural use. Beyond efficiency, UAV survey supports collaborative and ethical research. Aerial mapping can raise concerns about consent, ownership, and accessibility, but in our project, communities were actively involved, supervising data collection and using imagery to document and protect vulnerable sites. Drone use thus enhances both research scope and community engagement, making surveys faster, more comprehensive, and more inclusive. In an era of funding cuts and pandemic-related delays, these case studies show that graduate-level archaeological research can still be conducted effectively, even with limited time, personnel, and resources. And with that, we deeply thank the communities who guided and supervised our work, as well as all of our other academic collaborators and our respective projects, and of course, Lewis and Clark Fund and all of the other support institutions.
Thank you very much, Rosa. Well, let's open up the floor to any questions if anyone might have for our panelists here.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I'm sure this question is relevant for everyone, but it's particularly for Lise. And so thinking about the changes in culture and how they relate to technology, I feel like I got a hint of how you felt about it, but I feel like it was more descriptive than it was a judgment call on it. And I know all the panelists were talking about the pros and cons, so to speak, but I'm curious how you feel about the evolution of that culture that you're seeing in anthropology and other fields, and how it relates to your own experiences as a field scientist, as a field researcher?
I'll just answer as an anthropologist. You watch it and you participate in it and you see how it changes things. I don't think it's my job to judge. I mean, like I said, there's so much benefit, and and I also see the challenges. So, yeah, I'd love to be a graduate student and go to the graduate student field work support group while in the field. That's just so cool.
I mean, for me, the idea is that like a lot of this technological stuff is going to continue to advance, and I think have a very mixed effect. I mean, I think there's certainly, I talked about reach, I talked about engagement, and making sure that young people think of it as a language that can exist in new domains. But I also think there's a lot of sort of fool's gold out there to be had in new technologies. I know that there are people who are trying to sort of shoehorn AI into language revitalization stuff, and while non-LLM AI might have some very good uses, I think that we need to be really, really careful about using LLMs, especially with underdocumented languages, in terms of it's an issue of both data sovereignty and of just not having enough data already there to have an LLM even work. But I think people are going to just gravitate to it because that's where the hype is, and that's what I'm worried about.
I was thinking as what you were talking about your grad students, and also I've been thinking this morning, because I came to this presentation, it was very much like grad students are in trouble right now, just trying to get enough funding to go and do a traditional, 2 months or 6 months or at least a month of fieldwork, and we both were like, well, this is what we can do. But I do think some things are being lost in time, as you said, like in time span. I was thinking about my earlier projects in undergrad. You spend 6 months shoveling dirt with somebody, and by the end of excavation, you know each other's like life history completely. And it could be like somebody, I was a 20-year-old girl, young woman from Lima, and I was like, developing friendship with like older men from the field that we normally would have nothing in common, but just the process of spending 6 weeks nonstop, just working 8 hours a day, hand by hand, figuring out like how to get the wheelbarrow around. And now it's like, well, I spent a couple of evenings with a woman in the community. She helped me around. I showed him some pictures. I really think I could have done more, and I really want to do more in the future. But at the same time, I don't have the funds to stay there for so long. And then talking about you and not being able to disconnect with my family. Again, my first projects, I would go to Chavin de Huántar, and nobody could reach me for a month. And they had no idea where I was. Now, I'm climbing a mountain, and I have my sister texting me about my grandma. It's like, and I have to interact with that, because if not, I'm a bad family member.
So, Paul Barber, UCLA. I really relate with what you're saying about being isolated in the field and the value of that, and sort of thinking about people like me that run field programs. I think back on my own experiences, as a graduate student, and that isolation and the need to really think through problems on your own, or the degree to which you made connections with people, because at the end of the day, there wasn't Netflix to watch. You couldn't FaceTime with your family back home. It's like you actually had to talk to people. And I wonder, as we're thinking about the future of field work and training people to be field scientists, is there a value to actually doing field training where you say, you know what, for these 2 weeks, you leave the technology at home. And despite, we use lots of technology and it's transformed things, but there are things that are being lost as well. And should we be doing that when we train students now?
I don't want to answer that question because I don't know the answer. I mean, I feel like those are the questions we need to be asking ourselves, that, just acknowledging that fieldwork is changing in so many positive ways, that there might be other sides to it. And certainly where, it's like the key thing is relationship building. Like, we keep talking about relationship building. We've been doing it for 2 days, right? So what does it take to build those relationships, and when are they built? Yeah. I read. No, you tell. He's also a co-author, he can tell. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Ira Bashkow, I'm the co-author at University of Virginia. So this is actually something Lise told me the other day, and she said, so we're not anti-technology in any way, and like there isn't some sense in which, I wish I didn't have a phone right now and wasn't able to let our children watch her presentation. Like, these are wonderful things, okay, and these applications are phenomenal, but also as a parent, as a teacher, we find that people are distracted all the time. And one of the things that Lise told me last night, okay, so I'm talking, but it's her idea, was a friend who's a teacher in local schools in Virginia, and she says it's like really hard to have little kids work through difficult times. Like, when they feel bad, they quickly go to the phone, which has a sort of, distracting effect. It's the Netflix series. And so, there is some broad thing that fieldwork is hard, and everybody here has described challenges of one kind or another, and working with communities is hard. And then a lot of things in our personal lives are hard. And so there is a downside with the phone, and it's training us in some sense. And so, I don't know, we felt like it was a great opportunity to sort of, bring to the surface that issue, because it's happening sort of quickly and yet sort of slowly all around us all the time in every part of our lives.
Sorry, if I could just say one more thing. So, by virtue of having that relationship in the field that I had to cultivate with the Christian missionaries, okay, I'm Jewish, this was not like, originally my people. I spent a lot of time with a missionary linguist who worked in the area where I do research, and as a result of connecting with him and then getting into, continuing to like archive his field notes actually, I spent a lot of time in the missionary center in Dallas, and that is where I learned that the missionaries are having a much harder time recruiting for the long-term, long-term stations that they used to go for. The guy that I work with had been his whole adult life in New Guinea. And that is very hard to find these days for them as well. So I feel like this is a larger cultural phenomenon in the world that field workers come from, right? So it's sort of worth pulling to the surface.
So hi, Josh Drew, SUNY ESF, and Paul's former student. And you're absolutely right, Paul. You would send me out, and I would come back 2 months later, and you'd be like, "How was it?" Right? And that was that, which had benefits and negatives to it. And I do agree. Like, when I was out in community for 2 months, really learning about how indigenous communities think about conservation, there was that slow work that you talk about of having to have those conversations over bowls of kava and thinking about, like, what does it mean to protect species. But I want to offer maybe another a counterpoint. I have had a number of indigenous students, Native American students with me, and the societal and familial and cultural obligations that they have, either being in ceremony or being able to show up, when your grandma is sick, right? There are those obligations that I wonder if they didn't have that ability to keep one foot within their community, if that would preclude them from doing work, or if that would preclude them from doing the types of work that they are doing. So I will sit strongly on the line, because I don't have an idea of one way or the other. But as we're thinking about ways to diversify the field and to be more inclusive, maybe thinking about people who have parental duties or who have cultural obligations, there might be a benefit to being able to check in and fulfill those as well.
I take your point about technology. I was driving across the Tibetan Plateau with a friend, after field work, and I didn't have a phone, but he did, and he got a phone call from his wife in Russia. And it was like, oh, this is really disturbing. Why is this happening? Because it was so tranquil and peaceful to be out there, and to be away from everything really does focus your attention on the work. But I do have to say that I'm grateful, on the other hand, for technology, because I've had 3 instances now in my own field research where I needed a helicopter rescue of someone who got hurt. And if this person, one of them at least, had not been rescued, he probably would have died in the field. And so having the technology, even though it's dangerous, also was incredibly important for saving this man's life. So it goes both ways, as sitting on the line, as you suggested.
Being of a certain age myself, I can't help thinking that this has a certain age-related component about it. Because, when we give our grants to our Lewis and Clark applicants, they're ready to take off and be in the field as long as they need to, or as long as they can afford to. Partly because they have fewer familial constraints, frankly. So, as we all get along in our lives, we tend to make more and more connections in a close family, and that interferes with going out in long-term personal relationship type research. It's not as bad for natural scientists who go out and do a set of observations and experiments and then go home. They're not trying necessarily to develop community relationships, although often they do, and that's fabulous. But I'm just wondering how much the point at which your career is influences your question.
Okay, I'm asking a question again on behalf of Christopher Roy, although I have a similar question about sort of the anthropology specifically having always had a tradition of doing participant observation at home, and sort of how that kind of maps onto the case study that you presented about your experiences in Papua New Guinea. Is there kind of more nuance to be brought out here about anthropology in particular? There's plenty of anthropologists who have done field work in corporations, next door to where they live. So maybe just to kind of add that angle to this, is there something more here than just the kind of distance and the connectivity that you're talking about in this case?
Yeah, of course. So Ajahn, of course. We thought a lot about how to stage that. And home and field don't have to be 9,000 miles apart. But people who do field work in corporations do find that they're in the field and not like at home. Now, we know we have graduate students, and people are energetically, if you put a boundary up for anthropologists, they're going to find a way to go through it and test it. And so we have people now we have a particular grad student doing field work in her own family, among the women in her own family. So, that's as much bridging as home, bridging field and home as you could possibly be. And that exists also. And still, what she and others report is that when you turn your home then into the field, something else, something changes. So it doesn't, crossing a boundary doesn't make it go away. It just is another form of approaching it. But I realize that we did field work of a fairly traditional kind, very far away, and it was an immense privilege for us to be, and now over many years to really be part of people's lives and to do things that we couldn't do now at our age at the time, but now have the foundation of these relationships that have been built in so much trust and over so many years. And so we look around, and it's true, we look from that perspective and see, okay, people do have reasons that they want to bridge those boundaries. There are critiques of the ethics of going off to faraway places, and yet this is another change that's really transforming it, and that we talk about technology a lot, but we haven't talked so much about how technology is transforming that aspect of the field experience, and we just wanted to bring that up, I guess. Yeah.
I want to circle back to technology itself, because we've talked a lot about our relationship as researchers to technology. But I was wondering whether any of you had had experience of actually using technology as a research tool. And the reason I'm asking this is I've seen numbers of applications for field work where they were asking for instant cameras to give to their research participants to allow them to carry out aspects of field work themselves, or the same thing with voice recorders. And I'm, about 8 years out of date now, and I imagine there's other aspects in the same mold of this, where not only anthropological field workers, but from botany, or if you're working on bugs or something like this, whether technology has helped to facilitate the actual gathering of the data and connecting your research with the research participants with your community.
In my project, my colleague Meg Harvey actually did her dissertation on gathering linguistic data from people in the community who were starting to speak Tunica again. And this was during COVID, and she had to totally change her research project because she was planning on going to Mexico and working with another tribal community, but she couldn't. And what she did was she sent gaming headphones or microphones, headsets to all of the people that would be participating in these Zoom calls where they worked on their Tunica language work, and was able to gather some really great data only because of these types of recording equipment. And her dissertation was about sort of a methodology for doing this sort of data gathering of linguistic data at distance.
I would like to add, like my co-author Corey, he didn't handle the drone to the community members because he only had one drone, but he had them next to him looking live at live video of what he was recording, so they could be like, we do not want you flying over there, that's private property. Actually, there's a spring over there, you should fly over in that direction. So they were like giving him live feedback of what he should be recording, and actually, improving his survey because of that.
Hi, I'm Katie Lee. I'm an anthropologist at Tulane. And so some of the things that have come up are like the time commitment of doing field work, and also the role that technology can have in efficiency. And I see that these are really in tension, but especially because, at least in my field, there's a pressure to graduate more quickly than prior generations, right? Like the average time to PhD in anthropology used to be a decade, 12 years, 15 years. And now you talk about programs because of doing 2 years of field work, right? And then you come back and you do all of the writing up. How do we sort of think about what the future of field work looks like when we're giving students 3 years or 5 years of funding and there isn't another mechanism, right? So I see this tension between efficiency and the need to be deeply in community, and I'm not sure what to do or how to mentor my students, because I did, 3 summers of field work, not an extended version for various reasons.
I don't know the answer, but I don't say it's something I struggle to. In my case, on my co-authors, we also had to do with COVID. So we had a whole summer we were just stuck in the US, so we should have gone and do fieldwork. And then you're coming out of COVID, and its 2 free generations are all applying for the same grants because we all got stuck at the same time. So it suddenly became even more competitive to get fieldwork done. So yeah, I sympathize with you. I don't have an answer. I just want to say like it is a problem many of us are thinking on.
As someone who is, you know, rapidly approaching their expiration date, I can look back and see that, you know, finishing your dissertation is just the beginning, right? So like there are a lot of points that seem like the end point, but they're actually just the beginning point. And I mean, the tension that you're talking about is absolutely real. So, you know, yeah, you've got to finish fast, but it's not like you will never be able to do field work again after you finish your dissertation. Like, right, in Europe, there are much speedier PhDs than there are here. And so I think we just have to kind of encourage students to take the long view and remind them that there's more opportunities still to come, thinking of it as not just like a punctuated event that you go on with the rest of your life, but the beginning of a series of encounters, projects, whatever, maybe in the same place, maybe in different places, but yeah, I think part of it is backing up your perspective also, because, well, we have to work within the constraints we have. And, you know, about that line of technology, is it good or bad? Who cares what we think, because it's here, right? So we just have to understand.
I agree. I was going to say, like, it's part of a larger discussion of what it is to have a PhD in anthropology. Like, what is good enough? And that, I think, is an ongoing discussion that you have with your advisor. But sometimes advisors don't know that, like, it takes a lot of bravery to come to your advisor and be like, I think I have enough data and I want to graduate. Or to sit your student down and be like, hey, you've been here for 12 years. Let's figure out how do we get you out. And I think those conversations have to happen. They might have to happen earlier on than when they are happening. But it takes a lot of bravery on both ends to just sit down and have a conversation.
I wanted to second some of that, because the criteria for a PhD at Oxford University is what can reasonably be completed within 3 years. And what they emphasize is it's not your life's work. It's the first step on your research career. So I think that in the US here, we need to possibly rethink what a PhD is.
Cool. With that in mind, let's save other questions till the end of the next session, when we'll have a broader discussion, and take a break now. It's 2:45. We'll reconvene at 3:15. Thanks to our panelists.
So there's the clock. Right. Okay. Now you saw. And then the slides will pop up on here.
So someone else will drive.
Yeah, somebody else will drive all that, but you get to, you can use this.
that's too expensive, or too complicated for me.
Well, just look for the big right-hand arrow. That's all you have to remember.
The big clock and the big arrow. I think I got it.
You got it? You got it? And then you have to like point this at your mouth.
I know I've noticed that some tall people actually are too tall for the thing.
Well, it just depends on the discrepancy between the speakers. Like, you have to like.
And it's supposed to be like kind of here.
Well, just sort of pointed at your face, not at your forehead.
Well, if I look like I'm not moving it, keeps the look. It's be up here. Ooh, they put a little dish or something out there.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're here for the session you've been waiting for, the last one. I knew it. Before we start, I just want to thank Linda for organizing this, APS for putting it all together. We have a hand. It's a pleasure to be here. I grew up in Philadelphia. I walk past these buildings, probably every second or third year. Must have been some field trip down to Independence Hall, see the Liberty Bell, something or another. And I had no idea what the American Philosophical Society was, let alone that they would open the door to me to come and be part of this kind of a event. And it's really been fun. It's been fun, I think, for all of us to get to listen to ideas from different perspectives. And I was a little taken back when I found out that I was supposed to think about models for sustainability. That was the name of our panel. And I had to look about it and think about it. A sustainability of what is always the question. And it's fieldwork, the future fieldwork. So obviously sustainability of fieldwork. And I thought, well, that means long-term study. If you're sustaining a field project over multiple years, that's long-term study. And so I thought, I know something about long-term study. I started this project on a small parrot in Venezuela 40 years ago when I was a postdoc, kind of a side project. You know, I was down there doing other research on a snail-eating hawk, and well, those side projects have a way of taking over your life. You look back 40 years later, you say, what's a long-term study? How do you know you've been in a long-term studies? When trees that you've sheltered under are now dead and falling over, you know? So that's been one of them. And then another has been working with colleagues on the Grinnell Resurvey Project, where we began over 20 years ago to follow in the footsteps of Grinnell, Joseph Grinnell, in the places that he visited and left behind a treasure trove of field notes, along with his students and his students' students, and specimens. But those field notes contain a tremendous amount of ecological observations. That's what made his work really unique, I think. And that he took his field notes in a somewhat systematic manner. And we've, figured out how to reconstruct a baseline from those field notes and revisit those sites now all across California to look at the effects of climate and land use change. And that project's still kind of continuing on. Most of the field work is done. And then another long-term project also in California is a study of rails. Rails are very secretive water birds, so secretive I'm not even going to show you a picture, because they spend their entire life under high vegetation. And we'll conduct surveys, 400 or 500 surveys a summer, and see them maybe 4 or 5 times. But they'll answer our calls, and so we'll know they're there. And we treated wetlands as if they were individuals, and learned a lot about what rails needed by learning about the demography of wetlands, so to speak, what made them turn over from year to year. And we realized the wetlands were basically the purview of the landowners. The landowners themselves were stewards of those wetlands, of the birds, even though they never saw them. The birds are endangered. So there was a certain amount of pride for those ranchers to have those wetlands, which are springs for the most part. And the rails were also being affected by a West Nile virus. So we had this really interesting coupled human-natural system that we worked with a sociologist, an economist, a hydrologist, and a disease ecologist to try and understand the interactions of. There never are conservation problems in the absence of people. So this kind of coupled human-natural system can be a pretty powerful model for understanding. And I realized that these are all long-term studies, and there are certain value to these long-term studies that you don't get from short-term studies. And so I think they can yield interesting and important ecological baselines, you know, to understand community responses, okay? An ecologist, when I mean community, I just mean like a bunch of species, an assemblage of species that may or may not be interacting, but, you know, new ones turn up with gradual change, like climate warming, or disappear. And then there's rapid episodic events like drought and fires that suddenly changed the whole community. These, you know, long-term studies are providing insights into species processes in multiple generations, changes in demography from year to year, birth rates, death rates. These are the keys that lead to evolutionary innovations through natural selection, of course, changes in fitness that we can demonstrate over the long term. And these things result in either populations persisting or going extinct. You know, one of the ultimate currencies in conservation. And in quantifying, you know, how human cultural practices, social dynamics evolve and persist, you need long-term data to do this well. Rare events. In that parrotlet study, we kind of stumbled onto infanticide. And then we also realized that wasn't the only thing happening. There was adoption going on when a female lost her mate and a new male came in. And so these rare events accumulating over 40 years, you know, gave us a robust data set to be able to work out the fitness benefits of those things. And it's these kinds of things that inform conservation and management. So long-term field studies, there aren't a lot of them. So it turns out this one on the parrotlets, well, it's probably the longest one with marked individuals you know, in tropical ecosystems now. And they are hard to keep going. What makes a sustainable long-term field study? That's some of the things that we're trying to think about, you know. And you're going to hear the themes about this presented by our next three speakers, all right? You've got to have research questions that are innovative, multidisciplinary, forward-looking, blah, 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 okay? But they got to be adaptable because the aha moment, the view from the field is often really different than what you get in the armchair. And there is that, yeah, I can't believe that actually happened. The methods themselves, you know, you have to have some good structured data collection, but it's also got to be adaptable to take in new information as you start to encounter it. So those little side notes and field notes, you know, there has to be some space for those kinds of things, or a field notebook to accompany the well-structured forms that those data are being taken in so that you can record those. And then somehow you've got to curate them. They got to have a lifetime of their own somewhere, probably both digitally and in physical format. Personnel, that's key. Like, you have to have stable personnel, but at the same time, to ensure enough continuity, you've got to also accommodate new participants. You know, you've got to include multiple researchers and local participants, you know, who can collaborate in an ethical fashion. We've got lots of discussion of what an ethical fashion might be. But some stability is really important. And so the place where this fieldwork is taking place in is pretty important. You know, it's got to be ecologically relevant, large enough for the processes to occur, take place, to have a population, whatever your samples are. You know, there's got to be a good infrastructure to support it through living space for the researchers or current and future scientific technologies. Ideally, politically stable. Can't go to Venezuela anymore for various reasons. But we have managed to keep the project going. Carl Berg, who I've handed it off to, faculty member at University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, has a well-trained group of Venezuelans who are participants in the project and managing to keep this going. assuming we can financially support it. And that is not easy. Long-term sounds important, but for NSF, it's innovative, new. Got to be something that you can show as breaking new ground, and can't just be monitoring. And so that's why all the more important are these questions that that we're going to be able to ask that are insightful and in some way new. And then that finances, it's got to be a diverse portfolio of sources. That's been my experience, because you have good years, you have shoestring years, where you're funding that research sometimes on the side of something else in order to keep it going. Maybe even sometimes with personal money. And then last, public engagement. This is outreach to multiple audiences, multiple participants, multiple venues of producing information. So I think like all of these kinds of activities that create a sustainable long-term field project, you're going to hear about them today from our speakers. And I'd like to introduce for you the first one. Nancy Simmons will lead off. She's the curator in charge of the Department of Mammalogy at the American Museum of Natural History and a professor of the Richard Gilder Graduate School. Now, we really haven't talked about field work, I don't feel like, with much passion the last few days. And biologists tend to have their favorite field things that they take with them into the field. It turns out Nancy has a pair of rubber boots that she's worn in the field since 1991. She told me, quote, "Longer than I've had my children, so they mean a lot to me." And well, catching bats in Thailand a few years ago, there were a lot of elephants around, and Nancy stepped in their poop. That, by the way, is a biological term, poop. She almost didn't get her beloved boots back through customs into the US because they're being investigated and looked at by the US Department of Agriculture. She had to sacrifice her toothbrush to clean the treads of that boot, but she still has her field boots today, and her children. Nancy's talk is entitled Large Team Multidisciplinary Collaborative Research on Bats and Belize. Nancy.
Thanks. So today I'd like to tell you about an unusual field program I've been part of for the last couple of decades in Belize. So this is where our study area is located in north central Belize, and it's circled here on this tourist map because it is a partially excavated Mayan city. And the reason that the forest is still here is because this is a protected area by the country of Belize. The plazas and the trails that connect the excavated parts of the city are our research area, basically. So bat researchers have been going to Lamanai since 1999, and I have a whole list of topics here of things that you can study about a community. And indeed, we have studied these aspects of the bat community at Lamanai over the last 25 years and have publications on all of them. To date, there's over 100 publications. I think we're probably close to 150 now by researchers. And there's been a vast amount of collaboration amongst people's labs and work. So somebody working on diet in bats may collaborate with someone working on the microbiome and so on. So this has been an amazing system and an amazing set of people to work with. However, like many field programs, it started small. Back in 2000 or 1999, there were only half a dozen people from a single lab who somebody had told them they might be able to study some bats in this area. And they went and found, yeah, this is a great place. By 2007, there were several labs going, and it's just continued to grow and grow over the years. So nowadays, we have about 80 people, that's 80 researchers going with 50 to 55 people per week for somewhere between 2 and 3 weeks, and we go the same time of year every year. And so the 2024 picture, that's only like 1 week's set of people, minus the people who are asleep when we took this picture. So it's a lot of people in the field, and the only reason it's possible is because of this place, Lamanai Outpost Lodge, which is an ecotourist lodge all the rest of the year. And they have welcomed us, and their owners and their staff have helped facilitate what we do for the last 25 years. So it's a tourist lodge, so they have cabanas that have, oh my God, they have beds, they have hot running water, they have electricity. It's wonderful for field work. And they have a central meeting area and a dining area for tourists. Now, when we're there, there's like twice as many of us as they ever have at any one time. So we have to eat in shifts, but they will cook for us, for all of us, for a couple weeks at a time, which makes it possible for us to get an enormous amount of work done. They also, about 25 years ago, built this room, which they built as a classroom, a place for tourist groups to meet or whatever, but they let us turn it into a field laboratory, so when we're there, it looks more like this. So how do you go about studying bats out in a tropical environment? So we're out there in the forest. What do we do? Well, like ornithologists, we use mist nets, which are very fine nets. Think about a volleyball net made out of threads with very small squares. We put these up in open spaces across trails, and then at night we hope that the bats are going to fly along and get trapped in them. We man these constantly through the night. We can remove bats without injuring them in any way, and then we have bats, which is just awesome. They're beautiful animals. We catch a lot of bats with the number of people we have in the field. So each one of these bags has a single bat in it. This is just part of one night's set of captures. So back in 2007, when like half a dozen people went for a week, they might catch 100 bats. On these field team now, our expeditions, we routinely catch over 1,000 animals in a 2-week period. And we've managed to do a ton of science on this and bring a lot of students in. We have trained over 65 students now. We have whole PhD dissertations and master's theses have been done here and parts of dozens of other ones. We now basically release probably 99% of the animals that we catch, and we tag virtually all of them with pit tags, which are what you might microchip your dog or cat. We're now putting these in bats, and so we have over 4,000 bats marked in this landscape. But all this has come with a lot of challenges and changes as opposed to the small-scale field work that many biologists are trained on. So the first part of this is just people management. Planning beds and transport to and from the airport, which involves both being transported by road and by boat. So this is my life much of the year, is spreadsheets, color-coded spreadsheets with who's going to sleep in what bed. We've taken over a local, well, we use all the local guest house and the ecotourist lodge facilities to house people, and then getting plane reservations from people, oh my gosh. But the lodge staff, the people we work with, the only reason we can do any of this is the collaboration with the staff and the people of the village that we work in, who basically do all of this back and forth thing. They supply us with food, they get everybody to and from the airport. And so all this is just possible because of the lodge. Now we're also interested or worried about ensuring safety of all of our participants and planning for emergencies. And the solutions that we found for that are really both personal management. We enforce a buddy system so that we don't allow anybody to ever go off alone, and everybody who goes anywhere has to tell somebody who's staying behind where they're going. But also we use the lodge emergency procedures. So ecotourist lodges have a set of emergency procedures if anything happens. In the last 25 years, we've only had to evacuate people twice for medical emergencies, and in both cases, it was the lodge's medical facilities that helped us evacuate people to local hospitals, and everything turned out okay, although it was traumatic at the time. At the beginning of every week of every field season, we have a group meeting with everybody who's there, even if they've been there for 20 years and have heard it all a million times, to go over the rules and why we have them and why it's important for everyone, both rules for managing people and safety, but also animals. Starting about, I think probably it was 2017 or 2018, we realized we'd grown large enough that we really needed a code of conduct. And so looking, because we're not a field station and we're not run by any single organization. We looked across a whole bunch of different options, and we built our own code of conduct, which we have online, and it spells out all the things which are usually in codes of conduct these days about harassment and proper behavior and ethics. And we make everybody who comes read this and sign it. We also make very clear to everybody what the reporting procedures are, and we have 2 ombuds people that anybody at any time can contact either anonymously or in person if there any issues arise. And we've had a couple of issues arise over the years, which we've managed to deal with, I think, appropriately and compassionately for everybody, and to the point where I think everybody was satisfied with the outcome by using this system. Now, working with wild mammals, especially bats, we're concerned about safety, and particularly since COVID, we're concerned about pathogens. And the people, the bat research community, the IUCN Bat Specialist Group has come together over the last few years and developed a set of guidelines for what we call field hygiene. So these are actions that we take to protect ourselves from pathogens that bats may carry, and also to protect the bats from us, because as many of you know, we've learned that humans can give COVID to animals, and we're afraid of infecting our research populations if somebody comes down. So what this looks like in person is, this is me with a big bat, and back when I first started working with bats, I would never have worn a mask. And with a big bat, I would always have worn gloves to avoid being bitten. But with little bats, we frequently handled them barehanded. I'd be wearing a tank top and so on. These days, we enforce basic field hygiene, not just to protect ourselves, but to protect the animals. And we ask every member of our team to do so, even if they're not used to doing so in other places they may work. Logistics of managing large numbers of people. We have a bunch of different research sites. Some of them we have to drive to get to. Some of them we have to take a boat to get to. We have lots of gear. So we sort of gone low tech in how we manage this. And this is the big blackboard in our field laboratory. And this is just one night of activities. And so basically I put the board up in the middle of every night, make sure that we know what the activities are that various research teams may be doing, make sure we have leaders. This allows us to figure out the gear, but it also lets us know where everybody's going to be. So I can take a picture of this, and I can know where every individual is every night or supposed to be. And the leaders of various teams know who's going with them, and so on. So this low-tech method actually has proven to be really helpful for us for managing this army of researchers. We also, of course, have to manage our animals. And when I first started working at Lemni, we had no centralized field record keeping system. We had no methods for labeling bags, so you'd never know what was in a bag, what species it was, or whatever. We changed all of that. We label everything now. We gather data across the whole team. We've been doing this for years. We have a centralized field numbering system. But all this is great, but if you're a newbie coming in, if you're a new student who doesn't know the animals and doesn't know how things work, how do you get integrated into this team? And one of the things we've done, which has actually proven most popular, is we developed a field key to our fauna. So we have potentially 50, 60 different species of animals, and we just made a field key of what the species are that are there and what the field characteristics are that can be used to identify them. And this is super popular, not just with our new students and people who might not be familiar with the fauna, but also with the guides, the naturalists who work for the lodge, the local people. This way they can see pictures, and we can teach them about the animals as we go. We make a whole bunch of different copies of this, and I laminate them in heavy plastic so they go out in the field all the time. So they can get rained on and stomped on in the mud, and they still work. Permits are another issue. We haven't talked much about this. This is something we all face, which is a problem. In the early days, when it was just a few people, they'd have one set of permits, and this is just what it takes for one project to go there. So there are permits from the Archaeologist Institute and from the Forestry Institute. But then as projects proliferated, we ended up with a whole set of different permits, and so it was getting complicated. And now we've consolidated them back together again to one big blanket permit that covers everything. Same thing with sampling. In the early days, each individual research group or person might be collecting samples of various kinds, and they would export them themselves. So separate imports into wherever they were going. But with bat material now, it's not just a matter of getting stuff into the United States using fish and wildlife permits, but we have to have permits for the Centers for Disease Control too. And just to make this easier to lower the boundary, particularly for a new researcher or somebody who's from a smaller institution who doesn't know how to do all of this, we now ship all our samples in one big shipment. So this is the mailroom at the American Museum with one set of samples coming back from one field season. We have, I think, 8 liquid nitrogen dry shippers there and 2 coolers, probably 6,000 samples. So they all get imported together, and then we split them up and send them to a dozen different institutions. This, however, means that we have to track these data very carefully. And it takes an individual, like one person, to just track all this data. So luckily, I can take staff from the AMNH. This is Ellie Hager, who this particular field season, her single job was just to track all the samples taken by every single different person in that lab, and what was in every tube, and what tube went into which dry shipper and all of that, so we know 100% what we have. So there's lots more spreadsheets and so on. Finally, one last thing we started worrying about recently is animal welfare. Now, we've always had IACUC approvals from the American Museum and many of the individual research teams. That's animal care and use. Mandated approvals that you need to do research. This little bat is getting some fruit juice here before being released. But 2 years ago, we established a bat welfare committee just for our field program. So we have individuals from multiple institutions here. Luckily for us, the second name there, Kevin Castle, is a wildlife veterinarian. And so we actually have a vet on our animal, wildlife, our bat welfare team. And conveniently, he's been working with us now for several years in the field because he's married to a bat biologist, so he's learned a lot about bat biology. But we started doing some things differently. We realized that we were probably keeping animals around too long because, you know, something rare, somebody wants to take a picture, someone else wants a hair sample, people over there want to fly in the flight tent, and we were keeping animals too long for their own good, even though we weren't violating any of our animal care and use things. So we started changing the length of time we keep individual animals and moving a lot of our preparation out into the field. So here's some blood sampling and hair sampling going on, actually at the net, so the animal never has to go back to that field laboratory I showed you. So we've made all these changes as this program has grown larger and larger. We're not going to get any bigger because we don't have any more beds left within, 10 kilometers of where we were. But it's been an amazing thing, and I have to say, in all my years as a scientist, this is the most rewarding thing, part of my research, bar none. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. That's inspiring to see something that big takes that much coordination. I'll never think about my spreadsheets in the same way again. Do they stay in the beds, by the way, or is it they're moving around? Don't ask that. Okay. Our next speaker is Jill Pruitz, who is a Regents Professor, Department of Anthropology at Texas State University. She studied primates in Kenya, Nicaragua, Panama, Costa Rica, Peru, and Senegal, where Jill is the principal investigator of the Fongoli-Savannah Chimpanzee Project since 2001. So her research focuses on the environmental pressures that influence chimp behavior in the savannas and how that differs from chimps living in a forest environments where they're often studied. So I asked Jill if she'd had any close encounters with Africa's dangerous critters besides mosquitoes. And she responded that the alpha male chimpanzee in her study group charges her at least once a year, and Jill must stand her ground. It's not always frightening, but she does get an adrenaline rush out of this. It makes sense, given elsewhere I read that one of Jill's favorite movies is Jaws. Jill's a fountain of knowledge of how to implement and sustain long-term studies, and her talk today, The Future of Fieldwork, the Fongoli-Savannah Chimpanzee Project. Jill.
Hi. So I am going to discuss the future of fieldwork using my own project, the Fongoli-Savannah Chimp Project, which I began in the year 2001 as an example. There's many lessons I've learned over the years from this project, and I have very few regrets. maybe more than just very few, but I'm not going to talk about all those. One of the things that I wish I had thought more about, and which I'm going to talk about more here, and even one I wish I would have learned about as a graduate student, was how to manage a long-term project that is sustainable beyond my tenure with that project, and how to also best manage a research team. So field primatologists in the United States work outside of their home country because there are no native non-human primates here. And in most of the equatorial countries where non-human primates live, scholars and students don't have the same access to resources that someone from the US or from Europe has. So one of my goals is to encourage people who are starting their own projects to think about the sustainability of that project in terms of resources. So while we train students in the scientific process, we, of course, spend less time teaching them how to collaborate. Now I'm just going to say, see Nancy. Or to manage a research team or a research project with limited resources, although they seem to pick up on that really quickly. Since primates have relatively slow life histories and live for decades, long-term projects are desirable in order to provide important data on growth and development, aging, etc. And so I'm going to use, again, my own experiences as an example and perhaps a lesson. So as a graduate student, I understood the fact that running a long-term continuous field study on wild primates would entail a constant search for funds. What I did not think enough about when I began my project was how to sustain it after I was gone or after I was unable to be as active as I am now. I'm not planning on going anywhere anytime soon, but I gave little thought to a time when I would not be here. I was in my early 30s. I thought I would live forever, of course. And I really have little recollection of discussing the issue of sustaining a long-term research project until I spoke with other project directors when I was already out in the field, when I had already initiated my own project. My postdoctoral experience of grant writing really brought home the fact that I would need to keep up a constant search for funding. And I guess I should mention that with the chimpanzees I study, we have a constant presence, so we're out there collecting data each day. Hopefully, we try to anyway. If that were not to happen, they would lose their habituation to us as observers. You'd have to start the process again. So we need to have a continuous observational schedule of the chimpanzees. So of course I knew that grant proposal writing would take up a great deal of my time. It was especially challenging in the early years when the chimps were not habituated to researchers. So basically we were talking about chimp poo, to use another scientific term, or chimp nests, etc. But we did ultimately habituate chimpanzees in this very challenging habitat, and we discovered quite a number of interesting things about them. But of course, I knew there would be gaps in funding, as everyone has. So one of the things that I did early on is that I did start off with a small number of people on my team, the Fongoli team. And so this made it possible for me to bridge funding gaps with my own funds. My first academic position after I was a postdoc was at Iowa State University, a relatively large university, R1, and they provided much of my initial funding. They're a big ag school. They seemed to like chimps. They didn't know what I was doing, but they liked it. And then another thing I did was I focused on one social group of chimpanzees. I would love to be able to study 5 different communities, as we call them, of chimpanzees. But one of the other things that we need to make certain of is that we're always there kind of keeping an eye on the chimpanzees. So not only financially was I concerned about taking on too much, but I was also concerned about the number of personnel for that. So I've always stuck to this one relatively small group of 35 chimpanzees. And I'm going to start talking about chimpanzees and get off topic, so I'm going to read. So here's me in the early years. This was our very small team there on the left, and that's just a typical view of the chimps in this type of savanna habitat. And so I had done a survey in southeastern Senegal. I had planned on working in a national park, like many people did. But then I identified a site outside of the national park that had high nest density. So chimps build night nests, and that's, before they're habituated, that's what you use to estimate densities. It took about 4 years of continuous presence to habituate the chimps. And I was interested to find that the population of chimps here was similar to what you see in a national park where humans have been excluded. So as a biological anthropologist, I am still interested in humans. So that was of interest to me as well. One thing that I learned early on, or I discovered early on, is that, of course, I need to work with the local community, even though I had official documentation from the state and Senegal. And as a country, I needed oral permission from one of the biggest villages in the area. And the people that work for me are not national park employees. And so, for example, while Senegal has a retirement plan, I am responsible for their retirement plan. And even once they have either left the project or even passed away, they still get benefits from me, and their widow receives benefits until she has passed away. And again, with a small number of researchers, this has been doable so far. But it's one of the reasons I established the Neighbor Ape nonprofit organization that does support chimpanzee conservation, but also works on development projects with the people that live alongside the chimpanzees. And in this one image, you can see that we're providing school supplies to the major school in the home range of the chimpanzees. So, of course, financial security is important and something that's been on my mind a lot, thus the subject of my talk. But collaborating with in-country scientists, students, and other citizens in Senegal has also been key to sustaining the field project. And of course, there are limitations to what my collaborators have access to in terms of financial resources. So this young man here is Dr. Landing Badji. He is the co-director of the Fongoli Savannah Chimpanzee Project. He's the first Senegalese that got his PhD in primatology in Senegal, the second ever Senegalese to get a PhD. And he finished a postdoc. He's currently in a full-time job, but he is instrumental to the project. And so between the two of us, we're working on a plan to come up with a long-term management plan. I feel like I'm talking long, so I'm kind of jumping ahead here. And this is a team today. It's twice as big as it used to be, so a very small team nonetheless. One of the things that primatologists have focused on quite a bit, anthropologists, other scientists as well, is the need to decolonize our science, especially when we work in countries other than our own. And that is something that we have focused on with the Fongoli Savannah Chimpanzee Project as well. And around about 2008, I believe, is when I established a completely Senegalese team on the ground there. So traditionally, as a primatologist, and I did this for a couple of projects, you manage someone's projects, you have students manage your projects, et cetera. I have students that work at my site, but again, in 2008, I established a project manager, Dondo Conte. You can see him there on the right, I believe. So sometimes he fills in for... Oh no. Thanks, guys. I'm looking at it. Okay. Thank you. There's Landing. We'll just go back. The Chimpasai. There he is. So Dondo on the right is my project manager. He also fills in as a sound man sometimes. He can basically do anything. And then this is the rest of my field crew. So, for example, during COVID, when many projects had to pause, we did not. We adjusted our protocol, definitely, because of COVID and the potential for disease transmission, but we wanted to keep an eye on the chimpanzees. So this has worked out especially well for us. So 25 years later, almost 25 years later, it's not quite 25 years later, one of the things that I am really interested in doing is helping young scholars think ahead. I worked for 2 universities during my tenure as a professor. They both helped me immensely, but I wish that I would have thought more about this sustainability issue much earlier. And so one of the things I have done recently is we're in the process actually of establishing an endowment for the project through Texas State University. And that at some point, hopefully, will grow enough so that the interest can be used to fund gaps in funding, et cetera, this type of thing. So that is one potential solution to that particular problem. And then I made this kind of provocative pie chart for y'all, and I would adjust the slices of the pie, but I do think that there are some things that I feel like we should educate students in, again, in terms of managing and sustaining a long-term field project. And I don't have to talk more about the economic instability in today's political climate and the fact that we need to come up with creative ways to fund our research. One thing, again, that I did put in place sooner was that I have a completely Senegalese team on the ground there, and they make important choices, decisions, et cetera. I also have the co-director, Landing Baji, that has an equal say in management of the project. So I do wish I would have done that a little bit sooner as well. Like I said, I established a nonprofit that has helped immensely in terms of community relations. And we are now basically focusing on our financial stability. And I will go ahead and end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. Our last speaker in the panel is Dr. Jennifer Gee. She is an independent scholar at Kino Bay in the Sea of Cortez, where she relocated this past spring. Prior to that, Jennifer was the director of the James San Jacinto Mountain Reserve from 2012 to 2025. So that is one of 40 field sites that are part of the University of California Natural Reserve System. The director of a field station is by nature a jack of all trades. She told me she got tired of shoveling snow this past winter, and so it kind of Mexico sounded pretty good at that point, I think. Her field research has focused on the evolution and hybridization of quails for 28 years. One of Jennifer's favorite parts of field research is figuring out where and how to find what she hopes to study, and then how to observe it. That meant that she has to have some special skills, and one of her special skills is removing rattlesnakes from quail pens, I found out. So if you want to know more about that, please ask her after we're done during our break. Field stations are key places for implementing field studies, and sustainability is a challenge for those. Jennifer's going to talk to us about that today.
Thanks for sticking around for the last talk of the day. I am going to carry on with a theme that many speakers have touched upon throughout the symposium. That is, how do we navigate the challenges we face to pursue fieldwork in a sustainable manner, especially across our lifetimes? That's the question and the heart of this conversation. So my co-authors, Paul Foster and Rhonda Strumminger, are past and present presidents of the Organization of Biological Field Stations. And they encouraged me to depart from our paper for this presentation. They suggested that instead I use my career trajectory as a case study to illustrate one possible path to a life of sustainable fieldwork, mostly outside of the academy. I'm sticking with our paper's theme in that field stations and marine labs have been and still are critical to my journey, and they are also critical to the slow science movement. That is, place-based science rooted in the long-term ecological observation and deep commitment engagement, community engagement. So I'd like to frame my presentation with the words of Albert Einstein: look deep into nature and then you will understand everything better. I think I'm preaching to the choir here with that. What is slow science? Slow science isn't anti-progress, it's pro-quality. It's about taking the time to read broadly, think critically, and reassess our methods and results. And instead of chasing productivity metrics, Slow science emphasizes community engagement and long-term connection with place and people. It reminds us that real discovery takes time, and that good science should move at the pace of the natural world that we seek to understand. My work began and continues today on the causes and consequences of hybridization in two species of quail, California and Gambel's quail, in the Colorado Desert. The key to getting my research off the ground was support by mentors, Drs. Rosemary and Peter Grant. Peter actually encouraged me to apply for the Franklin Award here, which I was awarded, and that helped to fund my research. And another part of the puzzle for me is that my graduate program provided research time without teaching obligations at all. As Christina mentioned earlier today, establishing work on an unstudied hybrid zone takes lots of searching, especially, which is especially true of upland game birds, which are hunted. Each semester, Rosemary, Peter, and I would take the entire spring semester and go our separate ways to spend the entire term in the field. And my dissertation formed the foundation of my long-term research that I still pursue in that area, as well as in the Sonoran Desert of Mexico now. Once I left my graduate and postdoctoral positions, I became a visiting professor at a small liberal arts college called Whitman College in Walla Walla, Washington. At this stage, I had access to field sites through local contacts, but no research station, limited funding, and very little time for field work. My focus during this period shifted towards undergraduate teaching, of course, and the experience highlighted the challenge of sustaining meaningful field-based research in a teaching intensive environment, and the crucial role that community partnerships play in keeping such work viable. But my experience at Whitman taught me that I would be devoting most of my time towards teaching and other duties if I stayed in academics. I sorely missed research, especially research on the quail hybrid zone that I developed. So when I was invited to give a talk for Darwin Day at Fresno State, I asked that they buy me a one-way ticket. I borrowed my host's minivan to search for a field truck. I hadn't had a car for 5 years. I'd been on a bicycle. And I moved back to my field station where I studied quail at Deep Canyon Desert Research Station without a position, an income, or savings. During my self-prescribed sabbatical, which is actually more like unemployment, I had one of the most interesting field seasons in my career, and I had the time to begin field studies, pilot field studies in the state of Sonora, Mexico, and to study the contact zone between Gambel's quail and elegant quail, a species that was new to me. My research direction began to change, and this field work broadened my idea of speciation in all 6 species of North American quail, which was a critical shift in my research focus. So, during my self-prescribed sabbatical, I had time, but no research funding. My work was guided more by curiosity than by funding trends or political agendas on the positive side. Oh, sorry, I've been not doing this. I did the same thing. So here's the kind of rainbow of quail. And here's when I was at Whitman College. So here's my sabbatical. And here's what we did. My colleague, Jennifer Calkins, and I decided to experiment with crowdsourcing. A small Kickstarter campaign launched our pilot studies in Alamos, Mexico, and resulted in an art-based project that blended science and storytelling called the Quail Diaries. The organization of biological field stations brings together field stations and marine labs, spaces that allow us to change over decades and to see the patterns that only emerge when we stay long enough to truly know a place and become part of it. OBFS is more than a professional network of field stations, and Marine Labs, it's a community dedicated to shaping the future of field work. And you'll note I put a QR code up there, so if you're interested in joining, please do, as an individual. For my career in the field, OBFS was a major stepping stone where I found colleagues that would support my profession for the following 13 years as a field station director, but also as a scholar. At one OBFS conference in Belgium, I ended up meeting 2 social scientists who were from Alaska, of all places. We met in Belgium, and I had an existing NSF grant, but it was right at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. So my grant originally was aimed to launch a leadership training academy for women at field stations. Instead, we became co-editors of a book we published in 2024 called Women of the Wild, Challenging Gender Disparities at Field Stations and Marine Labs. Field stations aren't just coordinates on a map, they're living places with communities and histories. Besides serving as resident director of the James San Jacinto Mountains Reserve for 13 years, I maintained local projects, trained locals to read bird bands and help me band. Looking back on it, my position at UC did open some doors for my research program, and in the beginning of my tenure, I was able to travel off-site for short 7-day pilot field trips, which made my work possible in Mexico. So in those places, there were no field stations, and building trust, especially given the historical disconnect between researchers and local contexts, made the research more relevant and ethically grounded. So what started as a small pilot project funded through Kickstarter evolved into a formal collaboration through University of California, Mexis CONACYT money that you can only get if you're at one of the University of California campuses. And it also started through my connections with the San Diego Natural History Museum. This period marked a balance between research and field engagement. I had some salary, and I got to participate in the Grinnell and Swarth Centennial Resurvey that Steve mentioned. And that was great because you get to go out. This is Phil Unit, who's the curator of birds at the San Diego Natural History Museum. And it helped me to form what we became known as the Tres Amigas. So there's 3 quail that we were studying, and there were 3 of us, one from CICESE, one from San Diego Natural History Museum, and myself. And this is Horacio de la Cueva, who works at CICESE. So much of my time at the James involved mentoring colleague students and sharing the system. So we talked about how do you pass on your system from one student to another, and that's sort of how I've tried to keep it going, is through postdocs. There's a postdoc on the right, and David Zonana, whom I suggested apply for a Lewis and Clark award, and wrote him a letter, and he got it, so thank you very much. So ultimately, I hope that we can find ways to encourage institutions to value depth over speed, and to recognize that slow, thoughtful science builds lasting impact. So this is a gentleman who is Comcaac Indian, and he has been helping me. This is Desemboque on their reservation, the Comcaac Nation, which is not Mexico, and he's been helping me to investigate some of the birds. So they've got some of the most pristine areas in the region of Kino Bay. And they told me about this thing called the pitaya quail. And it was something that I studied in the field and wondered what it was. And in fact, I had read that there's supposedly a subspecies of gambles that occurs nowhere else but on their land. So there's a quail on the top of that Sonoran cactus, saguaro, and there's my AI version of it, which has become my logo. And I just want to leave you with these parting thoughts. We risk losing the heart of science, its sense of wonder, inquiry, and responsibility when speed and output become our only measures of success. Let's choose depth as well as speed. Let's honor the time it takes to think, to read, to fail, and to try again. Let's champion meaningful questions over quotas and make space for science that serves both knowledge and community. To do this, we need to rethink what success looks like, supporting long-term projects, valuing depth and persistence, and fostering collaborative, respectful partnerships. If we invest in these values, we preserve not only the integrity of our science, but also its humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have time for some discussion and questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Kat Culbertson from UC Berkeley. Amazing discussion here so far. Something I've seen all of you touch on here, and something I've been thinking about a lot recently too, is sustainability of funding in the long term. And a few of you have mentioned even how oftentimes funding structures that currently exist, whether it be NSF grants that are really looking for innovation, or donors to conservation nonprofits that really want to see the next big solution and all the trees planted in the next 2 years, we have a system that's working against us right now. And clearly you all have been very innovative in this context. So I'm curious both, what are some ways that you think about this conundrum and have found funding for long-term work with that in mind? And also, do you have any thoughts on how we can try and change overall funding structures and incentives to promote better investment in long-term science and long-term science with collaboration and investment in community capacity building?
I can speak a little bit to some of that, not all of it. My group, in part because of its size, we have people from 50 different institutions that participate in 20 different countries. And one of the things that's happened over the years is that the funding cycle has been different for different participants. Like, you know, in the last few years, there's been a lot of money for studying bats and pathogens and less money for ecologists. And what we find is that the people who have more money are helping support the parts of the program that don't have any money. So it's basically almost providing some bridge funding to our collaborators. And so that's one of the benefits of collaboration and collaborating across disciplines. And when you really build up a certain level of trust, your colleagues may help support your students. I sometimes buy plane tickets for people from other institutions who can't afford it, and then different people bring different things to the table, and over time, feast and famine in different parts of our program have really helped keep us going. That doesn't solve the problem for a single project, but it does for a collaborative effort across disciplines.
Okay, sorry. Is it on? It is.
You're good.
I mean, I guess I just wanted to mention, before I forget, there's Leakey Foundation has a fund to support long-term research on primates. So if you have a long-term research project, you can apply for that funding. It's bridge funding. But one of the things I have explored or somehow got into is collaborating with gold mines, corporate gold mines in Senegal. I never thought I would. I still have mixed feelings about it as a primatologist, but I've worked with their environmental arms, and they have to do offsets. I worked as a consultant with them, and I was recently approached by a gold company from a different country. They can't do offsets in their country because of the lack of political stability. And so they came to me and asked about what they might do in Senegal. And so, of course, I had a long laundry list. They didn't seem to blink at that. But that's something they have to run by then other funding agencies, et cetera. But I told them about a grant that we had submitted to the National Science Foundation, about the endowment that I started, about just operating costs, things like that. And again, it's something, you know, in principle, I as a student, it's like, no, I'm not ever going to work with. Why would I work with a corporate gold mining company? They're destroying habitat. But it's a lot more complex. I've learned a lot. And they actually have been able to do things that we couldn't do as primatologists. They were able to move roads, keep roads from disturbing chimpanzee water sources, for example. So I've become more open-minded about it. And it is still new, but it is definitely something I didn't think I'd ever do.
I'd like to circle back to something, well, actually what both of you have done. Nancy, you've found an ecotourism lodge that has helped kind of, you know, bridge the gap, maybe even how much it would cost you to get all those people taken care of in all those beds. And also, I think, Jill, we are going to have to depend on the private sector. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. And I'm a one-person show. And I did not intend to be on sabbatical for quite as long as I have been. So I wanted to leave I meant to leave at the end of 3 months, and gotten offered a house sit for 3 more months. And some people had an emergency, had to come back to the United States to go to the hospital. And so I extended to 6 months, and now I've sort of I am doing it just as Steve said. I mean, sometimes you just end up self-funding your own research and kind of patching things together in between all the windfalls of opportunities that you get. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing a little remote teaching, and the cost of living in Mexico is so low that I just, basically teaching for 2 hours, I can pay for rent for a month. And the cost of living is low. So if your field site happens to be in a place where the cost of living is pretty low, it's kind of makes it a lot easier to just keep the research going.
Jordan.
Thank you. Piggybacking on that, I mean, I was just talking with some colleagues in the break before this panel, and I think all of your talks, and particularly yours, Jennifer, in that comment, really, to me, crystallized what's emerging as one of the core themes of this whole 2 days we've spent together, which is this real tension between, on the one side, we've talked about taking time to reflect. We've talked about taking time to write field notes and build community relationships and create space for those aha moments, get to know your system, and in some ways get to know yourself too through the process. And then on the other hand, we have the reality of the world we're living in right now with things like the technology, the tether that ties us, the short attention span, the things that pull us away from the field. And then also the demands of the current university system right now and the publish or perish mentality and the promotion and tenure and the productivity. And it just seems like, and then more broadly, this sort of societal questioning of the whole use of universities and what are universities really doing? What's research really doing for us? And it just seems like it really kind of distills down. And I think that your case, Jennifer, of actually pulling yourself outside of the university system, essentially, to be able to pursue that slower rate of science that I think we all, really believe and resonate with that in some ways. Like, I think it's just really I don't really have, it's more of a comment than a question, I guess, but it really seems like it's distilling down to this. When we talk about the future of field work, it seems like a very core tension that we, need to confront and are confronting, I guess.
I think it's easier to do when you're a little bit more established than as a graduate student. I'm not sure I'd advise that to graduate students. Also, I don't, it was cool to see each trajectory here of these 3 long-term studies. They all had their own kind of individual starts, and I can only say from my own experience that I did not go out to start a long-term study. That was not the plan. I'm going to do a long-term study on these parrots. It was like, oh, these parrots are interesting. Nobody knows anything about them. I think I'll start off doing some work. And then, one of the things we did was we experimented. We haven't talked about experiments. In fact, I don't think we talked about experiments in the past 2 days, because there is a little bit of a tension sometimes between observational work and experiments, especially how are you going to manage that in a system where you're trying to keep long-term field work going to understand, those patterns. And we'd kind of decided, no, we weren't going to be another Galapagos finch study, leave that for the grants. We started to do like some wholesale experiments in year 2 and 3 before, because we saw some cool patterns. Then after that, it was kind of like, I really wished we had some part of this that we hadn't experimented on. We recognized that we needed to maintain this in a longer term perspective also to get natural dynamics. And so one question led to another. And then pretty soon it seemed like it was a long-term study. So I don't think you always know, and funding it does require having some interesting questions. I think Anne had
Yeah, my question, so a theme of this conference seems to have been the need for both supporting local collaborators in the field who live there, and also early career researchers and really finding ways to keep fieldwork part of training. And so for better or worse, my question for you guys is, especially having navigated these long-term studies, how do you, as more advanced career researchers, navigate authorship in these really large and long-term studies? You know, things like having researchers analyze these amazing data sets who maybe didn't go in the field, or for sure didn't go in the field every year, because that's just not logistically feasible for the most part. If you had any thoughts or recommendations and things like that.
Yeah, we've had to deal with that in our group, because obviously we have people who are working with us who weren't even born when the work started in our field area. And so we have developed for different parts of our projects basically guidelines for authorship. So, collaboratively talking to both the younger members and the more established members and trying to be inclusive. And so people who've made significant contributions, even if they've only made it for a year or two, need to be recognized. And I think this is a thing across all of science. So one of the good things that's happened, I was talking to Scott about this, I think, earlier, is that during my career, we've gone from science where, you went in your office and you did your science, or you went in the field and you did your field work, and it was just you and maybe one or two other people, and so authorship was never an issue. There was a period of time when science became more collaborative, when the number of authors on your paper mattered, because review committees would say, oh, well, there's like 5 authors on this paper, so it doesn't really count for you, even if you led it. And so now we've come full circle, I think, so that nobody is surprised when there's multiple authors on a paper, and you can add local collaborators. Nobody counts, or I don't think most people count anymore. So you're expected to provide some statement of what your contributions were to a project rather than just counting the number of authors and dividing. So it's an important consideration, especially to be fair to early career researchers. And so in my group, the old dogs like me, we talk about this and we try and make sure that everybody in the group is fair to the younger people. And so we try to enforce fairness at all levels. And also sharing, what you were saying about experimentation. We have experimental physiologists who work with us. We have biomechanics people who work with us. And they want to do it, some of them want to do experiments. And some of them, so we have to balance, well, how many animals are they going to have for their experiments? Because then those won't be animals that these other people over here can fly in the flight tent. And then if we want to tag animals and release them, we don't want them to actually have been experimented on first. We want to release them after a minimal amount of holding time. So that all has to be balanced on the fly in the field. So balance and fairness are something sort of we deal at all aspects. Because you have to, or if there's no trust, then this whole thing would have fallen apart like a house of cards a long time ago.
I don't have a lot to add in, except that we do try to be transparent, and before any data are collected or used, et cetera, I've got guidelines, and they're not set in stone, so hopefully there can be a conversation about it, about what my expectations are, what their expectations should be, whether they're working with me at my site, or a lot of my students work at other sites or in labs, et cetera, that type of thing. And I personally, I think Steve and I were talking about this, and I'm sure most people here have so much data they'll never, you could work 24/7 until the day you die and you'll still have data left over, right? And so I welcome students to work on my data set. It's harder to get them to work just on my data set because I do want to do field work. Who doesn't want to do field work? But yeah, I think just being transparent about it. And we've looked at various guidelines, but with my graduate students, we revisit it, and they talk about it in classes and ethics classes at our university and things like that too.
I have a similar experience and practice as Jill. Usually before I start a collaboration, we have a long talk about who's going to do what and who's interested in what portion of this, what is going on in the system, and oftentimes we step on each other's toes. And it's like, well, because I'm the person who has kind of the most experience, I just love talking about all my ideas all the time to somebody who wants to, who's interested. So it ends up that you influence them and you kind of like drag them into your own arena of questions. So I have to be really mindful myself of saying, oh, and this is your question, and let's talk about that, and let's kind of work on that area for you to kind of build up your own direction. So yeah, it takes just a lot of communication. Like I say, it takes like kind of consistent communication throughout the collaboration, because as you know, things change, questions change, interests change.
A question here.
Yeah, Eric Westhoff from Rice University. Thank you all so much. Yeah, the issue of sustainability as someone coming early career is daunting. I'm thinking about the people that I have gotten to know in the field and that I want to continue working with, and I'm applying for jobs right now and I have no idea who will let me do that, who will give me money to do that. I guess my slight tweak on the sustainability question is about personal sustainability, like sustainability of yourself to keep going, to keep being a field worker, to keep working in these systems that I feel like pretty consistently we're talking about are working against us. And just your perspectives on wellness and personal resilience and the sustainability of keeping that going in the decades you have.
I'd love to hop on that question, because that's why I resigned from my last position. And this is I guess, the most kind of well-balanced my life has ever been, because I can work remotely. I'm flexible to do it on days when I know it's going to rain, or, I'm not going to be able to go out to the field. And so I can kind of use that a little bit to my advantage, just to be doing something as much as I need to. I'm not trying to become a millionaire, and I'm also not trying to become part of the National Academy of Science. I've got one thing that I don't think most people want to even, I've got experience in kind of an esoteric thing. So my real contribution that I feel like I can make in my whole lifetime is doing what I'm doing. And that's incredibly rewarding. And I think that is what kind of makes you feel well. Plus, I get to do yoga and walk on the beach all the time when I'm not in the field,
And
right?
handle-
There's just more time to be yourself.
And handle quails and rattlesnakes.
And yes, cuddle with the quail and try to
Not the rattlesnake.
keep your distance from the rattlesnakes.
Okay.
I just wanted to say briefly, because I feel like, just based on what, I learn a lot from my students. I feel like there's been a move to have a better work-life balance. I hope that is the case. When I worked at Iowa State for 16 years. All I did was work. But I loved it. I have no regrets. I got a lot done. And I spent about half my time in the field, which is my favorite thing to do, still is. When I moved to Texas State, I had fewer resources, and my role is different. I don't get to spend as much time in the field, and it took a long time for me to be okay with that. Sometimes I'm still not okay with it, but during COVID, I got a horse. I started, and that was a huge thing for me. And so I definitely have, I would say, if it was my mother, she would say, oh, you have a life now. But before, I also thought I had a life. I did. I don't regret as the amount of work I did, but I do like this. What I've seen, what I think has been going on, is this more recognition of not having to work 24/7. We don't have to do that. You can actually have a life outside of academia.
You don't even have to wait for retirement, just apparently. Okay, we have come to the end of our time period now. And thank you very much. Great time.
So we're going to move right into our wrap-up. So I invite all of the panel chairs to come up, and our fearless leader, Scott. And we have about 30 minutes for wrap-up and Q&A. I don't want anyone to miss a train or a plane.
All right, take the 11th inning stretch. This has been such an amazing conference, and I was just thinking, I was actually quite nervous putting my manuscript together for this conference because I knew there were going to be these anthropologists here who have thought a lot about community engagement and just community building in ways that many zoologists haven't. But the conference has convinced me that there's so many different points of view, so many different ways of attacking field work, and it's just been really gratifying. And I'm just impressed with how Linda and has put together an amazing program. Over lunch I was saying, but we haven't talked about technology yet, and lo and behold, we then had a panel on innovation, so it's all coming together. We've heard about models for community building. We've heard about women of the wild. We've heard about amazing sacrifices of individuals in the field and experiences that have completely transformed their careers. We've heard about cowboy science. We've heard about bumblebees and field notes. We've traveled to Madagascar and all points of Africa. We've heard a lot about museums and archaeology, linguistics, reviving lost languages. We've heard about extraordinary training programs to build the next generation of field biologists and marine scientists. We've heard about drones and efficiency, and we've heard about long-term ecological research. So it's just been an amazing journey over these past few days. And I think we should just give one more round of applause for our panelists and speakers. And we should just open it up for questions. I think it's probably best if we think of broad synthetic questions that might apply to most, if not all, of our panel leaders.
Hi, it is Fernarine from UC Berkeley. So my question is, can something that stood up across all of the panels is like over skills than just research, like you need organization, accounting, mentoring. So I was wondering, what are your views on like how to acquire those skills? Most of us acquire those on the fly in the field or like through collaborations, but do you think that should be part of the curriculum as a grad student, or just like still something to be learned on the side?
Well, I used to tell my students there were two skills that they should have before they go into the field. One was first aid, and the other was motor maintenance. And in terms of, we were talking about the length of the PhD program. And I think what one of the issues is, how much can we cram in and still maintain the interest of the students? Is I know with myself, I was a Ford Foundation trainee student in my first major archaeological excavation, which was in the south of France. And I learned so much there. It was being embedded in that environment that really encouraged me to learn the skills that I needed to learn. And I don't know whether I would have gone after those as avidly as I did without being embedded in the field. So, I'm not sure how many transferable skills we can force our students to do and still have a fairly rapid movement into the field work and the science. That's just my feeling about it.
I think that's a really good point. There's a limited amount of time we can train you when you're a larval scientist. And you get to train yourself, learn as you go, when you're doing it. I think that's a lot of what a research experience is about, too. And your research skills are transferable. You know, they're transferable to the kinds of other problems you'll find in the field. Although, yeah, auto mechanic, airboat mechanic in my case when I was doing my research, my dissertation in the Everglades, you know, it's, there are skills like that you just have to go with. Communication, though, that is one thing I think we try to teach, science communication, but that needs to be a broader set of skills that we can probably teach and pass on. Take a shot.
I've always worked at a small enough scale that I've just done stuff myself, but in the field I'm in, there are jobs in archaeology for cultural resource management, and that work is much more workplace facing and involves workplace standards that in my department, we're starting a 5th-year master's program for our undergraduates, and that means adding curriculum and committing to teaching courses and talking to people in that industry, and they say, these are the things we want to hire your students to do, and some of the things include saying this is a workplace. You need to know about harassment. You need to know about dealing with landowners. You need to, and so there's maybe that divide between the thinking part of archaeology and the doing part of archaeology. Some of this, I think that we can find a place where we need to commit to training students who can work in that part of archaeology, and a lot of that would fit into bigger projects, but I've never had the luxury of the funding to have folks doing
that. With the implosion of federal funding, this last panel was really impressive in the sense of Nancy being able to co-locate with ecotourism, Jill starting her own non-for-profit, and then Jennifer kind of embodying the spirit of Ben Franklin in his independent scholar. Are there new innovative models in order to help support this persistent of vision and sustainability and diversity in the research? Because in business, most small business do radical innovation. Most big businesses don't. And this is where the creative leaps happen in research. Like universities have business incubators. Are there incubators for independent researchers to make those leaps? Or new models?
And you guys feel free to.
You've been trying to keep something going for a long time using very creative means.
Yeah, I can speak to that. I can just speak from personal experience. I also helped to start a research program about 25 years ago in Ecuador and have managed to keep it going this whole time. And there's been, lean times and fat times and times when, we've had to really stretch to make it happen. But the general approach that we've taken is, to form an in-country NGO, establish a reserve, and then build infrastructure on the reserve in the form of, housing for about 60 visitors. And then I helped to develop a program called the Tierra Program, Tulane Interdisciplinary Environmental Research and Action Program that has some similarities to Paul's program in marine science, although that's definitely an aspiration for us, many of those points. But one key difference of that program is that we are lowering and trying to remove financial barriers to, involvement by students, so that that's not a barrier. But at the same time, an explicit goal of that program is to channel funds to the station where the research happens in Ecuador. So we get about 70 or so visitors per year that are coming down to the station to paying to stay there on field courses, or that the program at least is paying for it, and that sort of helps in a Robin Hood-esque kind of way to send both human and capital down there, and that's helped to together with, you know, foundational support, federal grants, and then that income piece has sort of, those have been like the three legs of the stool that in different years, different pieces have come together, but that's managed to keep things afloat and growing for the last few years. So.
Your question raises an interesting point, though, because archaeology back in the late 19th and early 20th century was patron-based. You know, the big projects were run by people who had money, and you would find a way to get into their pocket, and you would go do your research. And so I see a danger here with the implosion of research funds from federal sources, as well as likely foundations as well, because they're going to be pained by this as well, that some of the negative aspects of getting your patron in line might be more than you want to swallow in terms of being able to work with that kind of context. So I wanted to add that cautionary note, because I've worked with patrons too, and sometimes they're really great, and sometimes they're like, why don't you do this for me? It's like, I can't do that. That's not ethical. And so these tensions exist when you begin to bring other sources of funding that are not constrained by other than their interests, their own personal interests, into this mix.
I think we have to be creative. That's the bottom line, really, and find partners wherever we can, whether it's, you know, gold miners, gold diggers. You know, I don't have any better answers than that, but different, also, I think, like different taxa are, some things are more charismatic, or places are more charismatic, or questions are more charismatic to funders, so.
Is there a cooperation between research initiatives to help the independent producers so you don't have to compromise with big donors? I mean, is there an incubator to look innovatively for building that creative capital?
We need one. You know what? We need one. There's a space out there to create something, I think, that could really help, especially the kinds of long-term studies in other countries that really are very difficult to maintain, but often don't take a lot of money.
Although it is worth saying that the NSF does have programs that are specifically focused on convergence between basic research and, you know, and business, and developing those synergies.
If I could just add, having run a funding not-for-profit, we grappled with this a lot of what type of funding should we actually be supporting. And the problem with long-term funding is it locks, in my case, the not-for-profit into funding specific research rather than nurturing new research orientations. And we made a decision that, you know, we would entertain a bridging grant or whatever, but it would be detrimental to us as a funding organization to commit to one or a handful of long-term support where the researchers became totally dependent on us. So it is a real issue of how you can best use the relatively limited research funds you have.
I've been delighted by the different disciplines and hearing about how different people are integrating their research with the different problems that were listed in the program. But I'm also struck by the fact that when I hear you talking about the way you organize your research, the way you organize field programs, the way you try to collaborate with communities, and the way you try to create sustainable programs, it doesn't seem to matter what discipline you're in. I hear exactly the same things, and apart from the actual terms, apart from MISNet, say, it could be an archaeological project instead of a BAT project. And I'm just curious about the logistics of research and the practicalities of fieldwork. If there are programs that encourage folks from one discipline to go out on a project in another discipline where they're learning the mechanics and the logistics instead of the ultimate research goal. I'd love to go on Nancy's project and I'd learn an incredible amount about organizing archaeological projects where we've got multiple nationalities, multiple sub-disciplines that are trying to do the same thing at the same time and tripping over each other spectacularly. Is that something that's done?
There are big archaeological projects that have been, the work at Çatalhöyük is a really good example in archaeology of multi-nation, multi-investigator, multi-fundings of all different kinds, and they actually were quite successful for a long time in terms of creating that infrastructure. But like many things, it ran out of funders. It ran out of donors. It ran out of steam, even in Turkey. And so, you know, how long is long term? How long is sustainable? You know, you asked that question earlier today. One of you did say, what's sustainability for exactly? And that's one of the questions that we never really answer very well in these things. So, you know, there are examples out there, but they all seem to kind of run into, you know, entropy as, you know, part of the nature of our world in some sense. And I think that's what happens in some cases. But Nancy's project is quite different in that sense.
Yeah, and that question really struck a chord with me because, you know, starting about 10 years ago, that what you're describing really became sort of the core focus of my career in many ways. And, you know, so the backstory is that we have this one area in Ecuador, you know, it's about, you know, 20 miles by 10 miles, a rectangle, you know, and within that there's a mix of forest and communities and what on a personal level, what I've really dedicated my career to is just trying to understand those relationships between the decisions that people make in terms of how they manage the resources there in the land and how that affects the environment and how that circles back around to affect the people that live there, and just those incredibly complex relationships, and then working with this Ecuadorian community-led NGO, try to have interventions that hopefully move the needle in a positive direction at, you know, critical points in those relationships. And so in a very focused kind of way, what I've tried to do is cultivate, if not collaborative relationships, at least like bringing people in from different disciplinary lenses to try to understand different aspects of that, you know, complex set of relationships. And the broader goal would be, you know, to gain a more holistic and nuanced understanding of that system, with the goal of not just increasing basic scholarship within and between disciplinary silos, but also translating that through to real world impact. And that's definitely work in progress, but that's a goal for me.
I think we maybe would be remiss if we didn't mention the NSF Long-Term Ecological Research Program, which has sites specifically selected through competition to support multiple researchers examining different aspects of the ecosystems. And it's a little different than sort of the projects that you heard about in our panel, which are more like individual researchers or small groups that have come together. NSF has been good in funding this long-term research there that might have, I don't know, a site might have 25 investigators involved in it, something like that. They typically had been, you know, beautiful wild places, but a couple decades ago they realized urban ecosystems were a frontier that hadn't been really understood well. And I do believe that even through that particular couple of those LTR, there have been more social scientists involved in aspects of that work, which is a bit unusual for the more natural science-y sites that have been supported. Funding has been running out on that program, and sites, some controversially, have been discontinued. I don't know if you want to say anything about that, if you know anything.
Me or?
I didn't know this, Scott.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, NSF, for all of us, I'll just do a bit of reminiscing now about the good old days, but it is extraordinary in lots of ways that are relevant to this conference. Many of you have worked with the Collections in Support of Biological Research that's a huge, it's one of the only such funding streams for biological collections that I'm aware of, even globally. And then, of course, the long-term ecological studies. And yeah, we were hit hard at Harvard with the Harvard forest losing its long-term study. Yeah, and you know, it's going to be a new normal, and I think these discussions about alternate funding are being are being talked about in many different contexts in different universities, because university administrators realize that it's going to be tough to rely so much on federal funding in the future.
Field stations are like museums, but in far out places that administrators don't see, you know. Yeah, so it makes them even more susceptible in certain ways.
I think I'd add to that, it's not just a receding of funding, but what we're seeing is a receding tide of institutions in general. Universities give less time to their faculty. There are fewer faculty with the money and the space on campus that they can depend on. Museums are fragile institutions as well. And I think what people are wrestling with in the big picture here is we've been talking about building utopian communities here, and how fragile those can be. They need this charismatic leadership, and then they can fall apart. And then the opposite of that is what is working is where people build these new institutions and kind of principalities, where they say, we got land, and we build buildings on it, and we got a stream of money that's protected that we control, and that keeps the people here and allows us to replicate it. And a lot of the question is, how do you do that from the bottom up? And I think it's a hard thing for early career researchers to be tasked with that extra work of bootstrapping at just one more level of getting into a field that is just not there institutionally. And yet, I think it's really exciting. I think that idea of interdisciplinary partnership, I never would have thought of that 10 years ago, to say, hey, it would be really cool to work at a site that's an archaeological park and to coordinate with folks that are doing the ecology or folks that are doing the other things there, because we have the same kind of land and resource interests and the same reason to be in the place.
Yeah, and I'm just reminded of two really important documents to our community, both spearheaded by NSF, but then articulated by the National Academy of Sciences. And those are there was a really nice report on biological field stations and marine labs. I think that was probably 2015 or so, but that's still very relevant and has a lot of great ideas in there about long-term sustainability. And then, of course, there was another one, more like 2021, on support of and the value of biological collections. And so those documents are there, and we should turn to them for solace and advice and thinking about the future.
All right, so I'm a PhD student. I study conservation, and I don't quite have a question. I have more of a personal anecdote in regards to the panel on inclusivity that I thought would be maybe a good prompt for reflection. Although before I say that, I do want to say that I've noticed it feels like a common thread from everything everyone has talked about, beyond just this drive for scientific inquiry and like sort of finding out the truth about different things and understanding them, is actually kindness, which has sort of struck me in a way, because I think it's not always something we talk about. And so maybe a question I'll ask before I tell my story is, at what point in your careers, you know, some of you have mentioned wishing that you'd done things differently earlier. Was there anything that motivated you to think like, you know, maybe I could do this differently and it would be more beneficial from everyone? Like, that's doing it the hard way in a sense, but doing it in the better way. So I guess that's my question. But the story I have to tell is earlier this year, there was a international conference that was relevant to my field of study that I really wanted to go to. And despite the fact that the organization hosting the conference had, a code of conduct and a non-discrimination statement, as I was researching about travel to attend that conference, I found out that the country the conference was being held in, were I to travel there, at best I would have been deported, and at worst I may have been imprisoned for something about myself that I have no control over. And it struck me that the organizers never made any note of this. And so I guess it's sort of a prompt for reflection for people who are in a position to organize conferences, who are trying to bring people from all over the place to discuss, important work that's being done, of like, consider are choices you're making excluding people from those spaces by the nature of them just being part of human diversity. Thank you.
I'll take up an element of that with just the observation that I work in a field that has been very homogeneous as an academic discipline, and that some of my regrets are blinders from a positionality that I wasn't and we weren't asking questions that didn't occur to us. So the Me Too movement through archaeology was the first time I actually turned around to female graduate students and said, I've never asked you about your experiences in the field. I assume that when we walk down the streets in Peru together, that we have a similar experience. And I learned that I was absolutely wrong. And so from trying to think of myself as being someone who's tried to train people of any background, and realizing that the sheer homogeneity of the environment in which I'd always worked had kept me from seeing and thinking. I think that's one of these things that, can I regret that? I do, but moving the regrets into trying to always have a better practice. I love that sense of kindness because I think that seeing the humanity of the people we work with, for me, I think really defending the term early career colleague for the students that I work with, rather than junior or student or people that I see that maybe see students as apprentices or worse. I think some of it is, if we're lucky enough to do this for a lifetime, it's a lifetime learning curve. And sometimes we learn from the people that are fighting their way into the program who can tell us how we could do better.
I should say that I actually worry quite a bit about the students that we support with the Lewis and Clark grants this year and perhaps in the future, simply because of the problem that you refer to, which is if you go out of the country, are you going to be able to get back in? We can't guarantee that, certainly. So it's something that we as sort of the mentors have to really be conscious of.
And if I can just add to that, I was president of the American Association of Biological Anthropologists during the Me Too movement. And it was a real wake-up call. And parallel to this, we also had quite an active diversity program to try to draw in people from all backgrounds into the association. And if we're talking specifically about conference organization and trying to be as inclusive as possible, this is something that has to come from the organizational side and raising the consciousness of those who are responsible for doing it. And my advice to you would have been to go to the organizers, explain your position. And it may not have, had any result for the specific meeting you wanted to go to, but it might have seriously made them think about future meetings and how they were going to increase their inclusivity.
Yeah, this is to that aspect of participating in field work. And one of the things that our team considered a number of years ago is the expense of going in the field for an early career researcher or somebody, and particularly with changing politics and all of these issues of inclusivity, we negotiated with the tourist lodge we work with that no money had to be put up front. So basically you reserve your space, but you don't have to pay until you've actually shown up. So we've had people in this last field season, I had people who couldn't come because of visa issues, people who were afraid to fly because they didn't want to leave the country they were in, and there's so many issues that affect individual people, but across the board, nobody has to like pay money that they may lose up front. All you have to do is buy your plane ticket, and then if you cancel that, you get the money back or credit or something. But I feel like this is one thing that we can all do if we're bringing other people in to field sites is don't make them pay up front, because it's such an uncertain world right now that actually excludes people who may not have a lot of resources, but also may have a lot of fear. They don't want to commit to something that they're afraid is going to cost them if they change their mind. And so there shouldn't be a penalty for changing your mind about going in the field for any reason. And so I think that that's something kind of everybody can do, is if you can try and set things up so that people aren't penalized if they change their mind, that will make it more inclusive for everybody to be willing to say, well, I'm going to try and come. I'm going to try and go to this place, but if it doesn't work out, or if politics or visas or whatever go bad, or I'm just feeling really nervous right now and anxious about the world, then at least they don't have, at least it gives them more of it lowers the bar for participating for everybody.
Well, on that note, one last little bit of business. I don't want to eat dinner by myself tonight. So let's meet at 6 in the lobby, or let's talk if you're staying over to leave tomorrow. And let's just give one more round of applause for Linda and an amazing conference.
Thank you all. I just would like to thank all of our panel chairs and Scott and all of the speakers and all of you, because you bought into this format, and it wouldn't have been nearly as much fun and nearly as much as rewarding if you had not all participated as much as you have. So thank all of you, and thank my colleagues who gave me so much assistance during this whole process.